In the beginning, there was no light, no earth, no sky, only an endless, silent void. It wasn't darkness as we know it, but something more profound, a space without boundaries, filled with nothing and everything at once. It was chaos. A chaos so still it hummed, vibrating faintly like the breath of something infinite holding its ground. The ancients called it Hundun. It had no shape, no face, no voice. It wasn't a god, nor a monster, nor a force. Hundun simply existed, a timeless soup of possibilities. And yet, it carried within it the weight of something tremendous, as though every star and mountain yet to be born was coiled tightly within its folds. And then Hundun stirred. A ripple moved across its essence, a subtle, reluctant shift that sent tremors through the void. It was as if this being, this chaos, was struggling with itself, twisting in some unseen pain. Within Hundun lay an urge, unspoken but undeniable, the urge to create. Hundun didn't know why it began to change. Maybe it was loneliness, or maybe the need to bring forth something other than its endless, silent existence. The stirring grew stronger, and soon, chaos began to swirl. Within the swirling currents, strange and formless energies began to clash. The forces were wild, pulling and tearing at one another, a riot of opposites. Cold clashed with heat, heavy collided with light, stillness tangled with motion. It wasn't a fight, nor a dance, it was chaos birthing chaos. Hundun quaked as these forces grew unruly, pushing and pulling, colliding and shattering within its vast being. It wasn't long before the chaos within Hundun's core grew unbearable, like a storm swelling too large for its own sky. And then Hundun began to crack. Its formlessness, once so steady and eternal, started to split open. Thin lines of rupture spread through its very essence, like a ceramic vase buckling under unseen pressure. Each crack revealed a sliver of something new. Light burst forth in blinding flashes, but it was raw, wild light that hurt and burned without intention. Alongside it spilled darkness, thick and heavy, seeping into every corner it could find. Hundun felt its form breaking apart. There was no scream, no roar, just a relentless breaking, a soundless agony that radiated through the void. But in this breaking, something extraordinary began to happen. The chaos began to take sides. The swirling energies that had once clashed aimlessly now started to settle into patterns. Light rose, stretching upward, forming something like a sky. Darkness sank, pooling low, becoming a formless earth. For the first time, there was a division, a fragile balance between the two. But Hundun was not gone. Even as the first hints of order emerged, fragments of chaos clung stubbornly to the edges of creation. These remnants were unpredictable, wild, and untamed. They whispered through the forming world like shadows and wind, shaping mountains with jagged peaks, carving rivers that twisted without reason, and birthing storms that raged without warning. As Hundun's essence dispersed, its final breath came not as a whimper, but as a shudder that rippled through the void. From this shudder, something incredible happened. Life began to stir. The first seeds of being emerged from the collision of chaos and order. Hundun's last gift, or curse, was its chaotic heart, which lingered, buried deep in the fabric of everything that was and ever would be. Even in the moments of stillness that would follow, its chaos would pulse, faint and steady, reminding the world that creation and destruction were one and the same. The chaos had birthed beauty, but it had also left scars, scars that would forever hum with the memory of Hundun's restlessness. And somewhere, in the quiet of the world's first dawn, the remnants of Hundun's broken form lingered, watching, waiting, as chaos prepared to whisper its way into the hearts of gods and mortals alike. In the beginning, there was nothing but silence. Not the quiet hum of nature or the soft stillness of the night, but a heavy, smothering silence that stretched endlessly across the void. There was no sky. No earth beneath. Just an enormous, unshaped egg floating in the nothingness, cradling all that could be. And inside that egg, Pangu slept. He had been sleeping for so long that he had forgotten what waking felt like. Time had no meaning here, and dreams wrapped tightly around him like thick mist. But something was changing. Deep within his slumber, Pangu could feel it, small shifts in the world around him. A pulse. A faint, trembling breath that pushed against his skin. The egg no longer held still. It was as if something inside was fighting to be free. The pressure grew. The pulse quickened, pounding louder and louder until it roared like thunder in his ears. Pangu's eyes snapped open. Darkness. For a moment, he thought he was blind, but no, he could feel the curve of the egg pressing in on him. He wasn't blind. He was trapped. Pangu reached out with his massive hands, rough as stone, and pressed against the shell. It didn't move. His heart pounded harder. He pushed again, harder this time, and the egg groaned under the weight of his strength. Cracks splintered across the surface. Light, faint and timid, spilled through the cracks like water seeping from stone. He could feel the world breathing. Pangu gathered all the strength that slumber had hidden within him. With one great bellow, he stretched his arms and legs wide, forcing the egg apart. The shell shattered into pieces, scattering into the void. And as it broke, everything inside it began to unravel. The lighter pieces drifted upward, glowing softly, rising like clouds. They floated higher and higher until they began to stretch thin, forming what would become the sky. The heavier fragments sank beneath his feet, dark and dense, thickening as they fell to shape the first land. Pangu stood at the center of it all, his body towering, his breath the wind, his voice the crackling of fire. But the sky and the earth did not want to stay apart. Slowly, like magnets, they began to pull toward each other. He could feel it, that steady squeeze trying to collapse the space between them. Pangu frowned. He had broken the egg, but the world was not yet ready to stand on its own. He bent his knees, digging his feet into the forming ground, and raised his hands above his head. With every ounce of strength in his bones, he pushed against the sky, holding it up. His muscles screamed, his spine trembled, but he did not stop. Every day, the sky rose just a little higher. Every day, Pangu grew taller with it. Days turned into years. Years turned into centuries. The heavens stretched far above, and the earth thickened and grew solid beneath him. Pangu's hair, long and wild, began to glisten with dew that fell to the land as rain. His breath cooled and warmed, shaping the winds and seasons. And yet he held firm, keeping the sky from falling. But Pangu was not made to last forever. One morning, as the first hint of light brushed across his face, he felt it, the weight of time pressing against his bones. His legs trembled beneath him. His arms, once unyielding, began to lower. He gazed at the sky, now far beyond his reach, and for the first time, he allowed himself to rest. Pangu's body began to crumble. Where he stood, mountains began to rise from his flesh. Rivers spilled from his veins, coursing through valleys and plains. His breath, soft and steady, became the winds that whispered across the world. His left eye rose to the heavens, becoming the sun, warm and bright. His right eye, calm and gentle, became the moon. And from his final breath, the stars were born, tiny flickers of light scattered across the sky, watching over the land he had shaped. Pangu was gone, but the world he left behind thrived. His spirit lingered in every stone, every stream, every cloud that drifted lazily across the sky. And though he was no longer there to hold the heavens, they never fell again. The sky, now free, stretched endlessly above the land, and the earth below lay firm and unshaken. The world was quiet, too quiet. The rivers flowed, the mountains stood tall, and the winds whispered through the valleys, but something was missing. There were no voices, no laughter, no footsteps echoing across the land. Nüwa walked alone. She traced her fingers along the edge of the water, watching as the sun's reflection danced across its surface. The earth beneath her feet was rich and soft, the sky above vast and endless, but the silence weighed heavily on her. It pressed against her chest in a way she could not shake. The world felt empty. Her heart ached with it. She glanced at her reflection in the water, her eyes soft, her face kind but lonely. She reached out, and as her fingertips touched the surface, the ripples distorted her image. A thought stirred in her mind, faint at first, but it grew louder, clearer. She knelt by the riverbank and dug her hands into the soft, wet clay. The coolness of it spread through her palms, grounding her, and she began to shape it without knowing exactly why. Her fingers moved carefully, delicately, as if guided by something unseen. Bit by bit, she molded the clay into a small figure. When she was done, she held it up to the light. It was small, fragile, even, but there was something beautiful in its shape. She ran her thumb gently over its head, smoothing its tiny face. The figure lay still in her hands, and for a long moment, she simply gazed at it, as if unsure of what to do next. Then Nüwa smiled, and with the softest breath, she exhaled over the figure. The little figure's chest rose. Its eyes flickered open, dark and bright, full of wonder. It blinked up at her, tilting its head as though curious about the world. Nüwa laughed, and the sound filled the air like the first note of a forgotten song. She set the small figure down, and it took its first step. Its feet pressed into the soft earth, leaving behind faint imprints. It wandered a short distance, turning to gaze at the sky, the mountains, the rivers. Everywhere it looked, its eyes were wide, as if it was seeing the world for the very first time. But one was not enough. Nüwa's hands found the clay once more, and she shaped another figure. And another. And another. Each one unique, some tall, some short, some slender, some strong. She gave them faces and hands, eyes that could see, and hearts that could feel. She breathed life into every single one. Soon, they walked the land, their laughter rising like the wind. They chased each other through the fields, climbed the hills, and splashed in the rivers. The earth that had once been silent now sang with their voices. But as Nüwa watched, she noticed something. The clay figures, for all their joy and wonder, were fragile. When they tripped and fell, cracks sometimes appeared along their arms or legs. The rain softened them, and the sun dried them too quickly. Nüwa's heart tightened. She knelt beside one small figure who had stumbled, its arm chipped from a fall. She smoothed the crack with gentle fingers, but she knew that it would not last forever. The clay was soft, and time would wear it away. She gazed at the figure, her hand lingering on its shoulder. And then, softly, she spoke. "You will not last as I do," she whispered. "But that is not a curse." The small figure looked up at her, its eyes filled with questions. Nüwa smiled, though there was sadness in it. "Your lives will be short," she said. "But they will be filled with love, with joy, with pain, and with hope." The figure leaned against her, resting its head against her arm. Nüwa held it close, feeling its heartbeat flutter softly beneath the surface. She looked out over the land, where more of her clay children wandered, their laughter echoing across the hills. They were delicate, but they were alive. And with every breath they took, the world grew richer, brighter. Nüwa continued shaping them, her hands never tiring, even as the days stretched on. Some she made with care, sculpting every detail with tender patience. Others she shaped quickly, scooping up handfuls of clay and letting the figures form beneath her touch. And as she worked, the land blossomed. The figures tilled the soil, planted seeds, built homes, and shared stories by the fire. They danced beneath the moon and sang to the rising sun. But even as they grew in number, Nüwa never stopped crafting more. She knew that time would carry them away. She knew that one day, the figures she had shaped with her own hands would crumble, returning to the earth from which they had come. But she also knew that the children would remain, carrying the light of life forward. And so, with every breath of wind that swept across the land, Nüwa shaped more figures from the earth, her heart swelling with both love and sorrow. Fushi watched the smoke rise from the fire, curling and twisting into the sky. The flames crackled softly, their glow flickering across his face as the stars stretched endlessly above him. Behind him, the people gathered, their voices low, uncertain. They were hungry. The river had been kind, but the fish had grown scarce. The fields were wide, but their hands were empty. They knew the land was rich, but they did not know how to ask for its gifts. Fushi's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the shadows flickering in the firelight. There was something missing, something vital, something he could feel in his bones, but could not yet name. He knelt by the edge of the river at dawn, the cold water lapping at his hands. His reflection stared back at him, calm but searching. He looked up and saw the reeds swaying along the bank, slender and strong. His fingers brushed against them, and a thought bloomed in his mind, clear as the rising sun. He gathered the reeds, twisting them between his palms. Slowly, carefully, they began to take shape. A net. It was simple, fragile in his hands, but it held promise. Fushi stood at the water's edge and cast the net into the river. The ripples spread outward, and for a long while, nothing happened. The people watched in silence from the shore, their eyes wide, hopeful but uncertain. Then the net trembled. Fushi pulled it back, and the river surrendered its catch, fish, shimmering and silver, tangled within the reeds. The people gasped, rushing forward as Fushi emptied the net onto the grass. For the first time in many days, the air filled with laughter, warm and bright. That night, they feasted by the fire. The shadows that once lingered around the edges of their camp seemed to retreat, softened by the glow of full bellies and warm hearts. But Fushi did not sleep. As the others lay beneath the stars, he wandered the land, listening to the whispers of the wind and the rustle of leaves. The world spoke to him in ways he could not explain, but he understood. He watched the animals move through the forests, how the birds wove nests high in the trees, safe from the dangers below. His eyes followed the patterns of the stars, how they circled the sky, constant and steady. And in those patterns, he saw more than shapes. He saw meaning. Fushi sat beneath the stars, tracing lines in the dirt with his fingers. They curved and crossed, weaving together like the net he had cast into the river. Each mark felt like a whisper, a key unlocking the secrets of the land. When the sun rose, he gathered the people around him. He showed them the lines he had drawn, pointing to the sky, then to the earth. He spoke of how the stars moved, how the sun and moon chased each other through the heavens, and how the land shifted beneath their feet with the passing seasons. These marks, he said, tracing the patterns once more, will guide you. The people listened. They learned to read the sky, to follow the stars when the path ahead seemed uncertain. They marked the days by the rise and fall of the sun, planting seeds when the earth whispered of spring and gathering when the leaves began to fall. But Fushi was not finished. The people could now catch fish and grow food, but they still looked to him when the storms came, when sickness swept through their camp, or when disputes broke the peace. Fushi's heart ached as he saw their fear, the weight of the unknown pressing heavy on their shoulders. He climbed the tallest hill at sunset, standing where the sky met the earth. The wind howled around him, but he did not waver. He raised his voice against the wind, calling out to the heavens, asking for answers. In the fading light, the wind calmed. And in that quiet, Fushi felt something stir, a memory, old and deep, buried beneath the skin of the world. He bent down and gathered twigs, shaping them into bundles. He tied them with thin strips of reed, binding them tightly until each bundle felt firm and solid in his hands. He returned to the camp and held the bundles high. "These are not just sticks," he said, his voice steady. "They will speak for the wind, for the land, and for the heavens." He tossed them to the ground. The bundles scattered, landing in patterns that seemed random, but Fushi's eyes saw more. He knelt, tracing the positions where they had fallen. "This," he said softly, "is the voice of the world." The people gathered close, their eyes wide with wonder. Fushi taught them to read the sticks, to ask questions of the land, and to listen for the answers in the way the bundles fell. Time passed, and the camp grew into a village, then into many villages. The people no longer feared the storms or the changing seasons. They read the stars, cast their nets into the rivers, and shaped the land with their hands. Fushi watched them with quiet pride, his heart full, knowing that the world he had helped shape would continue long after he was gone. Before the sky knew how to stay high and the earth learned to stay low, there was a time when the heavens swayed dangerously close, threatening to crush the land beneath them. The mountains had not yet stretched their backs, and the wind held its breath, waiting for something to hold the world together. The ground trembled often, groaning under the weight of a sky that could not keep still. Rivers twisted in strange directions, and the stars shuddered in the night as if they feared they might fall. There was no order, only the uneasy balance of a world still trying to find its shape. It was said that the sky slipped once, lowering so close that the tops of trees brushed against the clouds. The earth cracked under the strain, and the rivers threatened to spill over and swallow the land whole. But when the world trembled, the mountains answered. From the heart of the land, 5 peaks rose, slow and steady. They pushed upward with the strength of giants, their roots digging deep into the flesh of the earth, anchoring it as they grew. Higher and higher they climbed, until their jagged tops pressed against the sagging sky. The sky, heavy and tired, leaned into the mountains. The first to rise stood in the east, its peak bright with the first light of dawn. The air shimmered around it, warm and golden, and the wind carried the songs of birds that perched in its trees. This mountain cradled the sun each morning, lifting it into the sky with gentle hands. To the south, another mountain stretched its back. Red as fire, its cliffs glowed beneath the noonday light. Its stones burned hot, and even the clouds that passed over its peak carried the scent of summer heat. This mountain held the sky during the brightest hours, when shadows hid beneath the trees and the land pulsed with life. In the west, a dark peak rose, cool and silent. Its slopes were lined with deep forests, where the deer walked softly and the leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As the sun lowered, this mountain caught it, cradling its last light until dusk claimed the horizon. The northern mountain stood with a quiet strength, its crown often wrapped in ice and snow. The cold winds that howled through its valleys never frightened it. This peak held the longest nights, standing guard when the land slept beneath the winter moon. And at the center of them all, one mountain rose higher than the rest, its peak lost in the clouds. This was the heart of the world, where all paths met. The sky rested most heavily here, and the weight of it pressed deep into the earth beneath. The 5 mountains stood like pillars, their strength woven into the bones of the land. When the sky shifted and threatened to fall, the mountains pressed back, unmoving. Their roots grew deeper, binding them tighter to the world, and the sky found peace resting upon their shoulders. Time passed, and the cracks in the earth began to heal. The rivers flowed calmly, winding gently through valleys and fields. The stars stopped trembling and settled into their places, spinning silently above the peaks. Travelers spoke of the mountains in hushed tones, as if their voices might disturb the balance that held the heavens. Some whispered that the peaks were alive, that they could hear the footsteps of those who dared climb their slopes. Others believed that the mountains were the bodies of ancient gods, stretched toward the sky to keep it from slipping once more. But no matter the stories, all who walked the land knew one thing: the mountains were not ordinary. They held the weight of the world. On stormy nights, when the wind roared and the thunder shook the heavens, people watched the peaks. They could see the lightning strike the mountaintops, but the mountains never flinched. In the quiet after the storm, the mountains stood tall, their peaks piercing the clouds, steady as the heartbeat of the earth. Before the world found its rhythm, there was silence. Not the silence of emptiness, but the silence of waiting. Everything that would ever exist was already there, curled tightly like a seed beneath the soil, but nothing dared to move. The sky hung still, and the ground lay untouched, as if the universe itself held its breath. In that stillness, something shifted. It was small at first, like the flicker of a candle in a dark room. A single ripple spread across the silence, splitting it in two. On one side, there was light, soft and pale. On the other, shadow stretched long and deep. The two halves curled around each other, drawn together by the weight of their own existence. Neither could pull away. They twisted and turned, spiraling endlessly, one chasing the other but never able to outrun it. The light brightened, but the shadow only grew darker in response. And when the shadow deepened, the light flared even stronger. They danced, not in battle but in balance, and from that balance, the world began to hum. The hum grew louder, richer, until it filled every corner of the sky and earth. The sun rose, and the moon followed. The tides pulled forward, then slipped away. The seasons shifted gently from warmth to cold and back again. Even the breath of the wind seemed to carry the same pulse, the steady rise and fall of two halves moving as one. But the world was not satisfied with stillness alone. Beneath the surface, something stirred, a new rhythm, not smooth like the dance of light and shadow, but bold and restless, like sparks leaping from fire. 5 forces pushed their way forward, each one distinct, but together they spun in endless circles, shaping the world with their motion. Wood stretched its fingers toward the sky, hungry and eager to grow. Its roots dug deep into the soil, pulling life from the earth, and from its branches, leaves unfurled, trembling in the wind. Fire roared to life next, wild and untamed. It danced fiercely, chasing the wood that fed it, crackling with heat as it reached for the heavens. Its light flickered across the land, casting long shadows behind the trees. Earth rose in response, steady and unmoving. It cradled the flames without fear, holding them gently until their fury softened to warmth. Earth spread wide beneath the sky, grounding everything that stood upon it. Metal sang softly beneath the soil, cold and sharp. It carried the weight of the mountains in its veins, gleaming when the light touched it. It whispered of strength, of edges that could cut through stone and shape the bones of the world. Water followed last, flowing smooth and quiet. It wrapped around the metal, soft but persistent, wearing down even the hardest stone with time. It carried the sky's reflection in its depths and slipped through every crack and crevice, gentle but unstoppable. Wood fed fire, and fire enriched the earth with ashes. Earth cradled metal, and metal cooled water, guiding it through the land. Water nourished wood, and the cycle began again, each force leaning into the next without hesitation. But the forces did not always move in harmony. Fire could burn wood to nothing but dust. Water could wash away the earth, and metal could cut through roots that stretched too far. There was tension, but there was also balance. Each force held the power to create or destroy, but none could exist without the others. As the 5 forces spun and twisted, the world began to shift. Mountains stretched taller, rivers carved paths through valleys, and forests thickened across the land. Even the stars seemed to hum with the rhythm, pulsing with each turn of the cycle. The people who walked the land felt it too. They watched the seasons change, the trees bloom and wither, the rivers swell and shrink. Some feared the wildness of it, but others stood quietly and listened. They felt the pulse beneath their feet, the breath of the wind against their skin, and the weight of the mountains on the horizon. In the stillness of night, elders told stories of how the world came to be. They spoke of the endless spiral of light and shadow, how one could never exist without the other. They traced circles in the dirt with their fingers, marking the points where each force met the next. The children watched in silence, their eyes wide as they listened to how wood birthed fire, fire shaped earth, and water calmed them all. And when the stories ended, the elders always left the circles in the dirt untouched. By morning, the wind would carry them away, but the rhythm remained, woven into the bones of the land, the sky, and the hearts of those who knew how to listen. Before he was a ruler, he was a boy, no different from any other. In the farthest corner of heaven, where stars barely dared to shine, he was born with no crown and no kingdom. His father was a simple spirit, keeper of a small, quiet land that few ever visited. His mother sang to the trees, and they bent their branches low to hear her voice. The boy spent his days wandering the fields, chasing the light that spilled through the clouds. He spoke to the animals, listening carefully to the way the wind rustled through their fur. There was nothing remarkable about him, except perhaps the way the leaves seemed to gather at his feet, as if the land itself wished to follow him. But in those days, heaven was not at peace. Chaos had slipped through the cracks of the stars, curling its long fingers around the edges of the sky. Demons, dark and restless, wandered freely, laughing as they shattered the clouds beneath their feet. The gods, though powerful, fought amongst themselves, each believing they were meant to rule. The boy saw none of this. His world was small, and his heart was light. Until the day the storm came. It arrived without warning, tearing through the skies with a roar that shook the mountains below. The trees that once bent to his mother's songs snapped like twigs. The rivers swelled, swallowing the fields whole. And the demons, cloaked in shadow, descended upon the land, their eyes burning like fire. The boy's father stood at the gate, spear trembling in his hands, but he was no warrior. The demons laughed, pushing him aside like wind through grass. As the boy watched his father fall, something inside him shifted. It was not anger. It was not fear. It was quiet. Like the moment before rain touches the earth. He stepped forward, his small hands curling into fists. The demons, amused by his defiance, let him pass, eager to see how long he would last before the storm crushed him too. But the boy did not stop. He walked through the fields, past the broken trees and swollen rivers, until he reached the tallest mountain at the edge of the sky. There, he knelt beneath the storm and placed his hands on the earth. The mountain trembled. Light, thin and pale, slipped through the clouds, as if unsure of itself. It touched the boy's hands, wrapping around his fingers like thread. Slowly, the storm began to calm. The demons felt it first, a shift in the air that pressed heavy against their chests. One by one, they stumbled back, their laughter fading into silence. The wind softened. The rivers retreated. The sky, once wild and untamed, began to settle. The gods watched from afar, their eyes narrowed. They whispered amongst themselves, uncertain how a child had stilled the storm when they, with all their power, could not. But the boy did not ask for praise. He returned home, cradling the broken branches of the trees, and planted them carefully in the soil. His mother's songs returned, soft and low, and the leaves grew once more. Yet the gods did not forget. Years passed, and the boy grew tall. His hands, once small, now carried the weight of the land. His voice, quiet as it was, held the strength of the mountains beneath it. When the heavens called for a ruler to bring order to the skies, the gods gathered, each eager to claim the throne. They boasted of their battles, of the storms they had bent and the stars they had shaped. The boy, now a man, said nothing. But when the gods turned to him, the leaves rustled at his feet, and the light that had once calmed the storm rose behind his shoulders. And so, the sky bowed. The gods, unwilling but unable to deny the will of the heavens, placed the jade crown upon his head. The throne, carved from the bones of the stars, was his to sit upon. The demons, now exiled to the corners of the world, whispered his name in hushed tones. The gods lowered their eyes when he passed, their pride trembling beneath the weight of his gaze. He ruled not with fire, but with light. Not with chains, but with roots that sank deep into the soil. The Jade Emperor. Even now, the wind still carries his name, wrapped softly in the rustling leaves and the gentle hum of the mountains. The wind carried whispers of her name long before anyone saw her. It swept across the mountains, curling through the trees, stirring the leaves as if they bowed in her presence. The sky seemed to hold its breath, waiting, but she never hurried. She walked as though time bent around her, soft and endless. In the farthest reaches of the west, where the clouds stretched thin and gold against the sky, she lived. Her palace rose from the Kunlun mountains, its walls woven from light and shadow, its gates hidden behind veils of mist. Those who stumbled close by chance would only see trees, thick and ancient, their roots twisted deep into the earth. But the gods knew the way, and even they approached with reverence. There, at the heart of the garden, stood the peach tree. It did not bloom like other trees. Its blossoms, pale as starlight, opened once every few thousand years. The fruit ripened slowly, heavy with the weight of eternity. One bite was enough to stretch life endlessly, to turn brittle bones into gold and quiet the passing of years. The Queen Mother of the West sat beneath that tree, waiting. She did not guard it with swords or chains. There was no need. The tree answered only to her, its branches lowering gently when her hands brushed against them. They said she was born from chaos, a force that could not be tamed. Long before she became a queen, she was wild, with teeth sharp as a tiger's and hair like storm clouds. She walked alone through the mountains, laughing at the gods who feared her. The sun scorched the land when she grew angry, and rivers swelled when she wept. But the day she touched the peach tree, everything changed. The roots curled around her feet, steady and calm. The blossoms opened in her hands, and for the first time, she was still. The wildness remained, but it no longer roared. It whispered. And so, the gods crowned her, though none dared to say the words aloud. She became the keeper of the peaches, the guardian of immortality. Her laughter softened, and the storms learned to quiet when she passed. Few were invited to the garden. When the peaches ripened, she held banquets beneath the branches, and the gods, desperate for even a taste, arrived dressed in gold and silk. But she saw through their finery. They bowed low, but she noticed the greed in their eyes, the way their hands twitched, eager to reach for the fruit before it was offered. Sometimes she gave them nothing. But there were others. Mortals with trembling steps, eyes wide with awe, who arrived at the edge of the garden without knowing how. They carried no gifts, wore no jewels. Some were old, leaning heavily on wooden canes. Others were young, their faces pale from illness, hands clutching their hearts as if to hold the last bits of life inside. For them, she would pluck a single peach and place it gently in their hands. She never asked for thanks. One day, a young woman found her way to the mountain. She had no name worth remembering, no stories carved into the world. Her face was thin, her clothes worn from long travel, but her eyes were steady. She knelt at the gate of the palace, not daring to step inside. The Queen Mother watched her from the garden, silent. The young woman said nothing. She did not beg for fruit. She did not call out for mercy. She simply waited. Hours passed, then days. Rain fell, but the woman did not move. On the third day, the Queen Mother stood before her, bare feet touching the wet earth. The wind, soft and slow, curled around them. "You will not ask," the Queen Mother said, her voice as quiet as the rain. The woman lifted her head. "I have nothing to offer in return." The Queen Mother studied her. She could see the weight the woman carried, the cracks running through her heart, fragile as porcelain. Still, she smiled. She led the woman to the tree. A single peach hung low, the skin glowing faintly beneath the soft light of dusk. The Queen Mother plucked it without ceremony and placed it in the woman's hands. The woman hesitated. "I will not live forever," she said softly. "Even if I eat this, time will take everything else away." The Queen Mother laughed, and for a brief moment, the mountains trembled with the sound. "Immortality is not about avoiding death," she said. "It is about knowing how to hold the moments that matter." The woman left the garden before the sun rose, and the Queen Mother returned to the tree, humming an old tune that even the gods had forgotten. The peaches would ripen again, but she did not count the years. The tree would bloom, but she did not rush its branches. The Queen Mother of the West sat beneath the tree, as she always had, as she always would, and the wind carried her laughter far beyond the mountains, where mortals listened and wondered if perhaps the stories were true. The heavens were not silent. From the farthest star to the smallest cloud, something was always moving, shifting, whispering. Even when the sky seemed still, beneath the quiet there was a hum, a low, constant murmur that wrapped itself around the mountains and slipped through the cracks of temples below. At the center of it all stood the court of heaven. Its gates shimmered like the edge of a blade, tall and unyielding, resting upon clouds that never drifted. The palace stretched endlessly, its walls carved from jade that glowed faintly, as if it held the breath of the stars inside. Lanterns swayed from pillars taller than mountains, their flames flickering though no wind ever passed. But behind the beauty lay something far more intricate. It began with footsteps. Soft, deliberate, echoing down the vast marble corridors. No single sound stood alone. The clicking of ivory seals, the shuffling of scrolls against silk sleeves, the faint scratching of brushes gliding across paper. These sounds wove together like threads, tightening with each passing moment. The gods did not stand in clusters, laughing or arguing, as mortals might imagine. They moved carefully, faces composed, as if any misstep could tilt the balance of the stars. Robes flowed behind them, heavy with embroidered sigils that whispered their rank and duty. Everything had a place. Every god a title. At the highest throne sat the Jade Emperor, but his voice did not rule alone. Around him sat the celestial ministers, each carrying a staff that shimmered like gold under moonlight. Their eyes missed nothing, each raindrop, each gust of wind, reported and recorded with meticulous care. It was not enough for the sun to rise. Someone counted the exact number of rays that stretched across the sky. When the moon faded behind clouds, it was measured. If a single star flickered out of place, scrolls were sealed and sent flying across the palace by invisible threads, spiraling into the hands of scribes who never slept. Even the storms were weighed. Each clap of thunder had a name. Each drop of rain, a purpose. But not all things followed the order set for them. There were always mistakes, small ones, delicate enough to slip through cracks, but in heaven, nothing went unnoticed for long. A god once missed the crowing of a rooster at dawn. It was a simple oversight, a single breath forgotten in the grand orchestration of the sky. But by midday, the scroll had reached the Jade Emperor's hands. It unrolled slowly, the ink still fresh. No anger filled the chamber, but the silence that followed was far heavier than thunder. The god who stood trembling at the base of the throne did not dare raise his eyes. The Jade Emperor spoke only once. "Correct it." The rooster crowed before the next sunrise, louder than it ever had. Some say its voice still echoes faintly through the hills each morning, long after the god's footsteps faded from the court. And so, the court carried on, relentless in its rhythm. At the lowest edges of the palace, near the gates that overlooked the mortal world, the lesser gods gathered. They held smaller duties, the changing of tides, the curling of smoke from temple incense, the shifting of shadows beneath the trees. They whispered amongst themselves, watching the higher gods pass with a mixture of awe and resentment. But even they knew the weight of their place. If a breeze bent too sharply, they would answer for it. Mortals prayed to the heavens for rain, for sunlight, for love and fortune, never knowing the scale those prayers rested on. The gods did not ignore them, but each request was measured, as if touching one string could snap another. The scribes sorted through petitions by candlelight, stacking them higher than the tallest towers. Some were granted, others were left to drift away, ashes curling through the wind, returning to the world below. Once, a mortal climbed the tallest mountain, his heart heavy with grief. He carried a lantern, though no flame burned inside, and knelt beneath the night sky. He said nothing, simply resting the lantern on the stones before bowing his head. The wind carried his silence upward. A lesser god, curious and unnoticed, plucked the silent prayer from the air. There was no name attached to it, no request that could be written or stamped. Just grief, heavy and bare, filling the cracks between the stars. The god held it carefully, uncertain. No scroll existed for such a thing. He carried it to the celestial ministers, but they did not know where to place it. He brought it to the scribes, but no ink could trap its shape. At last, he knelt before the Jade Emperor, the silent lantern flickering faintly in his hands. The emperor gazed at it for a long while. When he spoke, his voice was soft, almost gentle. "Let it rest." The god did not know what he meant, but he carried the lantern to the farthest edge of heaven and left it beneath the peach tree in the garden of the Queen Mother of the West. By morning, the tree had bloomed, though no peaches were due for another 1,000 years. The court, vast and intricate as it was, carried these moments quietly. And so, the lantern remained, glowing faintly in the shade of the blossoms. No god spoke of it, but the wind carried the light back to the mortal world. Those who saw it from the mountains believed it was a star that had fallen too low. But the gods knew better. It was the weight of a single prayer, too heavy for any scroll to hold. The stars did not simply shine, they listened. On the longest nights, when the world below flickered with lantern light and whispered prayers drifted into the sky, 3 stars burned brighter than the rest. Mortals named them Fu, Lu, and Shou. They were not cold, distant lights, but gods who walked quietly between the heavens and earth, listening for the softest of wishes. Fu carried the weight of happiness in his hands. Where he passed, laughter followed, blooming like spring flowers. His robe shimmered with the colors of blooming fields, and his eyes sparkled as if they held the morning sun. He listened carefully to the hopes of those who yearned for joy, cradling each one as though it were fragile. Lu's steps were heavier. His was the path of prosperity, each stride planting roots of wealth beneath the soil. Gold did not pour from his hands, but crops grew tall, businesses thrived, and the weight of hunger lifted where his gaze lingered. His robe carried the green of summer, rich and full, and he moved with the steadiness of rivers that never dried. Sho walked last, his hair long and silver, twisted like clouds. He did not rush. In his presence, time softened, stretched, and flowed gently as if it feared disturbing him. The staff he carried, worn smooth from centuries of use, tapped softly against the ground. Trees blossomed at its touch, and the old stood taller, their wrinkles smoothing with each breath. They did not seek temples or grand offerings. They watched from the quiet corners of the world, marketplaces filled with chatter, homes where flickering candles melted into the night. They leaned close to listen, though few ever noticed their presence. One winter evening, an old man sat alone beneath a plum tree. His house was small, tucked away at the edge of a village where the stars seemed closer to the earth. Snow fell gently, blanketing the ground, and the man lit a small lantern by his door. It was cracked, the light faint and trembling against the wind. He sighed, his breath curling in the cold air, and glanced at the sky. His hands, once strong, now shook as he reached into his sleeve, pulling out a small piece of paper. He had written no grand requests, no plea for gold, no wish for endless years. The ink trailed carefully, each character drawn with care, though it held only a single line. May my family stay safe and warm through winter. Fu saw the paper first, drifting upward like a feather. He smiled softly, stepping forward to read the words. It's a small wish, Lu murmured, appearing at his side. His gaze lingered on the tiny house, where cracks lined the walls. Sho said nothing, only tapping his staff gently against the snow-covered ground. The plum tree, bare just moments before, trembled softly. Its branches quivered, then burst into bloom, the pale pink petals glowing against the frost. The old man blinked, startled, as the blossoms tumbled softly at his feet. He knelt slowly, cupping one in his hand. As he gazed at the delicate flower, the lantern by his door flickered once, then burned brightly, casting warm, steady light across the snow. The three gods watched quietly. It's enough, Sho finally said, his voice low and steady. And they left, their footsteps vanishing into the wind. Across villages and cities, their paths intertwined, their hands shaping the small, invisible moments that mortals often overlooked. When a struggling farmer awoke to find his fields blooming earlier than expected, Fu's laughter echoed softly through the hills. When a merchant stumbled upon an unexpected coin buried beneath his stall, Lu's shadow flickered past. And when the oldest woman in a village rose from her bed feeling lighter than she had in years, Sho's staff could be heard faintly tapping against the stones outside her home. But their gifts were not always gentle. One summer, a nobleman threw a grand festival to honor the gods of fortune and longevity. Gold lined the streets, silk banners rippled from every rooftop, and musicians filled the air with bright, cheerful notes. The nobleman's courtyard overflowed with food and wine, and servants carried trays of peaches, each one chosen for its flawless skin. At the center of it all stood a towering statue, carved in the likeness of Fu, Lu, and Sho. But the nobleman's offerings piled high at the base of Lu's figure, scrolls bearing requests for greater wealth, for land, for power that stretched beyond his neighbors. Fu's statue stood empty-handed, forgotten. That night, the three gods arrived unseen. They walked through the festival, past tables overflowing with delicacies, past dancers spinning in silk gowns. Lu's gaze lingered on the offerings piled at his feet. He said nothing, his expression calm, but Fu shook his head softly. In the morning, the nobleman's garden flourished, but the fruit grew twisted, the branches heavy and tangled. Gold coins filled his chest, but they crumbled into dust when touched. And though his house remained warm, the air inside was heavy, silent, and cold. Wealth alone could not warm a man's heart. The nobleman's neighbors, however, awoke to find their fields thick with grain, their homes sturdy and bright beneath the sunlight. Their laughter rang louder than the festival drums ever had. Fu, Lu, and Shou did not linger to see the nobleman's confusion. They had already left, their robes blending into the first light of dawn. As the sun rose, 3 stars burned brighter than the rest, watching over the world below. The ocean never truly sleeps. Beneath the surface, far below where the sunlight fades into cold shadows, something stirs. A flicker of scales gliding through the currents, the deep hum of water shifting where no mortal dares to swim. The sea listens, and when the storms rise, it is not by chance. For thrones rest at the heart of the ocean, carved from coral and bone, and on each one sits a dragon. The dragon kings do not share their names with mortals, for names hold power, and the sea is not meant to be tamed. They rule over the 4 seas, their gazes stretching beyond the waves to the distant corners of the sky. Each carries the weight of storms, of floods and gentle rains, of rivers that coil through valleys and lakes that shimmer under the moon. The East Sea's dragon wakes first. His scales gleam like pale jade, and when he moves, the tide follows him like a loyal hound. His breath carries the scent of salt and the promise of spring rains. In the south, the second dragon stretches beneath the sunlit waters. His scales burn red like fire, though no heat rises from him. The warm currents shift around his claws, guiding monsoons that sweep across distant shores. The third dragon stirs in the west, his eyes dark as gathering clouds. Silver threads wind through his mane, and his roar is the rolling thunder that echoes across mountains before the rain falls. But it is the dragon of the North Sea who lingers longest in his slumber. His body coils beneath ice that never melts, his breath cold enough to still the waves. When he rises, his storms do not come softly. When the 4 dragons move, the world below listens. It begins with a single droplet. A farmer kneels in his field, pressing dry soil between his palms. The sky above is clear, empty of clouds, but he does not look up. Instead, his fingers trail through the dirt as if he can will the rain to come by touch alone. At the edge of the sea, an old fisherman ties his nets with shaking hands. His boat rocks gently against the shore, but the water is still, too still, and the horizon stretches endlessly without the ripple of wind. Far beyond their sight, beneath the crashing waves, the dragon kings stir. The East Sea dragon's eyes flicker open first. He stretches his claws, stirring the currents as easily as a hand brushing through silk. Small fish scatter as his tail sweeps through the water, sending ripples toward distant shores. The South Sea dragon lifts his head, sunlight glinting against his scales. He watches as the winds shift, listening to the dry whispers of land begging for rain. The West dragon unfurls his wings, though no sky stretches above him. His thunder rolls beneath the surface, echoing through the bones of the sea. But the North Sea dragon does not rise. His eyes remain closed, his breath steady and cold. The ice around him thickens. And so, the rains come, soft at first, a gentle mist that settles over valleys and rivers, weaving through the leaves of trees like silk threads. The farmer lifts his face as the first drops touch his skin. His lips tremble, but he says nothing. Only the lantern hanging by his door flickers softly, as if bowing in thanks to the distant ocean. But there are places the rain does not reach. Far from the villages, deep within the mountains, a kingdom stands thirsty. Its wells dry to dust, and the rivers that once fed the land have shrunk into narrow veins. The people kneel at temples, burning incense until the air thickens with smoke, but the sky remains empty. The king grows restless. On the 7th night without rain, he stands at the highest tower, staring toward the sea. The waves glimmer faintly beneath the stars, but they do not rise. In his desperation, he orders a silver statue to be cast, a dragon coiled in flight, its eyes set with jade. He carries it to the shore himself, wading knee-deep into the cold water. His voice trembles as he lowers the statue into the sea. "I offer this to you," he says, though no wind carries his words. "Bring the rain." The ocean does not stir. He waits until the sun creeps over the horizon, but the sky remains cloudless. The silver dragon sinks beneath the waves, vanishing without a trace. Beneath the surface, the dragon kings watch in silence. The east, south, and west dragons bow their heads slightly, but the north dragon opens his eyes. His gaze is sharp, colder than the deepest ice. When he rises, the sea trembles. The wind twists and coils, clouds gathering in the blink of an eye. The first thunderclap shakes the mountains, and the rain that falls is not soft. It roars. Rivers overflow their banks, crashing through forests and villages, swallowing roads that once stretched toward the sea. The king stands at the tower once more, his robes drenched as he watches the rain pour without mercy. The statue he had offered returns to the shore, carried by the waves, but its eyes are dark. The jade has cracked. The dragon kings do not speak, but the message is clear. Rain is not summoned by gold or silver. It listens only to the weight of need. And so, the rains recede, leaving behind valleys that bloom and rivers that hum softly under the returning sun. The four dragons coil beneath the sea once more. The north dragon's eyes drift shut, and the ice thickens around him. But the ocean does not sleep. It waits, listening, for the next breath of prayer to rise. The sky did not warn before it cracked open. One moment, the air hung heavy and still, the clouds layered like unmoving shadows. Then, without pause, thunder tore across the heavens, so loud that the earth itself seemed to flinch. Lei Gong was awake. His wings stretched wide, sharp as blades of obsidian. Talons curled at the ends of his fingers, crackling with sparks that danced like restless fireflies. His face was carved in stone, unreadable, unkind. There were no soft edges to him, no warmth in his gaze. Justice was not meant to be soft. Mortals rarely saw him, but they knew his voice. It was in every roll of thunder that followed a lie, every crack of lightning that struck where evil had gone unnoticed. His hammer, iron and ancient, had never missed its mark. Tonight, someone's shadow had grown too long. A man knelt in the dark corner of his home, breath shallow as if afraid the night itself might listen. His hand still smelled of gold, stolen gold, though no one had seen him take it. He whispered to himself, counting the coins hidden beneath the floor, over and over as if numbers could protect him. But Lei Gong had already heard. Far above, perched on the edge of a cloud, Lei Gong lowered his head, eyes narrowing. His hammer rested against his palm, heavier than stone, heavier than the weight pressing down on the thief's heart. The wind shifted, curling under Lei Gong's wings, lifting him effortlessly into the sky. Each beat of his wings sent a low rumble across the land, subtle enough that the man below barely noticed. A mistake. Thunder did not simply announce storms. It watched. Lei Gong's descent was swift, his hammer swinging silently at his side. By the time his feet touched the earth, the thief's house trembled. The man froze, hand still clutching his stolen gold. Too late. The first crack of thunder shattered the quiet. Lightning split the sky in jagged veins, casting long shadows against the walls. The thief's eyes darted toward the window, but he saw nothing. Lei Gong did not appear like ghosts or spirits. He did not need to. The hammer fell once, not against the man, but the roof. Wood splintered, scattering like dry leaves. The thief stumbled backward, heart pounding so loud he could barely hear the storm raging above. But Lei Gong heard it. He lifted his hammer again, not in anger, but with the steady rhythm of someone fulfilling a task carved into the marrow of his bones. A second strike. This time, the ground cracked beneath the man's feet. The stolen gold spilled across the floor, flashing bright under the glare of lightning. "Leave it!" The voice rumbled low, somewhere between the earth and the air. It wasn't loud, but it left no room for disobedience. The man's eyes darted wildly, seeking the source, but Lei Gong remained unseen. The thief hesitated, fingers twitching toward the coins, but his body betrayed him. The weight in his chest grew unbearable, and when he finally fled, his footprints were heavy with guilt. Lei Gong watched him go. Mortals always ran. The storm lingered long after the man vanished into the night, swirling in quiet warning. Far from the village, under the canopy of the mountains, Lei Gong stood still. His hammer rested once more at his side, the sparks fading into soft embers. He did not chase thieves or strike without reason. The hammer knew only balance. Those who took too much would feel its weight. Above, the clouds parted slightly, a sliver of moonlight threading through the mist. Lei Gong tilted his head, gaze fixed on the distant horizon. A woman knelt by a small shrine along the riverbank. Her robes were thin, soaked by the rain, but her hands pressed together in silent prayer. She had no coins to offer, no incense to burn, but Lei Gong listened. Not all storms were born of punishment. Some carried mercy. His wings shifted, drawing the clouds gently over the sky. The thunder faded into a quiet hum, leaving only the sound of rain falling softly against the earth. By dawn, the river near the woman's village would rise, feeding the fields that had long been dry. Lei Gong did not smile, for thunder had no face for kindness. But as he rose into the sky, the storm followed like an old companion. The wind never whispered before she arrived. It roared. Leaves twisted violently in the air, swirling like trapped birds desperate to break free. Branches bent low, their groans lost beneath the howling gusts. The sky darkened, clouds stretching across the horizon like ink bleeding through paper. Feng Papa was moving. Perched on the back of a great tiger, she rode through the heavens, her robes rippling like torn banners in a storm. The tiger's eyes glowed with amber fire, each step pressing into the wind itself, bending it beneath his weight. No one ever saw her come. By the time they felt her presence, she was already there. A village sat in the valley below, nestled too comfortably beneath the mountains. The people left their windows open, lanterns flickering softly against the thin paper walls. They trusted the sky tonight. A mistake. Feng Papo's gaze shifted downward. The wind curled around her fingers like threads waiting to be spun. One gentle tug was all it took. The lanterns flickered once. Twice. Then, as if exhaling all at once, the wind rushed through the streets. Doors slammed shut. Windows rattled in their frames. The lanterns, once warm and steady, snuffed out. She rode closer. The tiger's growl rumbled beneath her, a low, rolling sound that vibrated through the clouds. He was restless, but she tightened her grip on his mane, her knuckles pale. Not yet. A child lay in one of the houses below, curled beneath a thin blanket. Her breaths were soft, steady, but her dreams trembled at the edges. The wind outside tugged at the corners of the roof, long fingers brushing against the wooden beams like something searching for a way in. Feng Papa leaned forward, eyes narrowing. The tiger paused. The wind hesitated, swirling uncertainly around the house. The child stirred, clutching the blanket tighter, but did not wake. Feng Papa lifted her hand. The wind stilled. Not this house. The tiger padded forward, leaving the child behind in the quiet. The clouds parted slightly, spilling pale moonlight across the sleeping village. A man stood near the well at the village's edge, his face hidden beneath a woven hat. His hand rested on the handle of a small cart filled with grain sacks tied shut with fraying rope. He moved carefully, his footsteps muffled by the soft earth. Feng Papa watched him, silent. The tiger's ears twitched. One sack at the back of the cart shifted. The man froze, head tilting slightly, listening. The wind pressed lightly against his back, brushing his skin like a cold breath. He pulled the cart forward again, slower this time. The tiger growled softly. Feng Papa whispered something the wind alone could hear. The sky responded. A sudden gust ripped through the valley, lifting dust and scattering the carefully stacked grain sacks. The cart tilted, toppling onto its side, spilling its contents across the ground. The man staggered backward, one hand bracing against the well's stone edge. His hat tore free, tumbling away into the night. The wind pushed harder. He dropped to his knees, scrambling to gather the grain, but it slipped between his fingers. No matter how tightly he held on, the wind always found a way to take more. Feng Papo's eyes glinted coldly. Mortals thought they owned the land beneath their feet. They forgot the wind could strip it away. The tiger stepped forward, but Feng Papa tugged his mane again. Enough. The wind lessened, falling back into a soft breeze that coiled around the man's ankles like a curious cat. He stared at the scattered grain, chest heaving, but he did not rise. Fengpapa tilted her head, watching him. Some storms came not to punish, but to remind. The tiger stretched lazily, curling his tail around his paws as they drifted higher into the clouds. Far below, the village returned to quiet, the wind trailing softly behind them like a lullaby left unfinished. Flames danced long before the first star blinked awake. Before words were carved into stone, before rivers remembered their names, fire was there. It crackled in the dark, watching, waiting. And within those flames, Zhurong stirred. The heavens trembled when he rose. His footsteps left scorched trails across the clouds, and the air shimmered where he passed. His eyes burned like twin suns, fierce and unyielding. The gods knew better than to call him unless the sky itself cracked. Tonight, the sky split wide. Smoke curled from the mountain peaks, thick and angry. It slithered down into the valleys below, coiling around villages like a serpent testing its prey. The people covered their mouths, but the smoke crept through the cracks in their doors, thin as a needle and twice as sharp. Zhurong watched from above. His gaze swept over the land, tracing the smoke's path to its source. A mountain, jagged and proud, spat embers into the sky. The fire that slumbered within it had grown restless, clawing upward in search of freedom. The stars flickered uneasily. Zhurong's grip tightened around his spear. He stepped forward, and the clouds beneath his feet scattered, unable to hold his weight. The mountain roared in response. Lava spilled down its sides, molten veins burning through the earth. Trees withered in its wake, their leaves curling into ash. The wind fled. But Zhurong did not. He descended slowly, each step deliberate. His presence alone pressed against the fire, holding it in place. The lava slowed, curling around his feet but daring no further. The flames hissed at him, twisting upward in defiance. Zhurong lifted his spear, the metal glowing white-hot in his hands. The fire lunged, meeting his blade in the air. Sparks exploded like falling stars, scattering across the ground. A shape formed within the fire. Eyes, hollow and endless. Teeth, jagged and sharp. The spirit of the volcano had awakened, and it did not bow easily. It growled low, its voice rumbling through the stones. The ground beneath Zhurong trembled, cracks splintering outward like fragile glass. Zhurong did not speak. His spear spun in his hands, each turn stirring the air until the sky itself seemed to breathe with him. The flame surged again, but this time he struck first. The spear sliced through the fire, cutting deep into the heart of the mountain. The flame screamed, recoiling as if wounded. Zhurong pressed forward, his eyes burning brighter. The mountain fought back, but Zhurong's fire was older, stronger. It did not flicker or waver. It consumed. The flames faltered, shrinking beneath his gaze. The smoke thinned, curling away from the village below. The embers, once fierce and wild, faded into soft, glowing coals. Zhurong lowered his spear. The mountain, now quiet, rumbled in surrender. Its fire retreated deep into the earth, waiting for a time when it might rise again. The stars blinked steadily once more. Zhurong stepped back, letting the clouds gather beneath his feet. As he rose, the last traces of smoke drifted away, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of ash. The people in the valley whispered his name that night. Not loudly, not in fear, but with gratitude that the fire that watched over them had not turned away. The river never rests. It is always moving, winding its way through time, carrying with it the weight of ages. In the stillness of dawn, when the mist lingers low over the surface, you might think you see a figure standing just beyond the reach of the current, watching with quiet patience. If you look closely, you might catch a glimmer in the water, something ancient, something alive. Hebo, the spirit of the Yellow River, was born from the very earth that the river carved. His heart pulsed with the flow of the waters, steady and endless. For centuries, the river had been both giver and taker, nourishing the land with its bounty and yet, at times, flooding villages and sweeping away everything in its path. Hebo was its keeper, its guardian, its soul. He knew every ripple, every stone beneath the surface, every bend where the waters slowed and pooled. He had seen the lives of countless souls carried away, their stories lost in the tide, their names swallowed by the great, unstoppable flow. He stood at the banks one evening, feeling the pull of the river beneath his feet. It was the season of heavy rains. The sky was thick with clouds, swollen with water, and the river, once peaceful, now raged with fury. The water churned with the force of 1,000 storms. He could feel it in his bones, something was coming. The villagers had begun to fear the river. They saw it as a thing of violence and anger, a force that threatened to erase everything in its path. They had called upon him, Hebo, to calm the waters, to prevent the destruction they feared. He had answered their call, but the river was not a thing that could be tamed by the will of men. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Hebo stood tall, his presence commanding the river to listen. The winds began to whisper in his ear, carrying the voices of those who had once lived along the banks, their whispers lost in the current. He could hear their fears, their worries, and their hopes. The river had always been a part of them. They had built their homes beside it, had planted their crops along its fertile shores. They had lived with it, and they had died with it. But now, the river was angry. It surged with the force of a tempest, threatening to drown all in its wake. Hebo stepped forward, the water rising to meet him. He raised his arms, calling upon the spirits of the river to heed his command. For a moment, there was silence. The river stilled, its waters holding their breath. The air was thick with tension. Hebo could feel the weight of the world upon him. The river, so vast and unyielding, seemed to have a life of its own, a will that could not be ignored. He had always known the river's moods, but this was something different. This was not a storm or a flood. This was the river itself, calling out, restless, yearning for something beyond the lands of men. The first drop of rain fell, and with it, the river began to rise once more. The earth groaned under the pressure of the water, and Hebo's heart raced. He closed his eyes and felt the river's pulse. It was not anger that surged through it. It was grief. The river was mourning the loss of those who had fallen to it, the lives it had taken, the souls it had carried away. Hebo stepped forward again, his feet sinking into the wet earth. He reached into the water, feeling its currents, its energy, its sorrow. He knew what he had to do. It was not enough to calm the river. He had to listen to it. He had to feel its pain and ease it, as one would comfort a child who had cried too long. He bent low, dipping his hand into the flowing water. The river seemed to soften under his touch, as though it recognized him, the one who had always walked beside it, the one who had always understood its moods. The water swirled around his fingers, warm and cool at once, a perfect balance of life and death, of beginning and ending. In the silence that followed, Hebo whispered to the river, a soft prayer carried on the wind. The waters seemed to listen, rippling gently as though in response. It was a song, ancient and familiar, a song that spoke of harmony, of balance. The river was not an enemy to be fought, it was a partner, a living, breathing entity that could not be controlled, only understood. The winds died down, and the rain began to soften. The river's rage slowed, its torrents ebbing into calmer waters. But Hebo did not step back. He remained there, knee-deep in the water, feeling the pulse of the river beneath him. He could still hear the faint whispers of the lost souls, carried away by the currents, but now, they seemed at peace. He had not quieted the storm. He had not stopped the flow of the river. But he had given it a voice that spoke of both life and loss. He had shown the people that the river was not something to be feared. It was a spirit, like them, with its own joys and sorrows, its own needs and desires. As the river calmed, Hebo looked out across the land. The villagers were watching, some still fearful, others filled with awe. They did not understand what had happened, but they knew something had changed. The river was no longer a force of destruction. It was something more, something that could be loved, something that could be lived with. And in that moment, Hebo knew that the river would always flow. It would always change, always shift, but it would never stop. He had seen its heart, felt its pain, and now he could carry its story. He was the spirit of the river, and the river would always be a part of him. The night was clear, the stars scattered across the heavens like gems, sparkling with an ancient light. For eons, the four great creatures had watched over the world, their forms etched into the sky for all eternity. People looked to them, seeking answers, finding strength in their symbolism, but few truly understood the power and the burden that these guardians carried. They were not just symbols, they were forces of nature, embodiments of the very essence of the cosmos. In the east, the azure dragon curled through the skies, its body a shimmering trail of light. The wind howled and swirled as the dragon moved, its mighty wings cutting through the air, creating storms with a flap and peace with a breath. Its scales were as blue as the sky itself, a symbol of power, strength, and rebirth. It was said that when the azure dragon rose from the eastern seas, it carried the promise of new beginnings, of prosperity and hope. But there was a price for this gift. The dragon was fierce, its temper quick to flare, and those who sought its favor had to prove their worth. The dragon's fire was not easily tamed, nor was the fortune it promised given freely. In the south, the vermilion bird spread its wings across the night. With feathers like flames, the bird was a beacon of vitality, a symbol of summer's warmth and the life that it nurtured. But beneath its radiant beauty, there was a dangerous power. The vermilion bird was not just a creature of light, it was a creature of fire, capable of burning away the old to make room for the new. Its song echoed through the heavens, a reminder that all things must eventually rise and fall, that life and death were two sides of the same coin. Those who called upon the vermilion bird did so with reverence, for its flames could purify, but they could also consume. To the west, the white tiger prowled. Silent, majestic, and cold as the winter winds, it was a symbol of courage and strength in the face of adversity. Its eyes glowed like the moon, watching over the world with an unwavering gaze. The white tiger was a guardian of the threshold, a keeper of boundaries. It protected the world from forces beyond, its claws sharp enough to tear through the fabric of reality itself. The tiger's loyalty was unquestionable, but its patience was not infinite. Those who sought its protection had to prove their strength, for the white tiger would not bow to weakness. It was a creature of justice, meting out judgment to those who had lost their way, but it was also a creature of balance, knowing that without death, life would have no meaning. And then, to the north, the black tortoise moved slowly, its ancient shell a fortress of stone and wisdom. The black tortoise was a creature of endurance, of survival, and of protection. Its presence was a reminder that time was long, and that all things, no matter how fragile, could endure if they held firm. The tortoise was a symbol of winter, of stillness, of the power of restraint. While the other three guardians embodied the power of action, the black tortoise represented the strength of inaction, the quiet force that allowed the world to continue without rushing it. Those who sought the black tortoise's favor knew that its patience was infinite, but it would never move unless it was absolutely necessary. It was a creature of protection, but also of wisdom, teaching that sometimes the greatest power lay in waiting, in watching, and in knowing when to act. The four creatures were not mere figures in the sky. They were reflections of the balance that governed the universe, the eternal dance between creation and destruction, life and death, action and stillness. Each creature ruled its domain with a power that transcended time and space. They were not bound by the rules of men, for they were as old as the earth itself, as ancient as the stars. But this balance was fragile. The dragon could not soar without the bird to bring fire, nor could the tiger guard the world without the tortoise to ground it. The dragon and the bird could not burn without the tiger's strength to cut through the smoke, and the tortoise could not endure without the other three to protect it. Each was incomplete without the others. The sky above, filled with their presence, seemed to breathe with the pulse of the earth. Every star, every constellation, was a part of the greater whole. The people below had long worshipped them, had called upon them for guidance and protection, but they had never understood the cost of their power. For the four symbols were not invincible. They were as much bound to the world as they were bound to the heavens. If the balance between them ever faltered, if one of them fell, the world would crumble. One night, when the stars shone brighter than they ever had before, a storm rose in the east. The azure dragon, angry and restless, clashed with the vermilion bird, whose flames raged higher than ever. The white tiger, sensing the disturbance, leapt from its position in the west, its claws flashing with deadly precision. The black tortoise, slow but steady, moved to intervene, but it was too late. The chaos spread across the heavens, and the balance shifted. For the first time in eons, the four symbols faltered, their power wavering. It was a struggle of titanic proportions, a fight between the forces of creation and destruction, life and death. The sky trembled under their weight, the earth below feeling the shockwaves of their conflict. The people below, unaware of the cosmic battle taking place above, watched in awe and fear as the stars blinked out one by one. But in the heart of the storm, the four symbols realized something. They were not enemies. They were the guardians of balance, and without each other, they could not exist. The storm began to fade as quickly as it had come, the stars flickering back into place. The azure dragon, the vermilion bird, the white tiger, and the black tortoise stood still, their presence once more united, their power restored. And so, the constellations continued their eternal dance, a reminder to all below that even in the darkest of times, balance would always find its way back. The four symbols watched over the world, forever intertwined, forever guiding the flow of the cosmos, never to falter again. The night sky was an ocean of stars, each one a glimmer of distant power. Among them, four great constellations hung, their shapes unmistakable and their presence unshakable. They were the guardians of the world, the four symbols, each holding dominion over its own corner of the earth and sky. They were more than just constellations, they were forces of nature, eternal and unchanging. In the east, the azure dragon stretched its mighty wings, its scales glimmering with an ethereal blue that seemed to reflect the vastness of the sky itself. With each beat of its wings, the air shifted, gusts of wind swirling in its wake. Its eyes burned with ancient wisdom, and in its heart, it carried the promise of life's endless cycle. When the dragon roared, it was not just a sound, it was the birth of a new dawn. It was the wind that filled the sails of sailors, the rain that nourished the earth, and the thunder that echoed through the mountains. But beneath its majestic form was something else, an untamed, wild energy. The azure dragon was a creature of change, a harbinger of new beginnings and of the storms that came with them. It was not a gentle creature, it did not simply bring peace. It demanded respect, for it was as fierce as it was beautiful, capable of creating worlds and destroying them in a single breath. To the south, the vermilion bird spread its wings wide, flames licking from the edges of its body. With feathers like fire, it illuminated the night sky with an intensity that rivaled the sun itself. The vermilion bird was the embodiment of summer, of vitality, of heat that both sustained and destroyed. Its presence marked the seasons of growth, but also the inevitable fires of destruction that were needed to clear the path for new life. The bird's song echoed through the heavens, a melody of both joy and sorrow. Its wings fanned the air, sending currents of heat that could scorch the earth or bring warmth to a cold, barren land. Its fiery nature was both its greatest gift and its greatest curse. To those who welcomed its warmth, it brought prosperity. But to those who stood in its path, it was a flame that could consume everything in its wake. The vermilion bird was not just a symbol of beauty, it was a reminder that all things must pass through fire before they could be reborn. In the west, the white tiger prowled, its eyes glowing like twin moons in the dark. Its fur was pale as winter snow, its movements swift and silent. It was a creature of the cold, a hunter that moved through the darkness with unmatched grace. The white tiger was a symbol of courage and strength, standing against the tides of time and fate. It was the guardian of the West, the protector of the boundaries that separated the known from the unknown, the living from the dead. Its growl was a warning, a reminder that justice was not always gentle. The white tiger did not seek to destroy, but it would not hesitate to strike down those who threatened the balance of the world. It was a creature of both solitude and strength, one that stood alone but never faltered. Its power was quiet, but its presence was undeniable. When it moved, the earth seemed to still, as if even nature itself was in awe of the tiger's might. It was the force that ensured the world did not fall into chaos, that order was kept, and that those who strayed from the path would face the consequences. To the north, the black tortoise moved slowly, its shell a fortress of stone that had weathered the ages. It was a creature of great patience, a symbol of endurance and protection. Unlike the other three, the black tortoise did not rush into action. It was a guardian of stillness, of the quiet moments between seasons, between lives. It stood as a reminder that time itself was long, that all things moved at their own pace, and that there was strength in waiting. The black tortoise's slow movements were a contrast to the fiery energy of the dragon and bird, to the fierce determination of the tiger. But in its stillness was a quiet power, one that held the world steady. It was the keeper of the north, a protector who did not need to fight, for its very presence ensured that nothing could disturb the balance of nature. It was the earth beneath the feet, the patience in the face of the storm, the constant force that guided the world toward harmony. Each of these creatures was a force in its own right, but none of them could exist alone. Together, they formed the perfect balance, the four symbols of the constellations, the four pillars that upheld the heavens and the earth. They were the embodiment of life itself, of the cycles that governed the world, of the seasons that turned endlessly, of the forces that shaped the land and the sky. But there was something else in their power, something that bound them together. It was not just the cycle of life and death that they governed. It was the understanding that every action, no matter how small, had consequences. The azure dragon's winds could bring rain, but they could also destroy. The vermilion bird's fire could create new life, but it could also turn the world to ash. The white tiger's justice could protect, but it could also strike down the innocent. The black tortoise's stillness could hold the world steady, but it could also trap it in an eternal cycle of waiting. These were not just creatures of legend. They were the forces of nature, the raw power of the universe, and their balance was fragile. If one of them were to falter, the others would be left to carry the weight of the world alone. If the azure dragon's winds grew too fierce, they could destroy everything in their path. If the vermilion bird's flames burned too hot, they could leave nothing behind. If the white tiger's justice became too harsh, it could bring about a world of fear. And if the black tortoise's patience turned to stagnation, the world would lose its way. But as long as the four symbols remained united, the balance of the world would hold. The azure dragon would breathe life into the earth, the vermilion bird would bring the warmth of summer, the white tiger would guard against chaos, and the black tortoise would hold the world steady. Together, they were more than just guardians. They were the very fabric of the universe, woven together by the threads of destiny, each one a reflection of the others, each one necessary for the survival of all. The stars above shimmered as if in acknowledgement, their light a silent promise that the balance would never falter as long as the four symbols continued to reign. It was a time of turmoil, a time when the people had lost faith in the balance of the world. Rivers dried up, crops withered in the earth, and the once thriving cities were now shadows of their former selves. The cries of those suffering echoed through the land, each one a reminder of how far the world had fallen. Yet, amidst all this despair, a single legend hung in the air, whispered among the elders and spoken of in hushed tones. It was the tale of the Kirin, the divine beast that carried the promise of peace and renewal. The first sighting came on a day when the sky itself seemed to be holding its breath. Clouds rolled in like dark waves, a storm gathering in the distance. But then, through the thickening mist, a shape appeared, a creature unlike any seen before. Its body was long and graceful, shimmering like the finest jade, its hooves light as if they never touched the earth. Its fur, golden and soft, glowed with a warmth that seemed to push back the very chill of the storm. And atop its head, a single horn twisted skyward, brilliant as the rising sun, catching the light and scattering it in every direction. It was a creature of pure grace, yet there was a power that hummed in the air, surrounding it like an invisible shield. The Kirin did not walk like ordinary creatures. It moved with the flow of the wind, its every step like a dance, both slow and swift. It seemed to glide across the land, leaving behind a trail of lush green grass, as if the very earth was brought back to life with its passing. The people watched in awe, some kneeling, others too stunned to move, but all felt the same thing: this was no ordinary beast. This was a divine being, a symbol of hope for a world desperate for change. In the days that followed, strange things began to happen. The land that had once been barren began to bloom again. Rivers that had been reduced to cracks in the earth filled once more with life-giving water. Crops began to grow, tall and green, their fruits ripening faster than anyone could have imagined. The once silent animals now roamed freely, as though they too had been awakened by the presence of the Kirin. It was as though the creature had breathed life into the land, reviving everything it touched. The Kirin was more than just a symbol of peace. It was a living omen, a sign that the world was not beyond saving. Its presence was enough to mend broken hearts and restore faith in what had been lost. It was said that when the Kirin appeared, no harm could come to the land. Its very existence brought with it the promise of a better future, one where the suffering would cease and the world would heal. Yet, the Kirin was not a creature to be commanded or captured. It did not belong to any one kingdom, nor did it serve the desires of any one person. It moved freely, choosing where to appear, where to offer its blessings, and when to vanish into the mists of the world. Its appearance was rare, and that made it all the more precious. People would wait lifetimes for the chance to see it, for even a single moment in its presence was enough to change everything. Those who were fortunate enough to witness the Kirin knew that it was not merely a sign of hope, it was a reminder. A reminder that peace could be achieved, that life could be restored, but only if the people themselves were willing to live in harmony with the world around them. The Kirin would not be summoned by greed or violence, but by kindness, compassion, and respect for the earth. Those who sought to harm it, to control it, were destined to fail. The creature's grace and power were not gifts to be exploited, but lessons to be learned. There were those who sought the Kirin out, hoping to use its divine gifts for their own ends. But the creature would never be captured. When the wrong hearts tried to command it, the Kirin simply disappeared, vanishing like a breeze, leaving behind only the memory of its visit. It would appear in the most unexpected places, at the edge of a peaceful village, in the heart of a war-torn land, or even in the quiet stillness of a mountain pass. It did not answer to those who demanded, but to those who welcomed. The Kirin's influence was subtle yet profound. It would often appear during times of great struggle, offering a glimmer of hope when all seemed lost. Its appearance would stir something deep within the hearts of those who saw it, a realization that the world could change, that peace was still possible. In the wake of its visit, people would find themselves kinder, more willing to help one another, more aware of the delicate balance that held the world together. There was one story that traveled through the lands, passed from mouth to mouth, a tale of a young girl who had witnessed the Kirin's arrival. She had been a child, lost and hungry, wandering alone in the woods after a terrible storm had swept through her village. The night had fallen quickly, and the girl, too tired and afraid to go on, had collapsed beside a tree, awaiting the fate that would surely come. But just as she was about to close her eyes for the final time, she saw it, a light, soft and warm, glowing through the trees. It was the Kirin, walking slowly towards her, its golden fur gleaming in the moonlight. As it neared, the wind around her seemed to calm, the air turning warm and gentle. The Kirin knelt down, and with a single touch of its horn, the girl felt warmth spread through her, her body filled with energy. Her hunger faded, and her heart no longer felt empty. In that moment, she knew that the world was not as dark as it seemed. There was still hope. The girl was found the next morning, standing strong and healthy in the same spot where she had fallen, no longer hungry or afraid. When asked what had happened, she could only smile and speak of the divine beast that had saved her. Those who heard her story believed her, for they, too, had felt the power of the Kirin in their own lives. It was a creature that touched hearts, that healed wounds, and that carried with it the divine gift of peace. The Kirin's presence was fleeting, but its legacy endured. Its blessings remained long after it had vanished, reminding all who had been touched by it that peace, true peace, was always within reach. It was not a gift bestowed upon the few, but a truth that anyone could find if they opened their hearts to the world around them. The Kirin taught that goodness, compassion, and harmony were not mere ideals, but realities waiting to be realized. And in that quiet, sacred way, it changed the world. There were whispers among the old ones, and the shadowed corners of forgotten temples, and beneath the ancient trees, of creatures born of the earth, sky, and water. These creatures were said to carry within them the very essence of power itself. 9 sons, 9 manifestations of strength and might, each one embodying a unique force of nature. There were the 9 sons of the dragon, and their names carried both wonder and fear, for to encounter them was to witness the very heartbeat of the universe. The first of the sons, the Bishi, was a creature of stone and fire. Massive, with the body of a turtle and the head of a dragon, he was said to bear the weight of the heavens. Bishi was the guardian of knowledge and the protector of wisdom. He would often be seen in ancient libraries, where great philosophers would carve their teachings onto stone tablets. It was Bishi who carried these tablets, each one imprinted with the teachings of the gods, across the realms of existence. In the stillness of the night, when the world was quiet and the stars burned bright, Bishi would walk slowly, his great shell reverberating with the weight of all the knowledge he held. Then there was the Chiwan, the second son. He was not a creature of slow, deliberate movements. Instead, he was the embodiment of fierce, unrelenting power. Chiwan was the beast of fire, of destruction and renewal, a creature whose flames could melt mountains and turn the sky to ash. He lived near the great volcanoes of the east, where the earth churned and roared with the force of his fury. His eyes, glowing like embers, could set the horizon aflame with just a glance. Yet, Chiwan was not only a destroyer, he was a purifier, for from the ashes of his wrath new life would spring forth, and in the wake of his fires, fields would flourish once more. The third son, Puleo, was a creature of the sea. With the body of a dragon and the wings of a bird, Puleo could soar through the skies and dive into the deepest oceans without a second thought. His roar could split the waves and call forth storms, summoning lightning and thunder in his wake. But Puleo was not a creature of chaos, rather, he was the guardian of the seas, ensuring that the currents flowed and the tides came and went in their rightful time. Those who sailed the great oceans would offer prayers to Puleo before embarking on their journeys, hoping for safe passage under the watchful eyes of the dragon of the waves. Guanyin, the fourth son, was a creature of justice and law. His lion-like head and fearsome claws gave him the appearance of a beast of war, but his true power lay in his unwavering sense of balance. Guanyin was said to dwell at the gates of the heavenly palace, where he kept watch over the righteous and the wicked alike. His roar was a declaration, a reminder that justice would always prevail. Those who sought to do harm would find themselves confronted by the mighty Guanyin, who would strike down those who broke the natural laws with his powerful claws. The fifth son, Juke, was a magnificent bird, its feathers blazing like the sun itself. Known as the vermilion bird, Juke embodied the fire and spirit of the south. Her wings could carry her to the furthest corners of the earth, and her song was said to be the music of the universe itself. Juchu's presence could stir the hearts of even the most hardened warriors, filling them with courage and the will to fight for justice. In her wake, she left a trail of beauty and strength, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was always light to be found. Xuanwu, the sixth son, was a creature of darkness and mystery. Half tortoise, half snake, Xuanwu roamed the northern reaches, guarding the boundaries between the known world and the unknown. His shell, as black as the night sky, was said to hold the secrets of the universe, and his movements were slow, deliberate, and infinitely wise. Xuanwu was the keeper of the balance, ensuring that the forces of darkness and light never overwhelmed each other. His eyes, deep and endless, could see into the hearts of all who came near, understanding their deepest fears and desires. To gaze upon Xuanwu was to come face to face with the eternal mystery of life itself. Then there was Tao Tai, the seventh son, a creature of hunger and greed. His immense form was both terrifying and grotesque, a beast that was constantly consuming, always insatiable. Tao Tai had the power to devour anything in his path, from mountains to rivers to even the very stars themselves. Yet, his hunger was not a simple craving for food. It was a hunger for more power, more control, more of everything. Tao Tai's presence was a warning to all who sought to take more than their fair share, for his appetite could never be satisfied. But beneath his monstrous exterior lay a lesson: those who sought to consume the world would only find themselves devoured in the end. The eighth son, Fenghuang, was the phoenix of the dragon's blood. A bird of grace and elegance, she represented the harmony between life and death. Fenghuang's feathers were a dazzling display of colors, shifting between reds, blues, and golds, representing the eternal cycle of the seasons. Her flight was a dance between fire and water, life and death, and her songs were said to echo through the heavens themselves. Fenghuang's very existence was a reminder that from death comes rebirth, and that even in the most sorrowful moments, there was always the possibility of renewal. And finally, there was Long Wei, the ninth and final son, the embodiment of power and sovereignty. Long Wei's form was majestic, a dragon with the strength to rule over all other creatures. His roar shook the heavens, and his very presence could command the winds and the earth to bend to his will. But Long Wei was not a tyrant. Rather, he was a protector, a ruler who sought to ensure that peace reigned throughout the lands. His strength was tempered by wisdom, and those who served him knew that true power came not from domination, but from the ability to protect and uplift those who were weak. These were the 9 sons of the dragon, creatures born from the depths of myth, each one representing a different facet of the world's power. They were not just beasts, they were the embodiments of nature's might, the forces that shaped the world and guided its balance. To encounter them was to witness the raw power of the universe itself. And though they each possessed their own unique traits, together they formed a perfect harmony, a reminder that the strength of one was never greater than the strength of the whole. Their stories were told in whispers and songs, passed down through generations, a legacy of power and wisdom. They reminded the people that the world was full of forces far beyond human understanding, forces that could bring both destruction and renewal. And in the presence of these mythical creatures, there was always the promise that balance would be restored, that the power of the dragon would always endure. The world had always whispered of them, the 9 sons of the dragon, creatures of such unimaginable power that their very existence seemed a force of nature. They were born from the heavens themselves, each one a reflection of a different aspect of the universe. To behold them, to stand in their presence, was to feel the raw pulse of the world, its wild, untamable heart. The people spoke of them in hushed tones, and in their eyes, there was awe, reverence, and fear. Bishi was the first, the stone-carved turtle dragon who was as ancient as the mountains themselves. His back was a living landscape, a testament to the weight of the knowledge he carried. He didn't move quickly, but when he did, the world seemed to slow. Every step left behind a deep mark in the earth, as if his very touch could shape history. The scholars, the scribes, and the wise men would seek his presence, praying that his steady gaze would grant them the understanding they so desperately sought. He was the keeper of wisdom, the protector of knowledge, and where his slow, deliberate pace took him, the world would feel its own heartbeat pause, as though in reflection. Chiwen, the second son, was a beast of pure, untamed fire. He had the form of a dragon, but his nature was one of destruction and rebirth. Where he roamed, fires would rise, not as a harbinger of death, but as a symbol of renewal. The skies above him would burn with the intensity of 1,000 suns, and the earth below would crack open, reborn by the fierce touch of his flames. Chiwen was both a creator and a destroyer, for only after the world was consumed by fire could it be made whole again. His roar could split the heavens, yet his purpose was always to create, even in destruction. Puleo, the third son, ruled over the oceans. His body was that of a dragon, but his wings were those of a bird, allowing him to glide above and dive below the endless sea. His roar could summon the storms, causing the waves to rise up in great, towering swells, crashing against the shores with unrelenting force. But Puleo's power was not born from chaos alone. He was the keeper of balance, the force that guided the tides and kept the oceans in rhythm. With every wave he summoned, there was an order to it, a reason for its coming. Those who sailed the seas prayed to him, hoping for his protection. His spirit would calm the storm as quickly as it had called it into being. Guanyin, the fourth son, was not one to be taken lightly. His lion's head and formidable claws made him a fearsome sight, but it was his purpose that made him both revered and feared. Guanyin was the embodiment of justice. His presence brought balance, his roar an announcement that no wrong would go unpunished. It was said that he dwelled near the gates of the heavens, where he stood watch over those who walked in the realm of mortals. The unjust would tremble at the sound of his voice, for Guanyin was never far from those who would seek to disturb the cosmic order. His claws could tear apart the fabric of deceit, and his roar was the final judgment, unrelenting, absolute. Juke, the fifth sun, was a bird of unparalleled beauty and power. Her feathers blazed like fire, red and gold, and wherever she flew, the skies would turn with the warmth of her light. Juke was not only the ruler of the southern winds, but she was also a symbol of the burning spirit within all beings. Her wings could carry her across vast distances, and her song was said to fill the hearts of the weary with a renewed sense of purpose. Wherever she went, hope would follow, and in her wake, the dark clouds of doubt would be swept away. The people would gaze up, and in her fiery flight, they would see the strength to carry on, to rise above the trials that life set before them. Xuanwu, the sixth sun, was a creature of mystery and depth. Half tortoise, half snake, he embodied both the protective nature of the earth and the hidden wisdom of the waters. His great, black shell was a symbol of endurance, of strength that could not be broken, no matter the storm. Xuanwu was a guardian of the unseen, the keeper of the boundaries between light and darkness, life and death. He was the protector of those who wandered too far into the unknown, and the keeper of the balance that held the universe together. His slow, deliberate movements echoed the eternal passage of time, and those who stood before him could feel the weight of his understanding, a wisdom that could not be shaken by the passing years. Tao Tai, the seventh sun, was a creature of hunger, his great maw always open, always seeking. His monstrous form was a warning, a reminder of the insatiable nature of greed. Tao Tai's hunger was not just for food or drink, it was a hunger for power, for control, for more of everything. His very existence was a mirror to humanity's deepest fears, reflecting the darkness that lurks within the hearts of all. Yet, Tao Tai was not merely a symbol of destruction. He was a reminder that unchecked desire would consume everything, leaving nothing in its wake but emptiness. His endless pursuit of satisfaction was the cost of excess, a lesson that would echo through the ages. Feng Huang, the eighth sun, was the embodiment of grace, beauty, and transformation. As a phoenix, she represented the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Her brilliant feathers shifted between reds, blues, and golds, each one a representation of the seasons, of the endless dance of life's cycle. Feng Huang's flight was both a song of mourning and a celebration of the eternal return. Her song carried with it the promise of renewal, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there was always the possibility of rebirth. She was the eternal flame that never went out, the phoenix that rose from its own ashes, stronger and more radiant each time. Long Wei, the ninth and final sun, was the most majestic of them all. His form was that of a dragon, and his power was unmatched. Long Wei was the embodiment of strength and sovereignty, the ruler who could command the heavens and the earth. His roar could shake the very foundation of the world, and with each step, the winds would bend to his will. But Long Wei was not a tyrant. His power was tempered by wisdom, and his rule was one of protection. He was the guardian of peace, the one who would rise up to defend the world when it teetered on the edge of destruction. These were the 9 sons of the dragon, not mere creatures, but forces of nature themselves. Each one was a reflection of a different aspect of the world's power, and together they held the balance of all things. They were the embodiment of creation and destruction, justice and chaos, life and death. Their names echoed through the ages, their stories told in whispers and songs, a reminder that the universe itself was shaped by the raw, untamable forces that these 9 creatures embodied. There was a time when the sky burned with fire, and the world was gripped by a longing that could not be put into words. In that moment, when the heavens themselves seemed to bow in silence, a single figure rose above it all. Her feathers glowed like the sun, golden and scarlet, and her presence was nothing short of divine. The phoenix, Feng Huang, the empress of birds, was not just a bird, she was the embodiment of all that was pure, graceful, and virtuous. Her wings beat softly at first, as though she was unsure of her own strength, but with each gentle flap, the winds began to stir. It was as though the air itself understood her and responded in kind, swirling in perfect harmony with the rhythm of her flight. She soared higher and higher, casting a golden glow over the land, lighting the darkest corners of the world with her brilliance. Where she flew, hope blossomed, and the very soul of the earth seemed to exhale in relief. Feng Wang had a beauty that was unmatched, and yet, it was not just her physical form that drew the eye. It was the way she carried herself, dignified and regal, with a grace that made the very concept of movement seem like art. Her feathers shimmered like the finest silk, and the air seemed to sing in harmony with her every motion. To witness her was to be reminded of a forgotten time, a time when virtue was cherished above all else, when grace and nobility were the highest ideals one could aspire to. But it wasn't just her beauty that made Feng Wang so extraordinary. She was the keeper of balance, the one who ensured that peace and virtue reigned in the world. As the Empress of Birds, she was the guardian of all that was noble and pure. Wherever she went, the world became a little more just, a little more harmonious. Her very existence was a testament to the power of good, of kindness, and of love. She was the light in the darkness, the hope in the despair, the promise that goodness would always find a way to endure. And yet, like all great beings, Feng Wang's path was not without its trials. There were moments when the weight of her responsibility pressed down on her shoulders, when the vastness of the world seemed too much to bear. The winds would grow heavy with sorrow, and her wings would falter for a moment. But each time, without fail, she would find the strength to rise again, her wings unfurling with renewed vigor, her spirit unbroken. It was in those moments of struggle, when she faltered, that her true beauty shone through, not in her perfection, but in her resilience. For it was not her flawless grace that made her a symbol of virtue, but her unwavering commitment to bringing light into the world, even when the world seemed shrouded in darkness. Feng Wang was not simply a creature of beauty, she was a symbol of the eternal cycle of life, death, and rebirth. Her very existence mirrored the turning of the seasons, the ebb and flow of life itself. Like the flame of a fire that cannot be extinguished, she was reborn from her own ashes, again and again, each time more radiant, more powerful than before. Her song, when she sang, was the sound of new beginnings, of a world that could be renewed, no matter how many times it had fallen. Her flames, once consumed in the fire of destruction, would always rise from the ashes, bringing new life, new hope, and new possibility. She was both the warmth of summer and the chill of winter, the gentle breeze and the storm's fury. Her presence reminded the world that balance was not about avoiding darkness, but about embracing both light and shadow, understanding that each has a role to play in the grand tapestry of life. Feng Wang was both fierce and tender, capable of igniting fires that could scorch the earth, but also of bringing the gentle rains that washed away sorrow. To those who saw her, Feng Wang's message was clear: virtue was not something to be achieved, but something to be lived. It was not found in the absence of struggle or hardship, but in the way one faced those challenges. It was in the grace with which one moved through the world, the dignity with which one treated others, and the kindness with which one offered their heart. The Phoenix taught that to be virtuous was not to be perfect, but to continue to strive, to rise again when you fell, and to spread warmth and light, even in the darkest of times. As the Phoenix flew higher into the sky, her wings casting rays of light that touched every corner of the world, she reminded all who watched that grace was not something that could be earned, but something that must be embraced. It was the inner beauty that transcended appearances, that connected all beings in a silent bond of shared humanity. She was not above them, but with them, soaring in the sky, her song a reminder that we, too, could rise above our trials, our fears, and our doubts. Her journey was one of constant renewal, a perpetual dance between life and death, hope and despair, creation and destruction. With each cycle, she grew stronger, more radiant, and more deeply entwined with the heartbeat of the world. Her wings became a symbol of life itself, fragile yet unbreakable, beautiful yet untamable, fleeting yet eternal. As the sun began to set, and the phoenix's silhouette grew smaller on the horizon, the world felt quieter somehow. But the silence was not one of absence. It was the kind of silence that comes after the storm, after the winds have died down, after the last ember has flickered out. It was the kind of silence that follows the end of one chapter and the beginning of the next. For Feng Huang, the phoenix was not just a bird of fire, she was the empress of birds, the symbol of all that was virtuous, graceful, and noble. And even as she faded into the distance, her light lingered on, a soft glow in the hearts of those who had witnessed her flight, reminding them that no matter how dark the night, the dawn would always come, bringing with it a new day, a new chance to live with grace and virtue. There was a moment, in the early hours of dawn, when the world seemed to hold its breath. The sky was painted with hues of gold and lavender, the very air thick with the promise of something extraordinary. And then, as if summoned by the universe itself, she appeared, a flash of light against the vast, silent sky. Her wings stretched wide, burning with an intensity that lit the heavens, and the earth below seemed to tremble in awe. The phoenix, the Feng Huang, had arrived. With every beat of her wings, the world seemed to sigh. Her feathers shimmered with the colors of fire, her eyes shining with the wisdom of centuries. She was not just a bird, she was a symbol. A symbol of purity, grace, and virtue. As she soared through the sky, it was impossible to look away. There was something mesmerizing about her presence, something that tugged at the heart. She was a reminder that beauty, true beauty, was not just about appearances, it was the quiet dignity of how one moved through the world, the grace with which one lived. The phoenix did not fly to show off her strength, though it was undeniable. Her flight was a dance, a rhythm that felt both timeless and eternal. With every movement, she commanded the skies. Her wings cut through the air like the brush of an artist painting across a blank canvas. As she moved, the winds themselves seemed to follow, caressing the earth with a soft breeze, bringing peace and calm to the land below. She was a creature of fire, yes, but she was also a harbinger of hope. Her flame did not scorch and destroy. No, it illuminated the world, revealing the beauty that was often hidden in the shadows. There was a legend that spoke of the phoenix's birth, a story as old as time itself. It said that she emerged from the very flames of creation, born anew from the ashes of her predecessors. Each time she fell, each time the world seemed to grow cold and dark, the phoenix would rise again, her flames lighting the sky once more. She was not just a symbol of rebirth, she was a living testament to the resilience of life itself. Her journey was not without hardship. There were moments when even the phoenix faltered, when her wings grew weary and her flight seemed uncertain. But each time, she rose again, her flames burning brighter than before. Her beauty, though breathtaking, was never in her outward appearance alone. It was in the way she carried herself, in the way she moved through the world. She was not a creature of pride, though she could have been. She did not seek adoration, though the heavens themselves bowed before her. The phoenix was a creature of deep humility, her heart pure and full of grace. She did not need to announce her presence, it was felt. Her song, when she sang, was not a loud declaration but a soft whisper that settled in the hearts of those who heard it. It was a reminder that there was goodness in the world, that light could always be found, even in the darkest places. Her wings were the color of the sunset, streaked with reds, oranges, and golds that seemed to capture the very essence of fire. As she soared through the sky, her feathers left behind trails of light, like stars that had fallen to earth. The wind that followed her carried a sweet fragrance, a scent that lingered long after she was gone. And yet, for all her beauty, it was not her appearance that made the phoenix so powerful. It was her spirit. She was the embodiment of virtue, a reminder that grace, kindness, and purity were not just ideals to aspire to, but qualities that could change the world. Her wings were not just instruments of flight, they were the very wings of hope, of transformation, of renewal. With each beat, she lifted the hearts of all who witnessed her, reminding them that no matter how many times they fell, they, too, could rise again. The phoenix did not shy away from the storms that came her way. When the winds grew fierce and the skies darkened, she did not falter. She embraced the tempest, her wings cutting through the storm like a beacon of light. She was not afraid of the flames, she was the flame. And in her, there was an unspoken promise, even the fiercest fires could not destroy what was meant to endure. She was both the fire and the rebirth that followed. Every time she fell, she returned stronger, her flame burning even brighter. To those who saw her, the phoenix was more than just a bird. She was a symbol of everything good in the world. She reminded them that beauty was not fleeting, but eternal. That kindness and grace were not weaknesses, but strengths. She was a living embodiment of the idea that even in the face of destruction, there could be creation, that even in the darkest moments, there was always the possibility of renewal. There was a quiet elegance to the way the phoenix carried herself, an elegance that made those around her want to be better, to be kinder, to be more virtuous. She had the power to make even the most hardened heart soften, to turn a barren land into a garden of hope. Her flame was not destructive but illuminating, revealing the truth hidden beneath the surface, showing the beauty that was always there, waiting to be discovered. As she flew, her golden tail trailing behind her, the world seemed to hold its breath. It was as if the heavens themselves knew that something extraordinary was taking place. And in a way, they were right. For in that moment, when the phoenix soared through the sky, the world was reminded that no matter how dark the times, there was always a light that could pierce through. That light was her. She was the reminder that there would always be something beautiful, something virtuous, something worth striving for, even in the hardest of times. Her flight continued long into the night, and as she vanished into the horizon, leaving only a soft glow behind, the world was forever changed. The phoenix had come, and with her, she brought a promise that virtue and grace would always have a place in the world, that beauty would always rise from the ashes, and that hope would never fade. The sky trembled as the thunder roared, and for a moment, the earth seemed to still. A figure appeared on the horizon, walking with a quiet but undeniable strength. Erlang-shen, the warrior god, moved with the confidence of someone who knew no fear, his steps purposeful, each one echoing the weight of countless battles fought and won. His face was calm, but there was an intensity in his gaze, a look that seemed to pierce through everything, as though nothing could hide from his sight. There was something extraordinary about him. It wasn't just his strength or his impressive weapon, the spear that gleamed in the sunlight. It was his third eye, the one that rested in the middle of his forehead, burning with an otherworldly light. This was no ordinary warrior. Erlang-shen was a force of nature, a protector of the world, and his third eye gave him powers that no one else could match. It could see through the deepest darkness, into the hearts of men, and even past illusions. Nothing could escape him, not even the most cunning of foes. As he stood there, his third eye flashed, sending a brilliant beam of light into the sky. It was as though the heavens themselves acknowledged his presence. With every step, the very air around him seemed to grow heavier, filled with the weight of his power. But despite this, he carried himself with humility, his eyes not filled with arrogance, but with a quiet understanding of the responsibilities that came with his strength. Erlang-shen was no stranger to danger. In fact, he had faced it countless times. From fierce demons to corrupt kings, there was no enemy that had ever bested him. His third eye had seen it all, the deceit of enemies who thought they could outwit him, the cruelty of those who believed they were above the law. And each time, Erlang-shen stood firm, never faltering. His heart beat not for glory but for justice. He had seen what injustice could do to the innocent. He had witnessed the suffering of the weak, the pain of those who could not defend themselves. And in those moments, something stirred within him, a fire, a need to protect. His third eye was not just a gift, it was a weapon, a tool for righting the wrongs that plagued the world. He could not let injustice stand, no matter how powerful the enemy, no matter how impossible the fight seemed. There was one battle, one memory that Erlang-shen would never forget. It was a day when the heavens themselves were at war, and a great demon threatened to overthrow everything. The demon was like no other, fierce, cunning, and merciless. He had 1,000 tricks, 1,000 disguises, and each time Erlang-shen thought he had him, the demon would slip away, hidden in the shadows of his illusions. But Erlang-shen had his third eye. When the demon thought he had escaped, Erlang-shen's third eye locked onto him, seeing through the veils of deception. The world seemed to fade away, leaving only the demon standing before Erlang-shen, vulnerable for the first time. With a swift motion, Erlang-shen drove his spear through the heart of the beast, his third eye watching every moment, every movement. There was no escape. The demon fell, defeated by the very eye that saw through all lies. It was in that moment that Erlangchen realized the true power of his third eye. It wasn't just a tool for seeing through illusions. It was a symbol of his unyielding pursuit of truth, a constant reminder that no matter how dark the world became, he would always see the light. His strength was not just in his physical abilities, but in his unwavering commitment to justice. Yet, for all his power, Erlangchen remained humble. He did not seek recognition for his deeds, nor did he revel in the praise of others. He was a warrior, and his job was simply to protect, to ensure that the innocent were safe, and that the forces of darkness could never prevail. His third eye was both a blessing and a burden, a gift that allowed him to see the truth, but also one that forced him to confront the darkness in the world. It was a burden he accepted willingly, knowing that without him, the balance of the world might tip into chaos. But there were moments when even Erlangchen's resolve was tested. There were battles that seemed impossible, enemies that seemed too powerful to defeat. In those moments, he would stand alone, looking at the chaos around him, wondering if he could truly bring peace to a world so filled with violence. But it was then, in the quiet moments between battles, that Erlangchen would remember why he fought. He fought not for glory, not for fame, but for the future. He fought for those who couldn't fight for themselves, for those who needed someone to stand against the darkness. And when the battles were over, when the dust settled, and the world grew quiet once again, Erlangchen would return to his solitude. His third eye would remain, ever watchful, ever vigilant, a reminder of the strength he carried within him. But it was not just a symbol of his power, it was a symbol of his sacrifice, of the weight he carried to ensure that the world remained safe. As the sun set, Erlangchen would often look toward the horizon, his third eye glowing faintly, knowing that another battle would come. The world was never truly at peace, and the darkness was always waiting. But he was ready. He would always be ready. Because Erlangchen was not just a warrior. He was a guardian of the light, a hero whose deeds would echo throughout the ages, a god whose third eye saw the truth of the world and whose heart would never waver from the path of justice. The battlefield was alive with the clash of steel and the roar of warriors, but in the center of it all, there stood one man, unshaken, unmoved by the chaos around him. His face was solemn, a perfect mask of focus. His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, pierced through the sea of enemies in front of him. Guanyin stood like a mountain, his broad shoulders steady beneath the weight of his armor. His legendary green cloak billowed in the wind, and his long, flowing beard, a symbol of wisdom and strength, caught the light of the dying sun. His hand gripped the halberd, a weapon of fearsome power, its blade gleaming with the promise of victory. He was a warrior without equal, but it was not his skill in battle that made him a living legend. It was his unwavering loyalty, his devotion to his brothers, and his commitment to honor that set him apart. The soldiers around him knew that Guanyin was not just a man. He was a symbol of loyalty, a living embodiment of the unbreakable bond between comrades. His very presence was enough to rally the spirits of those who fought beside him. Guanyin had not always been a god. He had once been a simple man, a warrior who fought for a cause greater than himself. He had been a brother in arms to Liu Bei and Zhang Fei, and together, the three of them had sworn an oath under the peach tree in the garden, vowing to fight together, to protect one another, and to uphold the righteous cause of restoring the Han dynasty. It was a promise that would define the rest of Guanyu's life. As the years passed, their bond grew stronger. Together, they fought battles that would become legends. They crossed rivers, scaled mountains, and faced enemies that seemed impossible to defeat. But through it all, Guanyin remained steadfast. His loyalty to Liu Bei was his guiding light. It wasn't just about the wars they fought or the victories they achieved. It was the shared dream of a better world, one where justice and honor reigned. And Guanyin believed in that dream with all his heart. But war is a cruel thing. It takes away those you love, shatters bonds that once seemed unbreakable. Betrayal came from the most unexpected places, and the pain of losing his brothers weighed heavily on Guanyu's soul. He fought through it all, his heart aching with every battle, but his commitment never wavered. Even when the world seemed to turn its back on him, he stood tall, a man of unwavering resolve. Then, one fateful day, Guanyin met his end. The world, it seemed, had lost its greatest warrior. But even in death, his spirit did not fade. His loyalty, his courage, and his unwavering sense of justice were too strong to be extinguished by the passage of time. In the heavens, his virtues did not go unnoticed. The gods, moved by his dedication and sacrifice, deified him, elevating him from a mortal man to a divine guardian. Guanyin became the god of war and loyalty, a symbol of righteousness, honor, and unbreakable bonds. Now, as a deity, Guanyin's presence was felt far beyond the mortal world. His image, with his mighty halberd raised high, became a symbol of courage and loyalty. Temples were built in his honor, and people prayed to him for strength and protection. But to those who truly understood, it wasn't just his power that made him revered. It was his heart, a heart that had known both love and loss, that had fought for what was right, even when the world seemed to crumble around him. Guanyin's journey was not just a story of war and conquest. It was a story of sacrifice and devotion. In the quiet moments of his life, away from the noise of battle, he was a man who understood the importance of loyalty and the weight of promises made. He had lost so much, his brothers, his family, his comrades, and yet, he never once wavered in his dedication to what he believed was right. His life was a testament to the power of a bond between friends, a bond that transcended death itself. It was said that Guanyin could still be seen on the battlefield in the afterlife, his fierce eyes watching over those who fought for justice. His presence was felt in the hearts of those who believed in loyalty, and the warriors who carried his spirit into battle. His sword, though silent, was always with them, guiding their hands, giving them strength. There was a time when a young soldier, trembling with fear, looked up to the heavens in the midst of a brutal battle. He whispered Guanyin's name, his voice a prayer in the chaos. Suddenly, as if in answer, a wave of courage filled him, and the fears that had once gripped his heart melted away. He lifted his sword high, remembering the teachings of Guanyin, of loyalty, of honor, and of the strength that comes from fighting for something greater than oneself. With that strength, he struck down his enemies with the fury of a storm, his heart burning with the spirit of the great god. But it wasn't just warriors who felt his presence. The common folk, too, looked to Guanyin for guidance. His legend was passed down through generations, a story that inspired them to stand up for what was right, to stay true to their promises, and to never abandon those they loved. Guanyin was a man who had fought for his people, for his friends, and for the future of his country. And in doing so, he had become more than a god, he had become a part of the very fabric of their lives. His image, with his mighty halberd raised high and his unyielding gaze, was more than just a reminder of the past. It was a call to action, a challenge to everyone who encountered it to live with the same dedication, the same loyalty, the same courage that Guanyin had shown in his life. His legacy was not just a story to be told, it was a way of life, a standard to strive for. As time went on, the world changed, and new warriors rose to take their place in the annals of history. But even in the face of time's passing, the name of Guanyin remained etched in the hearts of those who believed in the power of loyalty and honor. He had been more than just a warrior. He had been a friend, a brother, and a protector. And even in the afterlife, his spirit watched over those who carried his flame. In every battlefield, and every heart that held loyalty above all else, the spirit of Guanyin lived on. The god of war, the god of loyalty, his legacy would never fade. It would burn, like a fire that never went out, lighting the way for those who followed in his footsteps. In a quiet room lit by the soft flicker of well lamps, a young scholar sat hunched over his desk, his face weary from hours of study. The scrolls before him were filled with the words of ancient sages, their wisdom bound by ink and parchment. His eyes, though tired, burned with a fierce determination, his hand moving over the paper in quick strokes, jotting down his thoughts as the ink bled onto the page. The world outside the room seemed far away, the sounds of the bustling market, the cries of children, the clatter of horse hooves, none of it mattered now. All that mattered was the exam. The test that would determine his future. He had been studying for years, sacrificing sleep, food, and the joys of youth, driven by a single goal, to pass the imperial examination and earn the coveted title of scholar. But with every passing hour, doubt crept into his heart. What if he failed? What if his dreams of becoming a respected official, of serving the empire with honor, were shattered? The weight of his hopes and fears pressed down on him like a heavy stone. As his pen faltered, the scholar looked up. In the corner of the room, a faint glow seemed to flicker and dance, as though the shadows themselves were alive. It wasn't a trick of the light, nor a figment of his exhausted mind. He could feel it, a presence, gentle but powerful, watching over him. It was then that he remembered the ancient stories his father had told him when he was a child, stories of Guanyin, the god of literature. The god who watched over scholars and examinations, the patron of all those who sought knowledge and wisdom. Guanyin was said to be a wise and benevolent deity, guiding those who pursued learning and rewarding them with success if their hearts were pure and their efforts sincere. The scholar closed his eyes, feeling a quiet peace wash over him. He whispered a prayer, asking for guidance, for strength to face the exam that loomed before him. And in that moment, he felt something stir within him, something more than just the will to succeed. It was as though the very air around him shifted, filling him with an unfamiliar calm and clarity. He felt the weight of his doubts lift, replaced by a steady confidence. His mind, once clouded with uncertainty, cleared. The words on the scrolls before him began to make sense in a way they never had before. The path forward seemed obvious, as though the god himself had opened the way. Outside, the winds began to stir, and the scholar's heart quickened. Was it the god, Guanyin, reaching out to him? Or was it merely a coincidence? It didn't matter. He knew, in that moment, that the god's presence had filled him with the courage to face whatever lay ahead. Years before, Guanyin had been a mortal man, a scholar like any other. His name was Guanyin, and his mind was sharp, his heart pure. But he had not been content with merely mastering the books. He sought to understand the very essence of knowledge, to see beyond the words and symbols, to grasp the deeper truths that lay hidden beneath the surface of learning. His relentless pursuit of wisdom earned him the admiration of many, and soon he was known far and wide as a teacher of great renown. But Guanyin's true greatness lay not in his intellect alone, it was in his humility, his kindness, and his dedication to helping others grow. In his later years, as the winds of fate took him across the land, Guanyin's teachings reached the emperor himself. The emperor, recognizing his wisdom, appointed him as a high official. But Guanyin's heart remained true to his first love, teaching. He devoted himself to helping others achieve greatness, guiding them through the trials of life and ensuring they never strayed from the path of virtue. One day, Guanyin was summoned to the emperor's court, where he was asked to serve as an advisor. But Guanyin knew his time in the mortal realm was coming to an end. His work, however, was far from finished. As he lay on his deathbed, surrounded by his students and the emperor's courtiers, Guanyin made a final vow. He would continue to watch over those who sought wisdom, guiding them through the trials of learning and helping them find their way. And so, as the breath left his body and his soul ascended to the heavens, Guanyin was transformed into a divine being, the god of literature, patron of scholars, and protector of all those who sought knowledge. From that moment forward, he became a guiding light for students across the land, offering his wisdom and grace to those who were willing to work hard and remain true to their hearts. The scholar at his desk, lost in thought, felt a sudden surge of hope. The flickering glow in the corner of the room intensified, and he knew that Guanyin was near. The god's influence had entered his soul, infusing him with the clarity and focus he needed to finish his studies. His hand moved swiftly, writing down the final words of his examination with confidence. When he looked up once more, the room had returned to its stillness, and the god's presence had faded as mysteriously as it had appeared. But the scholar was no longer afraid. He had found his strength, and he knew, without a doubt, that he had the power to succeed. The morning of the exam arrived, and the scholar entered the grand hall with a quiet confidence he had never known before. He faced the judges, the masters who would determine his future, and in his heart, he carried the blessing of Guanyin. With each question, he wrote with ease, his mind clear and his hand steady. The gods had watched over him, and he had not failed. As the years passed, the scholar rose to prominence. He became a respected official, known for his wisdom, fairness, and compassion. But throughout his life, he never forgot the presence of Guanyin, the god who had guided him in his darkest hour, the god who had given him the strength to follow his dreams. Every day, he would whisper a quiet thanks, for he knew that the power of knowledge was not something that could be claimed through effort alone. It was a gift, a blessing, and a responsibility. And Guanyin, in his divine wisdom, had shared it with him. From that day forward, the scholar's life became a reflection of the values he had learned from the god: hard work, humility, and the pursuit of knowledge, not for fame or power, but for the betterment of all. And in every lesson he taught, and every person he helped, the spirit of Guanyin lived on, guiding him still. The aroma of freshly baked bread filled the air, mingling with the rich scent of stewing vegetables and simmering meat. It was the smell of home, a sanctuary of warmth and comfort. In the heart of a small village, a modest house stood, its wooden walls weathered by time but still strong. Inside, a woman stood at the stove, her hands moving with practiced grace, stirring a pot of soup. The kitchen was her domain, her sanctuary, where the world outside could not touch her. She moved as though guided by an unseen hand, an ancient force that had watched over countless generations before her. She paused for a moment, her eyes lingering on the small shrine above the stove. It was simple, with just a small figurine of a man wearing a crown of flames, sitting with a serene expression on his face. This was Jade, the kitchen god, the overseer of all matters that occurred within her home. He was more than a mere deity, he was a protector, a guide, and the quiet force that held the heart of the family together. Every family had its guardian, and Jade had watched over this house for as long as the woman could remember. Her mother had placed the figurine on the altar when she was a young girl, teaching her the importance of honoring Jade. It was said that he would protect the home, ensuring that the food was always plentiful, that the family remained healthy, and that peace would reign in the household. The rituals were simple: a daily offering of incense, a prayer for good fortune, and a promise to always keep the home warm and welcoming. It was a small act of faith, but one that carried great significance. One evening, as the woman prepared for the New Year's feast, she took extra care to clean the kitchen, making sure the altar was spotless. She lit a small stick of incense and placed it in front of Jade's figurine, silently praying for the health and happiness of her family in the coming year. There was a sense of anticipation in the air, a quiet excitement that had settled over the house like a blanket. The preparations were almost complete. As she turned to check on the food, she heard a sound, soft but distinct, the gentle rustling of paper. She spun around, her heart skipping a beat. It was impossible. No one else was in the room, and yet the paper on the altar seemed to move of its own accord. She walked slowly toward the shrine, her steps hesitant. The rustling grew louder, and the paper seemed to ripple as though caught in an invisible breeze. Her eyes widened in disbelief as the paper, which had been blank moments ago, now bore a single symbol, a delicate, flowing character written in gold ink. It was Jade's mark, the symbol of the kitchen god. The woman's breath caught in her throat. It was said that Jade communicated with his followers through signs and omens, but she had never imagined that it would happen to her. The symbol glowed softly, as if alive with its own inner light. Her hands trembled as she reached out to touch it, her fingers brushing the paper. Jade, she whispered, a mix of awe and reverence in her voice. For a long moment, nothing changed. The room was silent, save for the soft crackling of the fire in the hearth. But then, a warmth spread through the room, starting from the altar and radiating outward, filling every corner of the kitchen. The air seemed to grow lighter, as though a weight had been lifted. She could almost hear the faint sound of laughter in the distance, a warm and comforting sound, as if the very spirit of the kitchen god had smiled upon her. In that moment, she knew that Jade had answered her prayer. He was watching over her family, ensuring their safety, their happiness, and their well-being. She could feel his presence as though he were standing beside her, his gentle and reassuring energy filling the room. The woman closed her eyes, a sense of peace settling over her. She could now hear the sounds of her children in the other room, their voices full of life and joy. She knew that as long as they honored Zhao Jun and kept their home warm, their family would be protected from harm. The kitchen god, in his quiet and unassuming way, was the heart of their household. His protection was not just about the food on their table, but about the love and unity that held them together. As the New Year's feast began, the woman served the dishes with a sense of reverence. The food was simple, yet it was made with love and care, as every meal in the house was. She could almost feel Zhao Jun's blessing as she watched her family gather around the table, their faces bright with smiles. She was filled with gratitude for the life they had built, for the warmth of their home, and for the spirit that watched over them. The night passed in quiet contentment. After the meal, the family sat together, sharing stories and laughter, basking in the warmth of the fire. The woman glanced once more at the altar, where Zhao Jun's figurine stood silently, a reminder of the god's quiet presence in their lives. She had never truly understood how deeply his influence ran, how his simple acts of protection kept her family safe, but she felt it now in every corner of the house. His spirit was the thread that wove their lives together, the silent strength that held everything in balance. As the evening drew to a close and the family settled into bed, the woman felt a deep sense of gratitude in her heart. The kitchen god had not only watched over their food and their home, but had also nurtured the bonds between them, reminding them of the importance of family, of love, and of the quiet, everyday acts of care that sustained them all. And as the woman lay down to sleep, she knew that tomorrow, like every day, she would honor Zhao Jun with a simple prayer and a flicker of incense. Because the kitchen god, in all his quiet, unseen ways, was not just a symbol of food and family. He was a symbol of everything that made their lives rich and full, a reminder that the greatest blessings were often the simplest ones. The night was still, and the faint hum of the bustling city felt distant, as if the very heart of the place had paused for a moment. Lanterns swayed gently in the wind, casting shadows on the narrow streets, where vendors and travelers had long since gone to rest. Yet, in the depths of the urban labyrinth, beneath the sound of footsteps echoing through alleyways, something far greater moved, silent but ever watchful. For within every city, whether small village or sprawling metropolis, there were guardians hidden in plain sight. Their presence was as old as the streets themselves, as constant as the rhythms of the bustling marketplace. These were the Chenghuang, the city gods, silent protectors of the urban centers, whose influence stretched across the cities and their people, whose watchful eyes never blinked. In a small, crowded neighborhood, nestled between market stalls and tight alleyways, there was a simple shrine. It stood in the corner of a crumbling shop, overgrown with ivy and hidden from the hasty eyes of most passers-by. Only the elderly, the children, and those with the sharpest instincts knew of it. The shrine was modest, a stone figure of a man, adorned with robes that seemed too fine for such a small corner of the city, with eyes that glimmered with unspoken wisdom. He was the Chenghuang, the protector of this area, a city god in human form, whose gaze was said to bring peace to the quarrels of neighbors and calm the violent winds of fate. Long ago, the shopkeeper's grandmother had placed this figure here, after a terrible storm nearly tore the street apart. The rain had fallen in torrents, and the wind had howled like a furious beast, shaking the very foundations of their small world. Many had feared the worst, that their homes would be destroyed, that the markets would collapse, and the livelihoods of all would be lost. But then, just as the storm reached its peak, there was a sudden calm. The wind ceased, the rain slowed to a gentle patter, and the sky cleared. The people, stunned and amazed, looked to the heavens, and it was then that they saw it, the faint outline of a figure in the sky, perched above the city like a sentinel. From that day forward, the Chenghuang was honored by all, a deity who had shielded them from the storm and soothed their hearts when they were most afraid. The shrine had become more than a place of worship, it had become a symbol of hope. Every year, as the city's people gathered for their festivals and celebrations, they would come to offer incense and prayers at this humble shrine. They would whisper their concerns, their hopes, and their dreams to the Chenghuang, believing that their guardian was listening. It was said that the city gods were not distant or cold, as other gods might be, but deeply invested in the lives of their people. They were protectors, yes, but also guides, beacons of stability in a world that often felt uncertain. One night, When the moon was hidden behind thick clouds, a commotion echoed through the streets. A group of thieves had broken into the marketplace, taking advantage of the night's silence to plunder and steal. The people of the neighborhood, hearing the sounds of struggle, rushed to the market square, but they were too late. The thieves had already vanished, leaving only broken crates and scattered wares behind. Despair gripped the hearts of the people. How would they recover from this? How would they continue? In the quiet that followed, the shopkeeper stood by the window, looking out into the darkness. His mind raced, and his heart ached for his neighbors, who had lost so much. But as he looked toward the small shrine in the corner of the shop, a flicker of hope stirred within him. He knew, as the elders had always told him, that the Chenghuang did not let their people suffer for long. Even in the darkest of moments, the city gods watched over them. He lit a stick of incense and approached the shrine, bowing his head in reverence. The flames of the incense flickered gently, casting a warm glow on the statue. In that moment, something inexplicable happened. The air seemed to shift, a subtle hum filling the space around him. He could feel it in his bones, the presence of something ancient, something wise. The Chenghuang was near, and in his presence, the world seemed to pause. The shopkeeper spoke softly, his voice barely more than a whisper. "Please, protect us. Help us rebuild. Guide us through this trial." As he spoke, a strange calm settled over him. The weight of his worry seemed to lift, just a little. He didn't know how or why, but he felt certain that the Chenghuang had heard him, had heard them all. That night, as the city slept, something miraculous occurred. The very next day, when the people gathered in the marketplace to assess the damage, they found that nearly everything that had been stolen was returned, untouched, as if the thieves had never come at all. It was a mystery no one could explain, but there was no mistaking the sense of relief that swept over them. The Chenghuang had answered their call. Days turned to weeks, and the city slowly returned to its usual hustle and bustle. The market was rebuilt, the shops reopened, and life began to move forward once more. But every night, as the city settled into sleep, the shopkeeper would make his way to the shrine. It had become his ritual to thank the Chenghuang for their protection and to offer a silent prayer for the well-being of the city. The people often spoke in whispers of the Chenghuang's power, of the way he seemed to guide them through times of trial. They did not always understand how it worked or why certain things happened as they did. But they knew, with a certainty that could not be shaken, that the city gods were real, that their watchful eyes were ever upon them, guarding their streets, their homes, and their lives. In the quiet moments, when the world outside faded into the background and the hum of the city softened, the people of the neighborhood could feel it, the invisible hand of the Chenghuang, holding them close, keeping them safe. In the dead of night, when the world was still and the stars whispered secrets to the heavens, there was a soft glow that lit the sky. It wasn't the sun's bright, warm rays or the stars' distant twinkles. No, it was the moon, pale, distant, and full of mystery. People across the world would look up at it and wonder, who was the lady who lived there? What was it like in that faraway place, suspended in the cold embrace of the sky? The story of Chang'e, the moon goddess, began not with light, but with a sorrowful silence. It was said that long ago, she lived as a beautiful, graceful woman on earth, loved by all who knew her, especially by Hou-Yi, a great archer. He was a man of unmatched strength, a hero, adored for his courage and skill. They had everything, love, peace, and a life that many could only dream of. But their happiness would not last, for fate has a way of turning joy into heartbreak. One day, as the earth suffered under the weight of 10 suns blazing in the sky, Hou-Yi climbed the mountains in search of a way to end the scorching heat. The land was dying, the rivers were running dry, and people were crying out in pain. With great skill and power, Hou-Yi shot down 9 of the suns, leaving only one to give warmth and light. He was hailed as a hero, and for a moment, the earth sighed in relief. But power, as it always does, comes with its own price. The Queen Mother of the West, a goddess of great authority, took notice of Hou-Yi's bravery and rewarded him with the elixir of immortality. It was a drink that would grant eternal life, a gift that many would sacrifice everything for. Hou-Yi, however, was not drawn to the idea of eternal life alone. He thought of Chang'e, the woman he loved, and how he would never want to leave her behind as time passed and his body aged. So, he kept the elixir safe, hidden away from everyone, promising to only drink it when the time was right, when they would both drink it together and live forever by each other's side. But fate, once again, was unkind. One day, when Hou was away, a trusted and ambitious servant, knowing of the elixir, broke into their home, seeking to steal it. He confronted Chang'e, demanding that she hand over the precious bottle. But she, terrified of what would happen if the elixir fell into the wrong hands, made a decision that would echo through time. In that moment, with shaking hands, she drank the elixir herself. The potion took immediate effect. Her body lightened as if the very essence of the moon had started to call her. With a scream of despair, Chang'e rose into the air, as if drawn by an invisible force. She couldn't stop herself, the elixir had bound her fate. Higher and higher she went, through the clouds, past the stars, until she reached the cold, distant moon. There, she became a goddess, a prisoner of eternal solitude. She wandered the moon, her heart heavy with the knowledge of what she had done. She had chosen to live forever, but in doing so, she had separated herself from the world she loved. The very man who had given her a life of joy was now lost to her. There was no way back, no way to undo what she had done. Each night, when the world below saw her pale face reflected in the sky, she wept. The moon became her silent companion, the only one who could hear her sorrow. She would often sit by the jade rabbit that lived with her, and together they would grind the herbs that could not heal her heart, only distract her from the pain. She gazed down at the earth she could never touch again, at the people who still lived, the lives that would move on without her. She would watch the families gather under the moonlight, and the lovers meet in the cool of the evening, and she would long for the warmth of their touch, for the life she had lost. Hou, too, felt the loss deeply. Upon returning home and finding her gone, he searched the heavens, hoping to see her, praying to the gods to return her to him. But no answer came. He could only stand on the earth, feeling the weight of his loneliness, his love. His heart shattered every time he saw the moonlight, knowing she was there, but so far out of reach. Time passed, as it does, with its slow, cruel march. Chang'e became a figure of legend. Some said she was the epitome of grace and beauty, her face forever etched on the surface of the moon. Others spoke of her with sorrow, knowing that she was trapped in eternal exile, separated from the world she loved. No one could truly understand the depth of her pain. At times, as she gazed at the earth below, she would see the changes that came with time, the seasons changing, cities growing, and people falling in and out of love. And each time, a small part of her heart would break, for she knew that nothing would ever be the same again. She would never walk among them, never feel the touch of the earth beneath her feet. Yet there were moments, fleeting though they were, when she felt a strange peace. The moon, cold and distant, became her friend. It reflected her heart, beautiful, quiet, and yearning. She learned to accept that her place was now up there, not among the people, but still watching over them. Each night, as the world below continued its cycle, Chang'e would glow softly, casting her light over the earth. She would smile faintly, knowing that in her eternal solitude, she could still bring beauty to the lives of others. The light of the moon became a quiet reminder to those who looked up. Sometimes, love and sacrifice come with a heavy price. Yet, even in the greatest loneliness, there is grace to be found. The world had never known such heat. 10 suns burned in the sky, their fury relentless. The rivers, once flowing with life, had become dry and cracked. Fields turned to dust, the earth beneath them trembling in despair. The people screamed in agony, their cries swallowed by the unrelenting heat. It seemed as though the world would burn away, consumed by the very fires of the heavens. Amidst the chaos, there stood one man, Hou, the great archer, a hero among men. His hands gripped his bow with an unshakable resolve, his eyes staring up at the suns. In the stories, Hou was often spoken of as a man of unmatched strength, but in this moment, he was something more. He was a man with the weight of the world upon his shoulders, his heart heavy with the suffering of the people below. He was not only their hope, he was their last chance. The 10 sons, once celestial beings, had been brothers, full of youthful pride and reckless abandon. Together, they lit the sky, but instead of bringing life, they brought destruction. The earth withered under their combined blaze. The moon, once soft and serene, now hid behind a veil of ash, powerless to help. It was Hoi who stood as the only barrier between the end of the world and a glimmer of hope. The gods, in their wisdom and mercy, had given him the bow of great power. They had seen his courage, his determination to protect the earth, and they entrusted him with the strength to end the madness. It was not an easy decision, but it was the only one left to make. With the bow drawn tight, Hoi aimed at the first son. His heart beat in his chest, steady, calm. The gods had given him the task, but they had not made it easy. He had once been a man of peace, a man who only sought to protect the land he loved. But in the face of such destruction, there was no choice. The sun must fall. The first arrow soared, swift and true. The first sun exploded into 1,000 pieces, its fiery light snuffed out as though it had never been. The sky dimmed just a fraction, the heat fading ever so slightly, and for a brief moment, the earth seemed to breathe again. But the other sons did not retreat. Instead, they raged. They burned brighter, angrier, as though they sought revenge for their fallen brother. Hoi's eyes narrowed. He drew another arrow, and with the same precision, the second son fell. One by one, he brought them down, his strength growing with each shot, but so too did the fury of the remaining sons. The heat returned, hotter and more intense than before. But Hoi did not falter. He would not allow the earth to burn any longer. As the final sun fell, the world was left in a fragile peace. The heavens seemed to hold their breath, the wind still, the skies darkened as if mourning the fallen sons. The earth had been saved, but at what cost? Hoi, exhausted, stood amidst the stillness. He had done it. He had saved the people. But deep inside, there was a hollowness that gnawed at his soul. He had struck down not just the sons, but a piece of the celestial harmony. His heart was heavy, and no matter how much the people cheered, the weight of his actions remained. Yet, there was still a flicker of hope. A gift from the gods awaited him, a reward for his great sacrifice. Hoi was given the elixir of immortality, a potion that would grant him eternal life, a life where he could protect the world forever, where he would never know the pain of losing those he loved. The gods, in their infinite wisdom, had seen his courage and bravery. They had given him the chance to live beyond time, to remain a protector of the earth. But with that gift came a choice, a heavy one. Hoi, in his wisdom, knew that he could not keep the elixir for himself. He thought of Chang'e, his beloved wife. The thought of living forever without her, watching her age while he remained the same, seemed unbearable. So, he kept the elixir safe, promising to share it with her, to drink it together so that they could live forever, side by side. The world, it seemed, was always playing tricks on Hoi. For just as he had saved the world from the sons, so too would he be tested by fate. A trusted servant, knowing of the elixir's power, broke into their home and demanded that Chang'e hand it over. In her fear and desperation, she drank the elixir herself, seeking to protect it from falling into the wrong hands. And so, she did. But the price was high. As the elixir took its toll, Chang'e was lifted into the air, soaring higher and higher, as though the moon itself had called to her. Hoi rushed to her, reaching for her as she disappeared into the sky. His heart shattered, for he knew then that the elixir had torn them apart, that the one thing he had hoped for, a lifetime together, was gone. From that day forward, Hoi was left with an empty home, his heart broken by the loss of the woman he loved. The elixir that was meant to give them eternal life had instead sealed her away in an eternal solitude on the moon. He searched for her, day and night, but she was beyond his reach. The gods, in their wisdom, had taken her from him, and no matter how much he prayed, no matter how many arrows he fired at the heavens, there was no way to bring her back. Hoi, the great archer, had been a hero to the people, but in his own heart, he was a tragic figure. The very power that had saved the world had taken away the love of his life. He had slain the suns to protect the earth, but it was love that became his undoing. And in the end, the world had been saved, but at the cost of his own happiness. It was a night like no other, when the stars themselves seemed to weep. The sky shimmered with a silvery glow, but it was not the soft moonlight that pulled at the heartstrings of those below. It was the legend that lingered in the air, the story of a love that had once burned brightly, only to be torn apart by the very heavens themselves. This was the tale of the weaver girl and the cowherd, two souls bound by love, but kept apart by fate. The weaver girl, a goddess of the skies, was known throughout the heavens for her beauty and skill. She wove the stars into patterns that filled the night sky, each thread glowing with the light of 1,000 dreams. Her hands created the Milky Way, a river of stars that shone brightly above the earth, but it was her heart that remained untouched by anything but the work she so loved. The cowherd, a humble mortal named Nüwa, lived far below in the fields. His life was simple, his days filled with hard work tending to his cattle. He had no knowledge of the gods or the stars, only the earth beneath his feet and the beauty of the world around him. His life, though peaceful, was lonely. He longed for companionship, someone who could fill the emptiness that lingered in his heart. One fateful day, their paths crossed in the most unlikely of ways. Nüwa, walking through the fields with his ox, saw a group of beautiful women bathing in a stream. Among them was the weaver girl, radiant and glowing, her laughter filling the air like the melody of a song. The sight of her took his breath away, and in that moment, he knew his life would never be the same. The weaver girl, too, felt something stir in her heart. There was a warmth in his eyes, a sincerity that was rare among mortals. He wasn't like the other men who sought her for her beauty, but rather he saw her for who she truly was. Their connection was immediate, a spark that could not be denied. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and met his gaze, and the world seemed to fall away. In the days that followed, the weaver girl and Nüwa found themselves drawn to each other. They would meet secretly in the quiet corners of the earth, away from the prying eyes of the heavens. Nüwa would bring food, and they would sit under the stars, sharing stories, laughter, and dreams. Their love grew with each passing day, a love so pure and true that it seemed as if nothing could tear them apart. But the heavens were watching. The Jade Emperor, ruler of all gods, saw their love as an affront to the celestial order. A goddess was not meant to fall in love with a mere mortal. The heavens had their own plans for the weaver girl, and her place was among the stars, not on the earth with a man. Furious with her defiance, the Jade Emperor summoned the weaver girl to the heavens, demanding that she leave the mortal world behind and return to her rightful place. The weaver girl's heart shattered at the thought of leaving Nüwa. She begged the Jade Emperor to allow her to stay, to live a life of love and happiness with the one she had chosen. But her pleas were in vain. The decree was final. The Jade Emperor raised his hand, and a powerful force separated them, sending the weaver girl back to her home in the sky. Nüwa searched for her, but she was gone, vanishing as if she had never been. His heart broke into pieces, and he wandered the earth, longing for the touch of her hand, the sound of her voice. No matter where he went, the stars above seemed to mock him, reminding him of the love he had lost. But love, as it often does, has a way of finding a path. The weaver girl, in the heavens, wept for the man she could never have. Her heart ached, and she refused to weave the stars as she once had. She could no longer create the patterns of beauty without him by her side. The Jade Emperor, seeing her sorrow, relented. He allowed her to return to Earth once a year, on the 7th day of the 7th month, when the stars aligned just so. And so it was that every year, on that fateful night, the weaver girl and Nüwa would be reunited. The sky above would shimmer with the light of their love as the Milky Way parted, allowing them to meet in the middle. The stars, once cold and distant, would pulse with the warmth of their embrace, and for one night, they would be together again. But the time was always too short. As the dawn broke, the weaver girl would have to return to the heavens, and Nüwa would be left to live another year in solitude. But the love they shared, though brief, was enough to keep their hearts warm for the rest of their days. Each year, they would meet, their love never fading, no matter how many years passed. The people on earth would gaze at the sky, their hearts filled with longing and hope, for the love of the weaver girl and the cowherd was a symbol of the purity of true love, the kind of love that could overcome anything, even the vast distance between the stars. On the night of the Chishi festival, the streets would be filled with the scent of incense and the sound of laughter, but it was also a night of tears, as people remembered the story of the weaver girl and the cowherd. Couples would gather, looking up at the stars, hoping for their own love to be as enduring, as faithful, and as beautiful as the love between the two star-crossed lovers. The story of the weaver girl and the cowherd was not just a tale of lost love, but of love that transcended time and space, of hearts that could never be separated, even by the heavens themselves. And so, on the 7th night of the 7th month, when the stars shone brightest, the weaver girl and the cowherd would be reunited for just one night, their love eternal, their bond unbreakable. And for those who believed, they would look up at the sky and know that true love, no matter how far apart it may seem, would always find its way back home. The room was suffocatingly silent, a heavy weight pressing down on all who entered. It was the kind of silence that gnawed at your bones, tugging at the edges of your soul, as if you could feel the cold, ancient hands of fate themselves brushing against your skin. The air was thick, saturated with the scent of ash and earth, like a place forgotten by time. In the center of this vast, shadowy expanse sat a throne, the only object in the room that seemed to pulse with an aura of power and control. On that throne sat Yin Wang, the king of the underworld. His face was like the face of a mountain, immovable, ageless, and wise beyond comprehension. His eyes, cold and sharp like the edge of a sword, held the weight of countless lives, of souls long departed. Those who stood before him would feel the gravity of his gaze, a gaze that cut through them, searching deep into the hidden corners of their hearts, exposing all their sins and virtues. No one could lie before him. His presence was all-encompassing, his power absolute. Yin Wang did not speak often, but when he did, his voice was like thunder rolling over the land, deep and resonant. His words were not just a judgment, they were the final decree, the final truth of the soul's fate. Each soul that passed through his gates was bound by the weight of his verdict. He was the judge, the keeper of hell, the one who determined whether a soul would be forever lost or find its way to peace. But what did it mean to stand before him? What did it mean to face the king of the underworld? Once, a man came to him, trembling in fear. He had lived a life filled with dishonesty, cruelty, and greed. His heart was as cold as the earth's core, his actions darker than the night itself. Yet as he stood in the presence of Yin Wang, something strange happened. The terror that had once filled his chest began to melt away. The king of the underworld did not raise his voice in anger, nor did he sneer in disdain. He simply looked at the man, and the man felt a cold sorrow in those eyes, a sorrow that came not from rage, but from pity. "You have chosen a path of darkness," Yin Wang said, his voice low and full of the kind of sadness one feels when watching a loved one make a fatal mistake. But even in the deepest pit, there is a flicker of light. It is not too late to change. The man, too afraid to respond, trembled in silence. But something stirred inside him, something he had buried deep in his heart all those years ago. For the first time, he began to understand the weight of his actions, the consequences of a life lived in ignorance of others. But it was too late. He could not undo the years of hurt he had caused. Yin Wang did not need to speak another word. The decision had already been made. The man's fate was sealed. The king of the underworld was not a creature of cruelty, but of fairness. He did not enjoy sending souls to hell. It was a duty he had been given, a responsibility he could not escape. He knew that each soul, no matter how wicked, was once a child of the world, once full of promise and potential. But the world had twisted them, broken them in ways that could not always be mended. Yin Wang's task was to judge them, to see their lives laid bare before him, and to weigh them with the wisdom of 1,000 lifetimes. In the deepest parts of his kingdom, in the blackest corners of hell, Yin Wang's work was grueling. He did not live in a palace of gold or jewels like the gods above. His throne was carved from stone, rough and unyielding. His kingdom, filled with shadows and flickering flames, reflected the anguish of countless souls. And though his heart was burdened by the weight of his responsibilities, he did not falter. The lives of those who passed through his gates depended on his judgment. For some, it was a punishment. For others, it was the final peace they had been denied in life. There were those who came to him broken, defeated by the weight of their own lives. These souls had faced their demons and had been consumed by them, and now they arrived at the gates of hell, yearning for release. Yin Wang understood their suffering. He had seen it before, in the eyes of many. But his power did not allow him to offer pity alone. He could not spare them from the consequences of their actions, no matter how deeply he empathized with their pain. The gates of hell opened before them, their fates decided. And then there were the souls who came before him with a different kind of plea. They had lived good lives, filled with love and kindness. Their actions had been ones of grace, their hearts pure. They had been taken too soon, their lives cut short by some cruel twist of fate. They came to Yin Wang with tears in their eyes, desperate for answers, for justice. Yin Wang knew their pain all too well. The injustice of a life snatched away before its time was something that resonated deeply within him. But even with that understanding, even with the sorrow that echoed in his heart, he could not reverse the laws of life and death. Yet, in the end, it was not cruelty that defined Yin Wang's reign, but fairness. His judgments were never swayed by emotions, by pity or rage. He saw the truth of each soul's life, laid bare before him like an open book. His duty was not to choose who deserved life or death. It was simply to ensure that every soul was weighed according to the scale of their deeds, no matter how heavy the burden. In the quiet, solemn halls of his kingdom, Yin Wang often found himself reflecting on the nature of existence. He would stand before the great river that flowed through his domain, the river of souls, watching as it carried souls to their final resting places. He thought about the choices people made, the paths they chose to walk. He thought about the lives that had been lost, the pain that had been inflicted, and the small moments of kindness that had been forgotten in the rush of the world. And in those moments of quiet reflection, a single thought lingered in his mind. No matter how dark the underworld might seem, there was always the possibility of redemption. For even in the darkest depths of hell, there was light, a glimmer of hope that could guide the soul back to peace. Yet, the burden of judgment remained his, and so Yin Wang, the king of the underworld, continued his eternal task, watching over the souls that passed through his gates, weighing their deeds, offering them the justice they had earned. The souls came, one by one, and he passed his verdict with the solemnity of one who understood that every life, no matter how small or forgotten, was a story worth telling, a story worth judging. In the quiet stillness of the afterlife, where the boundary between life and death is thin, there exists a place of profound sorrow and a subtle, bitter sweetness. This place is neither heaven nor hell, but a foggy stretch between the two, a river that winds through time itself. Along the banks of this river, in a small hut made of weeping willows, sits a woman with gentle hands, her face marked by the weight of endless lives. She is Mingpa, the Lady of Forgetfulness, keeper of the final passage. Her hands are steady, practiced, as she stirs a pot that simmers with a strange, fragrant brew. Her eyes are soft yet distant, gazing out into the fog that never lifts. She does not feel the passing of time. For her, it is an endless cycle, unbroken by days or nights. Souls that cross her path are given but one choice, to drink her tea, a potion brewed not from leaves, but from the essence of memory itself. This tea, when drunk, erases all that came before, a gift and a curse. Each soul that arrives before her is different. Some come willingly, their spirits tired and worn, knowing the weight of 1,000 lifetimes. Others resist, clinging to fragments of their past, to moments they are not ready to forget. Yet, no matter the face, no matter the age, Mingpa offers the same gentle smile and the same soft voice, for she knows the fate that awaits them. One soul came to her once, a young woman with eyes wide with fear. Her hands trembled as she stepped up to the small wooden table where Mingpa's tea sat, waiting. She had lived a life of cruelty and pain, and now, she was caught between the worlds, unable to move on. Her heart ached, heavy with the burden of the things she had done, the people she had hurt, the words she could never take back. "I do not want to forget," she whispered, her voice small and fragile as it broke the silence of the hut. I need to remember to carry my regrets with me. Mengpa gazed at her with an understanding that ran deeper than words. Your regrets will weigh you down forever, child, she said, her voice soft but resolute. The tea will not erase your sins, nor will it take away the lessons you have learned. But it will free you, allow you to move on without the chains of the past. You cannot change what you have done, but you can choose to let go. The young woman hesitated, her heart torn in two. How could she let go of the pain, the guilt that had shaped her every step? But Mengpo's eyes, as old and knowing as time itself, held no judgment, only the quiet understanding of someone who had seen this before. Finally, with a trembling hand, the woman reached for the teacup. The moment her lips touched the rim, a rush of warmth flooded through her, and the memories, the guilt, the fear, they began to fade, slipping away like water through fingers. In that brief, heart-wrenching instant, she felt a quiet peace settle over her. As the woman drank, her face relaxed, her shoulders, once hunched with the weight of her past, loosened. The tea, with its gentle magic, erased the bitterness of her previous life, but it did not erase the lessons learned. The sorrow remained, but it was a sorrow she could now carry without being consumed by it. Mengpa watched silently, knowing the tea's power, knowing the quiet transformation it caused. The woman's heart would still ache for what was lost, but she would move forward with new eyes, with a new purpose. Another soul, an old man who had wandered the earth for so many years that he had forgotten the sound of his own laughter, arrived at Mengpo's door. He had lived a life filled with loss, but also with love. He had been a father, a husband, a brother. He had known joy, too, in the small things, the way sunlight felt on his face, the sound of rain falling on the roof at night, the scent of his wife's cooking filling the house. Yet, in the end, it was the pain that lingered the longest, the faces of those he had lost, the hands that had slipped from his own as time moved on. When he sat before Mengpa, his eyes were clouded with the weight of his many years. I have lived so much, but I do not wish to forget, he said quietly. How can I forget all that I have loved? The faces of my children, the voice of my wife, how can I let them go? Mengpo's voice was soft, like a lullaby. You do not have to forget, old soul. The tea will not erase what you have loved, but it will give you peace. You will remember, but your heart will no longer ache with the weight of loss. The old man, though reluctant, raised the teacup to his lips, feeling the warmth seep into his soul. As he drank, his eyes closed, and for a brief, fleeting moment, he was back in his home, sitting at the table with his wife, hearing her laughter echo through the halls. The taste of the tea melted away the sharpness of grief, leaving only the sweetness of memory. The faces of his loved ones would remain in his heart, but they no longer had the power to make him weep. He would carry them with him as he moved forward, no longer bound by sorrow. Mengpo's tea was a paradox, a gift wrapped in sorrow, a promise of peace wrapped in oblivion. She did not erase the essence of who a soul was, rather, she removed the burdens that could keep them trapped in endless cycles of regret. The tea was not just a drink, it was a bridge, one that allowed souls to cross into the next chapter of their existence, leaving behind the weight of everything they had carried before. For Mengpa, it was a task without end. Each day, more souls would come, each with their own stories, their own lives, their own regrets. She would sit and wait, her hands never shaking, her gaze never faltering. She offered the tea with grace, knowing that in the end, it was not her judgment that mattered, but the freedom it gave. As the last soul left her hut, Mengpa looked out into the fog that surrounded her home. The river of souls continued to flow, and with each passing soul, a new chapter was written. The Lady of Forgetfulness would be there, as she always had been, with her tea, her quiet understanding, and her eternal patience. The memories of those who drank her tea would be forgotten, but they would live on in a place beyond time, where they could find peace at last. In the deepest, darkest corner of hell, where the screams of the lost souls echo endlessly, there is a figure that moves through the fire and smoke like a light in the darkness. His presence is soft yet powerful, a calming force that contrasts sharply with the torment surrounding him. Dizan, the merciful bodhisattva of hell, walks the desolate plains of suffering with a heart full of compassion and a mind devoted to saving those who have lost their way. He is the savior of the forgotten, the one who dares to venture into the depths of despair to bring hope to the damned. The fire crackled around him, but Dizang's robe, made of simple fabric yet radiating a profound sense of peace, remained untouched by the flames. The souls that writhed in agony, shackled by their past sins, cast desperate, pleading glances at him. They had been here too long, too lost, too broken to remember what it felt like to feel anything but regret. Some had given up on salvation, while others clung to a fragile thread of hope, knowing that if anyone could reach them, it would be the one who had walked through the hellish gates without fear. In the midst of the suffering, Dizang stopped before a soul, a man whose body was scarred, his face gaunt with despair. His eyes were hollow, and the weight of 1,000 years of torment hung heavy on his shoulders. Dizang could feel the man's sorrow, the years of regret eating away at him. Without a word, Dizang knelt beside him, offering a gentle hand, not as a judge, but as a savior. "Have you not yet learned?" Dizang's voice was soft, but it carried the weight of the universe. The man's eyes flickered, uncertain if he was seeing a dream or reality. But Dizang did not wait for an answer. Instead, he whispered a prayer, one filled with mercy and forgiveness. As he did, the man's chains began to loosen. The burden of his sins, which had once seemed so heavy, started to fade into the ether. The man's breath caught in his throat, and he reached out, not knowing whether to believe what he was seeing. Dizang was not a figure of judgment, not a figure who came to condemn him for the mistakes of his past. He was simply a guide, a light through the darkness. The chains that had bound the man were falling away, piece by piece. In that moment, the man's body was free, but his soul still trembled with fear, for how could he be forgiven for all he had done? Dizang, understanding this fear, spoke softly. "Forgiveness is not for me to give. It is for you to find within yourself. I am only here to show you the way." With those words, a warmth spread from Dizang's hand, and the man's heart began to soften. Slowly, the fear and shame began to ebb away, replaced by the quiet understanding that perhaps redemption was not as far out of reach as he had believed. And with that small realization, Dizang helped him stand, his feet finally firm on the ground, his soul beginning to lift from the ashes of despair. In the silence that followed, Dizang did not celebrate. He did not stand triumphant. His mission was not to claim victory but to offer peace. His path was not one of glory, but of quiet service to those who had been forgotten by all but him. In his heart, there was no division between the damned and the pure, only souls in need of salvation. But Dizang's task was not an easy one. For every soul he helped, there were countless more that still languished in the pits of hell, bound by their own suffering and regret. The more he walked through the flames, the more he encountered those who had long since lost their hope. They cursed the heavens, cursed their fate, and even cursed him for daring to offer them something they did not believe they deserved, redemption. One such soul was a woman, once noble, now broken and twisted with grief. She had been a queen, her heart full of pride and cruelty. Her kingdom had fallen, not by the hands of others, but by her own arrogance and greed. She had destroyed everything she loved, and in doing so, had condemned herself to this endless cycle of torment. When Dizang found her, she was lost in her own bitterness, her mind clouded by a lifetime of poor choices. "You cannot save me," she spat, her voice laced with venom. "I am not worthy of redemption. Not after all I've done." Dizang did not recoil from her words. He simply sat beside her, letting her anger wash over him like a storm. He had seen this before, souls who could not yet see beyond their own self-loathing. "I do not seek to save you," he said quietly. "I seek to help you save yourself." She looked at him, her eyes burning with defiance. "How can you speak of salvation when I have lost everything? I have nothing left to offer but this broken soul." His gaze softened, as if seeing into the very core of her being. "You are not broken, only lost. The road to redemption is long, but it begins with a single step, a step you must take, not for me, but for yourself. For your soul is not beyond saving, though it may feel that way." The woman fell silent. Dizang didn't press her for an answer, he simply remained at her side. The fire raged around them, but it did not touch him. And after what seemed like an eternity, the woman's anger began to wane, replaced by something more fragile, hope. It was faint, like a spark in the dark, but it was enough. And Dizang, as he had always done, offered his hand. As she hesitantly took it, the chains that had bound her for so long seemed to lift, just for a moment. She was not free yet, but she had taken the first step. In that quiet moment, Dizang did not smile, for there was no need. The work he did was not about accolades or praise. It was about showing the lost that there was a way out of the darkness, a way back to light. Dizang was the bodhisattva who walked through hell, not to punish, but to heal. He was a guide for those who had forgotten their worth, for those who had wandered too far from the path. With each soul he saved, the flames of hell seemed a little less harsh, the echoes of suffering a little softer. And though the road was long, Dizang knew that every soul he helped to find peace was a victory worth more than any crown, any title, or any glory. In the end, it was not the suffering of hell that defined him, but his unwavering belief that even the lost could be found, that no soul, no matter how far gone, was ever beyond the reach of compassion. And in this, he was a savior, not of souls, but of the hope that resided within them all. The wind howled through the mountains, carrying whispers of things unseen. On the edge of a crumbling cliff, a single figure stood against the backdrop of the rising sun, robes fluttering like banners in a storm. His staff, carved from ancient wood, tapped gently against the stone beneath his feet. He gazed into the valley below, where mist curled like sleeping dragons. It was not an ordinary valley. It was a place where the line between heaven and earth blurred, where mortals whispered of strange happenings and immortals passed like shadows. Lan Saiha, the youngest of the 8 immortals, hummed softly to himself. His bare feet dangled over the edge, as if he had not a single care in the world. Flowers bloomed beneath his touch, scattering petals that drifted lazily into the abyss. Behind him, a voice rang out. Daydreaming again, Lan Saiha? Zheng Guolao appeared from the woods, leading a donkey with fur as white as snow. His long beard touched his chest, and the air around him felt older, wiser, like the weight of time pressed gently against his back. If I didn't daydream, this world would be far too quiet, Lan Saiha replied with a grin, tossing a blossom into the wind. The wood stirred once more. A flash of crimson. He Xingu stepped lightly between the trees, her hair shimmering like silk, her expression calm yet unyielding. She carried a lotus flower, its petals glowing faintly in the dim morning light. You waste too much time, she said without turning her head. Time is never wasted when you're immortal, Lan Saiha answered, leaning back onto his hands. A sharp crack echoed through the forest. A man in blue robes stepped forward, his eyes sharp as lightning. Lu Dongbin, the leader of the 8, carried his sword across his back, though there was no sign of battle. His gaze swept over them, lingering for just a moment longer on Lan Saiha, before he knelt by the edge of the cliff. The world is stirring again, Lu Dongbin said softly. His voice was calm, but the others felt the weight behind it. Zheng Guolao nodded, his donkey braying softly as if in agreement. The mountains tremble at night. I hear spirits calling to each other in the wind. They are restless, added He Xingu, touching the edge of her lotus. Perhaps something is coming. In the distance, faint footsteps echoed like the faintest drumbeat. Chao Guojiao, dressed in elegant robes from a long-forgotten dynasty, emerged from the shadows, his jade tablet resting at his side. Behind him, Han Xiangzi followed, his flute tucked beneath his arm, eyes dancing with a secret he was unwilling to share. Han Xiangzi paused and lifted his flute to his lips. A haunting tune filled the air, wrapping itself around the others like silk. It was not a song of joy, nor one of sorrow, but something in between, a reminder that even immortals carried burdens they could not name. By the time the final note faded, all 8 of them stood together. Taigweili, the last to arrive, leaned heavily on his crutch, his gourd clinking softly against his side. His hair, unkempt and wild, framed a face that bore the marks of countless lifetimes. His eyes, however, burned bright and clear, filled with the kind of strength that only comes from enduring hardship. We are all here, Lu Dongbin said, rising to his feet. That is no accident. A silence settled over them, thick with unspoken thoughts. I dreamed last night, Taigweili muttered, rubbing his temple. I saw rivers boiling and forests turn to ash. But among the flames, there was light, a light only we can reach. Lan Tsaha laughed softly, though there was little humor in it. Another test, then? Haven't we had enough of those? Zhang Guolao's donkey snorted. The path of immortality is never without trials. The sun rose higher, casting long shadows across the ground. Lu Dongbin glanced at each of them in turn, reading their faces. They had walked together for centuries, crossed mountains that touched the sky and oceans that stretched endlessly into the horizon. They had defied gods, laughed in the face of demons, and stood side by side against the storms that threatened to tear the heavens apart. But even now, there was a strange feeling in the air, one that neither their strength nor their wisdom could explain. We move at sunset, Lu Dongbin declared. Until then, rest. Whatever comes next will not wait for us to be ready. One by one, they drifted back into the forest, leaving Lu Dongbin alone at the cliff's edge. He gazed out over the valley, watching as the mist slowly retreated beneath the heat of the sun. He did not know what lay ahead. But one thing was certain, wherever they went, the 8 immortals would walk together, their steps echoing through the world like the quiet hum of eternity. The wind tasted like ash. Thick clouds gathered over Chintang Pass, heavy and unmoving, pressing down like a lid on the world below. The village streets were empty, doors bolted shut, windows dark. Somewhere far off, the faint toll of a bell echoed, slow, mournful, and afraid. At the edge of the village stood a boy, no more than 7 or 8, his feet bare against the cold stone. His hair was tied in 2 buns on either side of his head, and his red silk sash fluttered in the rising wind. He stood alone, but the way he held himself, chest proud and chin high, made him seem taller than the mountains behind him. Neza could hear them coming. They were close now, demons with eyes like burning coals and teeth long enough to tear through stone. He didn't need to see them to know. He felt the way the earth trembled beneath their steps. Behind him, his mother's voice trembled. Neza, come inside. Let your father handle this. Neza's hands curled into fists at his sides. I can't. If I don't stop them, they'll burn everything. A low growl rolled from the shadows just beyond the village gates. Neza's pulse quickened. His mother's hand pressed gently against his shoulder, but he did not move. I am not afraid, he said quietly. The first demon stepped into the light. Its body was twisted, scales black and jagged, and 2 curling horns rose from its forehead. Behind it, more followed, shadows moving like a black tide, filling the air with the stench of blood and smoke. Neza took a step forward. His mother gasped, but he did not stop. His heart pounded, but there was no fear in his eyes. The red silk sash at his waist unraveled, floating around him like flames licking at the wind. One of the demons snarled, stepping closer. Go home, little boy, it sneered. We are not here for you. Neza's eyes narrowed. You are now. Without warning, the air around him sparked. The silk sash snapped forward, slicing through the stone beneath his feet, leaving glowing cracks in its wake. The demon lunged, claws outstretched, but Neza twisted, moving so quickly he seemed to vanish. The sash wrapped around the demon's arm, pulling it into the dirt with a thunderous crash. Neza's spear appeared in his hand, the blade catching the pale moonlight. Before the demon could rise, Neza drove the spear down. The earth shook with the force of the blow, and for a brief moment, the village was silent. The other demons hesitated, eyes flickering between their fallen kin and the boy who stood before them, eyes burning brighter than the flames that licked the edges of his sash. You will not pass, Neza said, voice steady and cold. Not while I stand here. They charged. Neza moved like lightning, faster than thought, faster than breath. The sash whipped through the air, striking down anything that dared to come close. His spear flashed, leaving trails of silver light behind every strike. One by one, the demons fell. But there were too many. Claws scraped against his skin, tearing the fabric at his shoulder. Nüwa gritted his teeth and twisted, driving the spear into the creature's heart. Blood splattered across the ground. He stumbled back, chest heaving, sweat trickling down his brow. His arm ached, and he could feel the weight of exhaustion pressing down. But he did not stop. His father's words echoed in his mind. Protect the people, no matter the cost. Another demon lunged. Nüwa sidestepped, spinning the spear in his hand and striking hard across its jaw. The creature crumpled, vanishing into smoke. His vision blurred for a moment, but still, he did not yield. Then he saw it. A massive shadow, towering over the others, eyes burning with a fire that seemed to swallow the stars. The Demon King. The air turned cold, and the ground beneath Nüwa's feet cracked and splintered. The Demon King's voice rumbled, low and steady. You have fought bravely, child. But this is not your fight. Nüwa gripped his spear tighter. It is now. The king stepped forward, and with him, the world seemed to tremble. Nüwa's heart raced, but he stood his ground, lifting the spear high. He did not think of the pain in his arm or the blood dripping from his fingers. He thought only of the village behind him, of his mother's voice, soft and trembling, of the people who had trusted him, even when they were afraid. And he stepped forward. The wind screamed as they clashed, light flashing brighter than the sun. Nüwa's spear struck with all the strength he could summon, shattering stone and bone alike. The Demon King roared, swinging his great clawed hand toward the boy, but Nüwa leaped high, the silk sash pulling him beyond reach. From the sky, he struck, the spear piercing the king's heart. The ground shook as the Demon King fell, his body dissolving into smoke. The night was silent once more. Nüwa stood in the center of the battlefield, his breath ragged, his body trembling with exhaustion. The spear slipped from his hand, clattering softly against the stone. Behind him, the village doors creaked open. His mother ran to him, gathering him into her arms, tears falling silently onto his blood-stained shoulder. You were supposed to stay inside, she whispered, voice cracking. Nüwa rested his head against her shoulder, the weight of the fight pressing down on him all at once. I know, he said softly. But he did not regret it. The air atop Mount Tai was thin, laced with the scent of pine and morning dew. Golden threads of sunlight wove through the clouds, painting soft trails along the stone steps that twisted up the mountainside. A single figure stood at the peak, her robes trailing behind her like whispers in the wind. Her gaze stretched far beyond the horizon, watching the world below with eyes that held the weight of centuries. She had seen the rise and fall of dynasties, the births of emperors, the tears of mothers clutching their newborns to their chests. Bixia Yuanjun stood in silence, but silence did not mean absence. Every breath of wind carried her touch, brushing against those who whispered prayers in the dark, mothers who clenched their hands together and begged for mercy when the hours of labor stretched too long. Far below, a lantern flickered in a small village nestled in the shadows of Mount Tai. A woman screamed, her voice breaking the stillness of night. The midwife's hands trembled as she wiped the sweat from the mother's brow, whispering quiet reassurances she didn't quite believe herself. The child isn't coming, the midwife said, her voice barely audible. The grandmother pressed her trembling hands together. Pray to her. To the Lady of Mount Tai. The room grew colder, and the grandmother knelt on the wooden floor, lighting 3 sticks of incense with shaking fingers. Her head bowed, and she spoke to the dark. Great Bixia, protect my daughter. Let this child be born safely. Let her live. Far above, Bixia Yuanjun heard. She stepped forward, robes gliding noiselessly over the stone. Her fingertips grazed the clouds as she moved, descending the mountainside not as a figure of flesh and blood but as wind and light. In the small village, the incense flared brighter for a brief moment, and the air shifted, cool and calm. The mother gasped, clutching the sheets beneath her as the pain lessened, her breathing steadying. The midwife blinked in astonishment. Keep pushing, she urged. Time slipped by, but the weight that had pressed on the room lifted, as if unseen hands now guided the child into the world. A final cry pierced the silence, followed by the soft, fragile wail of new life. The mother wept, holding the baby girl against her chest, tears streaming freely down her cheeks. Outside, the wind sang gently through the village, rustling the lanterns that hung from the eaves. Up on Mount Tai, Bixia Yuanjun turned, stepping back into the clouds, her work done. Her hands had woven countless fates, each thread fragile yet unbreakable. She knew the pain of loss, the joy of reunion, the trembling uncertainty that shadowed every birth. There was another sound now, a low murmur from the foot of the mountain. A man knelt beneath the ancient cypress tree, his face pale and hollow. Before him lay a bundle wrapped in silk, unmoving and silent. He bowed so low that his forehead touched the earth. "Please," he whispered, his voice cracking. "Return her to me." The man's wife had passed in childbirth, and though the baby lived, she was weak. Too weak to cry, too weak to hold on to the fragile thread that connected her to the world. Bixia Yuanjun descended once more, though this time there was no wind, no shift in the air. She stepped softly, her form barely a shimmer in the early morning mist. She knelt beside the child, brushing a single fingertip against her brow. The baby stirred, her breath growing stronger, her lips parting in a soft cry. The man lifted his head, his breath catching in his throat as he saw the flicker of movement in the bundle. Tears filled his eyes as he clutched the child to his chest, sobbing into the fabric. A young god fell to his knees, his blade slipping from his grasp. A demon towered over him, its horns scraping the sky. It grinned, baring teeth as long as spears. The god looked up, his breath shallow, his strength spent. The demon lunged. In the last heartbeat before it struck, a hand gripped the young god's shoulder, pulling him back. Another god stepped in front of him, one who had fought since the first star had been born. His eyes gleamed like molten gold, and with a single swing of his weapon, the demon was no more. The young god looked up, trembling. "Stand," the elder god said, his voice as steady as the mountains. "The fight is not over." Through the smoke and fire, the gods fought side by side, their strength bound together like threads in an unbreakable tapestry. For every demon that fell, another rose, but the gods did not yield. Far above, beyond the reach of mortal eyes, the stars watched. They held their places, waiting for the battle's end, for the moment the sky would finally clear. When the final blow fell, it echoed across the heavens, a sound that rippled through the bones of the world. The demon lord staggered, his form flickering, struggling to stay whole. The god before him raised his staff, flames roaring to life one last time. There was no scream. Only silence. The demon lord crumbled, his form dissolving into the wind, carried away like ashes scattered to the edge of the world. As the sky stilled, the gods lowered their weapons. One by one, the stars returned to their rightful places. The battle was over. But they did not celebrate. The gods did not seek glory. They fought not for themselves, but for the fragile world below, the world that still turned beneath their watchful gaze. They stood at the edge of the heavens, eyes fixed on the horizon, waiting. For they knew this peace would not last. And when the demons rose again, they would be ready. The heavens were quiet that day. The wind whispered through jade pavilions, and the golden halls shimmered beneath the light of 1,000 stars. Celestial beings drifted like clouds, their robes brushing against the marble floors without a sound. And then, he arrived. Sun Wukong didn't walk through the gates of heaven. He stormed in. His fur gleamed like wildfire beneath the sun, and his golden eyes burned with the kind of mischief that could tear worlds apart. In one hand, he twirled his staff, a weapon stolen from the depths of the sea, heavy enough to shatter mountains but light as a feather in his grip. The guards didn't stop him. They stared, wide-eyed, as the Monkey King strode past, his laughter echoing off the walls like thunder. He wasn't supposed to be there. Mortals didn't belong in the Jade Emperor's palace. But Sun Wukong had never cared for rules. At the foot of the golden throne, he stood tall, unbending. I am Sun Wukong, he said, his voice cutting through the silence. I've defeated the dragons, outwitted the gods, and claimed my place in the heavens. Give me a title worthy of my strength. The gods watched from the shadows, their eyes cold. The Jade Emperor's gaze lingered on the Monkey King for a long time. And then, with the faintest smile, he spoke. You shall tend the peach garden. For the briefest moment, silence hung over the heavens like a blade. Wukong's staff stilled in his hand. His eyes narrowed. The peach garden. A place of soft winds and blossoming trees, far from the heart of heaven's power. A servant's role, a mockery wrapped in silk. But Sun Wukong only smiled. As you wish, he said, turning on his heel. The peaches bloomed like fire in the summer heat. Their fragrance rolled through the air, thick enough to drown in. Wukong sat beneath the branches, his staff resting against his shoulder as he stared at the distant palace. The gods thought they had won. They thought him tamed, leashed by their petty tricks. He plucked a peach from the tree, spinning it between his fingers. One bite was enough to make a man immortal. A second could grant strength beyond the reach of any mortal soul. Sun Wukong ate 3. Days passed, then weeks. The peach festival approached, and the gods prepared their feast. Tables stretched for miles, piled high with the fruits of heaven's labor. Wukong walked the length of it, his gaze trailing over jade goblets and golden platters. No one saw him slip the wine into his sleeve. No one noticed when he vanished behind the great doors leading to the alchemy chamber. The pill of immortality shimmered like starlight in his palm. The gods had crafted it with the greatest care, locking it away where no mortal could ever reach it. Wukong swallowed it whole. The heavens trembled. When the gods realized what had happened, it was too late. Sun Wukong was gone, his laughter echoing from the highest towers as he leaped from cloud to cloud, a whirlwind of gold and flame tearing through the skies. They chased him, sending armies of celestial warriors, their spears gleaming beneath the moon. Wukong met them with nothing but his staff, spinning it through the air until the wind itself bent to his will. One swing shattered a mountain. Another sent the stars spiraling from the sky. The Monkey King was unstoppable. Even the greatest generals fell before him, their weapons broken, their pride bleeding into the clouds. At last, the Jade Emperor called for Buddha. On the peak of the Lotus Mountain, Wukong stood alone. His staff rested across his shoulders, and the wind whispered his name with reverence and fear. Buddha appeared not in anger, but with calm eyes and a quiet smile. Sun Wukong, he said, do you know the weight of your rebellion? Wukong laughed. I know the weight of your chains. Buddha raised his hand. Then show me your strength. Leap from my palm. If you escape, heaven is yours. The Monkey King grinned. He leaped high, the wind roaring in his ears as he soared beyond the stars, past the edge of the heavens, through the black void that lay beyond the sky. At the edge of existence, he found 5 great pillars rising from the darkness. With a triumphant cry, he carved his name into one, leaving behind the mark of the Monkey King for eternity to remember. He returned, landing in Buddha's palm with a flourish. I have leaped beyond the heavens, he said. Your chains cannot hold me. Buddha said nothing. He closed his hand, and Sun Wukong felt the ground shift beneath his feet. The 5 pillars faded. In their place stood Buddha's fingers, curling around him like the bars of a cage. The Monkey King thrashed, roaring as the weight of the mountain pressed down upon him. Your strength is great, Buddha said softly. But strength without wisdom is a danger to all. He sealed Wukong beneath the mountain, leaving only his voice to echo across the land. For 500 years, the Monkey King lay there, the weight of the world pressing down upon him. Above him, the clouds drifted apart, and the morning sun bathed Mount Tai in golden light. Bixia Yuanjun walked among mortals, though they rarely saw her. She walked beside expectant mothers as they crossed narrow bridges, guarding them from unseen dangers. She sat quietly in the corners of small rooms, her hands invisible but ever watchful, ensuring no thread was cut before its time. Her temple stood tall against the sky, high on the peak where few could reach but many prayed toward. The steps leading up to it were worn smooth by the feet of those seeking her blessing, those who carried small offerings of fruit and silk, laying them gently at her feet in gratitude for safe births and quiet destinies. In the temple courtyard, the wind carried faint echoes of laughter, children who had grown strong, untouched by sickness. They ran between the stone pillars, their lives gifts that they would never know had been granted by unseen hands. Bixia Yuanjun stood at the edge of the temple, looking out over the land once more. The sun was setting now, casting long shadows across the valleys below. Another prayer reached her, soft and trembling. A woman stood alone by the river, holding her belly with both hands. Her reflection in the water flickered, uncertainty clouding her eyes. Bixia Yuanjun did not hesitate. She stepped forward, her reflection appearing beside the woman in the water, silent but present. The woman exhaled slowly, as if a weight she hadn't realized she was carrying had lifted. The water calmed, and the moon's reflection shone bright and clear. Bixia Yuanjun's gaze lingered for a moment before she turned away. There would always be prayers. Some whispered in the quiet of night, others shouted in desperation beneath stormy skies. And as long as they called, she would answer. The sky bled gold and crimson, clouds twisting like torn silk as they scattered across the heavens. The wind screamed, but no mortal could hear it. Only those who stood upon the edge of eternity bore witness to the clash that tore through the fabric of the stars. At the center of it all stood the gods, their figures luminous, casting shadows that stretched for miles. Their armor shimmered like molten fire, their eyes cold as the abyss beneath the world. Across from them, the demons swarmed, dark forms that flickered and shifted like smoke, their twisted faces barely clinging to shape. The silence before the first blow was thick enough to stop time. The gods watched as the demons snarled, waiting for the moment their hunger would break free. It began with a single step. One god moved forward, raising his spear high enough to pierce the heavens. The spearhead caught the sun's light, a blinding flash that sent ripples through the sky. A demon lunged. The clash of blade against spears shattered the air like thunder, and the sky shook beneath the weight of their fury. It did not stop. From every corner of the celestial plane, gods and demons collided in a storm of light and shadow. Each blow sent shockwaves across the heavens, and stars trembled, threatening to fall from their places in the sky. One god, his armor the color of midnight, faced a demon twice his size. The demon's teeth gleamed like knives, its eyes burning with endless hunger. With a roar, the god brought his sword down, carving through the beast's arm in a single stroke. Black smoke poured from the wound, but the demon did not fall. It laughed, even as the sword cleaved through its chest. Behind him, another god faltered, his shield cracked down the center. A demon's clawed hand wrapped around his throat, lifting him from the ground. For a brief moment, he hung in the air, his feet dangling above the battlefield. The demon's grip tightened. Before it could end him, an arrow sliced through the wind, striking the demon's eye with deadly precision. It roared in pain, dropping the god as its form unraveled into mist. A figure with a bow lowered his weapon, his face calm as the battlefield burned around him. The gods did not speak as they fought. There was no room for words here. Only steel and blood, light and shadow. From the highest peak, a demon lord watched the chaos unfold, his crimson eyes narrowing. His form flickered, barely holding together beneath the weight of his rage. With a single leap, he descended, landing with such force that the ground beneath him cracked, splitting the battlefield in two. A god met him there, stepping forward with steady grace. In his hand, he held a staff crowned with silver flames. The two circled each other, neither blinking, neither breathing. The demon lord struck first, his claw slicing through the air like lightning. The god blocked the blow with ease, flames roaring from his staff in response. The battlefield blurred around them as their fight twisted the very essence of the sky, bending time and space with every strike. Far below, mortals felt the tremors. Rivers stilled, trees bowed, and mountains whispered as if the earth itself feared what raged above. A goddess clad in robes of white and gold faced three demons at once. They circled her like wolves, but her feet never touched the ground. She hovered above them, her hair flowing like silver silk. When they attacked, her hands rose, and from her palms, light poured out, as soft as morning dew. The demons howled, their forms unraveling beneath the touch of her light. One tried to run. Her gaze followed it, and with a quiet breath, she closed her hands. The demon collapsed into dust. Still, the battle raged. The heavens fell quiet once more. The sky hung heavy with the weight of war. Clouds turned black and restless, curling like smoke above the battlefield. The winds carried the echoes of swords clashing, mingling with the cries of soldiers who fought not just for kingdoms, but for the favor of heaven itself. In the heart of the chaos, a man stood alone. His armor was cracked, his hands bloodied, but his eyes burned with something stronger than fear, defiance. He wasn't just facing an army. Across the field, figures loomed too grand to be mortal. Their robes shimmered like the sun upon the sea, and in their eyes flickered the stars of ancient heavens. Gods walked among men that day. The heavens had chosen their champions. They rained fire and lightning down upon mortal soldiers as if swatting at insects. Mountains crumbled beneath their feet, rivers changed course with the sweep of a divine hand. But the mortals didn't yield. Steel met magic. The soldiers knew their blades were fragile against the might of the gods, but they struck anyway, aiming for the slivers of vulnerability hidden beneath celestial armor. At the center of the battlefield, Jiangxia raised his staff high. His robes rippled in the wind, and his voice, though old and weary, carried across the plain. Today, heaven watches. Lightning arced through the sky in response, but Jiangxia did not flinch. He had been chosen. Not by birthright, not by destiny, but by the will of the gods who saw in him something rare, resolve. A mortal man, entrusted with the power to shape the future of both worlds. His staff struck the ground, and the earth trembled. Across the battlefield, spirits emerged from the mist, souls of fallen heroes, returning to fight alongside the living. Each carried a name etched in the stars, names that would one day be enshrined in the heavens. The gods looked down and frowned. This was no ordinary war. It was a reckoning. The fox spirit Daji watched from the shadows, her eyes gleaming with delight. She had sown this chaos with whispers in the ear of a king. With every city that fell, with every drop of blood spilled, she tightened her grip on the mortal world. But even she could feel it, the trembling in the air, the slow rise of something greater than her trickery. Destinies were being rewritten. On the battlefield, Neza spun his spear, facing an opponent twice his size. His golden bangles rattled as he moved, the fire beneath his feet leaving trails of smoke. "You can't win," the demon laughed, towering over him like a mountain. Neza only smiled. "I'm not here to win." With a cry, he leaped forward, striking with the force of 1,000 storms. His spear pierced through armor, through flesh, through bone, until the demon crumbled into ash beneath him. Elsewhere, Lei Jinzi, with his wings of thunder, tore through the sky. His hammer crackled with lightning as he brought it down, shattering legions of demonic warriors with a single strike. One by one, the mortal champions rose. They were not gods, but they fought with the fury of those who refused to be forgotten. The heavens began to shift. Jiangxia raised his staff once more, and the sky split open. From the heavens descended scrolls wrapped in golden light, each bearing the names of mortals destined to ascend. With each name he read aloud, a mortal warrior fell, only to rise again cloaked in celestial robes. The gods could no longer ignore it. The investiture had begun. But not all names were welcome. Not all souls were willing. One man stood before Jiangxia, his sword heavy with the weight of hundreds slain. His armor dripped with the blood of men and demons alike. Shengongbao. His name trembled on the edge of the scroll, unspoken. Shengongbao's eyes narrowed. "You dare deny me?" Jiangxia met his gaze, his expression unreadable. "You chose ambition over honor," he said softly. "The heavens will not forget." Rage twisted Shengongbao's face, but he said nothing. His sword fell to the ground, and he turned away, disappearing into the shadows beyond the battlefield. The war raged on, but the tides had shifted. With each mortal's ascension, the gods' hold on the battlefield weakened. By the time the sun dipped below the horizon, the heavens stood quiet once more. The scrolls of the investiture were sealed, their golden light fading into the stars. The names written there would shape heaven's court for centuries to come. But the echoes of that battle, the clash of swords, the cries of the fallen, and the defiance of mortals who dared to challenge the gods, would never fade. The sky stretched endlessly over the vast courtyard, a pale shade of blue that felt untouched, as if heaven itself leaned closer to watch. The air held its breath, silent except for the soft rustling of robes brushing against ancient stone. A man walked alone beneath the towering structure, his steps slow, deliberate. His golden robe caught the sunlight, shimmering as he passed beneath the great circular roof that crowned the temple of heaven. He paused at the center, standing where no one else dared, where the heavens and the earth were said to meet. The Emperor. The weight of his title pressed down on his shoulders heavier than the embroidered silk that adorned him. He wasn't just a ruler here. On this ground, he was a bridge, the lone thread connecting the mortal realm to the divine. In the vast emptiness of the Hall of Prayer for Good Harvests, his whispered prayers seemed small, fragile things. But the heavens listened. They always did. The temple was more than stone and wood. Each pillar, each stair carved with ancient care, seemed to hold echoes of every emperor who had stood here before him, those who had knelt in the bitter cold, whose breath had risen like mist as they pleaded for their people. Beneath the curved beams, shadows of the past stirred. There was an ache in this place, a yearning that stretched across time. Not every prayer had been answered. A memory lingered in the cracks of the marble floor, the story of an emperor who had once knelt for 3 days, his hands pressed against the frozen ground. His people were starving, the crops withered by relentless drought. The heavens remained silent. On the second night, as his attendants lit lanterns to chase away the cold, the emperor had refused to rise. "Leave me," he had said, his voice barely louder than the wind. They obeyed, watching from the distance as he lowered his head to the stone, his crown trembling with the weight of his despair. It was on the third morning, just as the sun stretched its light over the temple's roof, that the first drops of rain began to fall. The attendants swore they had seen it, an arc of light, faint but certain, stretching across the sky above the temple. The drought had broken. And yet, the emperor never spoke of that night. The current emperor's hand drifted to the railing, his fingers grazing the worn wood. How many prayers, he wondered, had been carved into this place by unseen hands? There were no battles fought here, no blood spilled, but the weight of 1,000 unseen struggles pressed against the temple walls. He knelt. The silence felt different now, heavier, but somehow comforting. His voice trembled as he spoke, reciting the ancient words passed down by his ancestors. "Let the heavens witness the heart of the land." The air stirred around him, as if something unseen had drawn closer. He kept his eyes closed. Some said the gods could be felt here. Not as voices, but as a shift in the wind, a sudden warmth beneath the skin. The emperor prayed not for himself, but for the fields beyond the palace walls, for the families who tilled the earth, their backs bent beneath the sun. He prayed for rain that would wash away the dust clinging to dry soil, for winds that would carry seeds across the land. There was no promise that the heavens would listen. But still, he prayed. Beyond the temple's gates, the city moved on, unaware of the fragile thread stretched between this place and the sky. But the emperor felt it, even as he rose, his legs stiff, the imprint of stone pressed into his knees. As he stepped away from the altar, he glanced back once more. The temple stood unchanged, its curved roof stretching toward the heavens like a silent offering. But something felt different in the air. A single cloud drifted across the sky. The old house creaked softly in the cold air, the kind of sound that felt alive, as if the wood itself remembered things the living had forgotten. Shadows flickered along the walls, their shapes cast by the trembling glow of red lanterns. In the center of the room, incense spiraled upward, its gentle smoke curling toward the ceiling like unseen hands reaching for something far beyond sight. An old man knelt in front of the altar. His hands, calloused and worn from years of labor, trembled as he lit another stick of incense. His eyes, clouded with age, glistened with something deeper than reflection. On the altar, a row of wooden tablets stood silently. Each one bore the name of someone long gone, parents, grandparents, great-grandparents. Generations who had lived, toiled, and left behind only these quiet markers of their existence. The old man's lips moved in a whisper. His voice barely stirred the air, but the weight of his words hung heavy in the room. He wasn't praying for miracles. He was speaking to those who had once walked these same floors, who had laughed in these very rooms and sat at these tables. He spoke to the dead as if they had never left. Outside, the faint sound of firecrackers echoed through the village streets, signaling the start of the festival. Children laughed, their footsteps hurried as they ran beneath strings of paper lanterns. But inside the house, time seemed to fold in on itself, holding the past close. The old man wasn't alone. In the quiet corners of the room, shadows lingered a little too long. The faint scent of herbs, long faded, briefly filled the air. A memory of a grandmother's hand brushing against his forehead when he was a child, checking for fever. The presence wasn't frightening. It was warm. He reached out, tracing the carved edges of the tablets with his fingertips. It was strange how the simple act of remembrance felt like opening a door, one that let in more than just memories. A low gust of wind rattled the paper windows, but the flame of the lantern on the altar didn't flicker. Long ago, they had said the gods could be found in the mountains and rivers, and the oldest trees and the brightest stars. But the old man had always believed differently. He believed the gods were closer. They sat quietly at the edge of family meals. They lingered by the hearth on cold nights. They watched over children as they slept. He could feel them now, standing silently behind him. His ancestors. There was comfort in their presence, but also something heavier. A reminder. The bond between the living and the dead wasn't something fragile. It was a chain, each link forged through the rituals passed down from parent to child, through the careful honoring of names long after voices had faded. When the old man was gone, his own tablet would join the others. His name carved alongside those he loved. And someday, his grandchildren would stand here, lighting incense in his name, whispering to him as he whispered now. It wasn't about gods or spirits watching from some distant realm. It was simpler than that. It was family. The festival firecrackers had grown louder, and outside, someone was calling his name. A grandchild, breathless and laughing, peered through the door. "Grandfather, come see the lanterns." The old man smiled, setting down the incense carefully. The altar flickered gently behind him, the smoke curling like silk ribbons. As he rose, he felt it again, that lingering warmth, a soft hand resting lightly on his shoulder for just a moment. He didn't turn around. He didn't need to. The gods and the ancestors had always been there. And they always would be. The wind whispered through the mountains, weaving through the ancient pines like 1,000 unseen voices speaking all at once. In the heart of the peaks, hidden beneath a sky brushed with the pale glow of dawn, an old temple stood silent and still. Its stone steps, worn smooth by the feet of those who had walked them for centuries, led upward into the mist. At the top, 3 figures sat. They were not carved from stone or shaped by human hands. They had no need for such things. Draped in robes that shimmered faintly, as if woven from threads of morning light, they watched the world below with eyes that seemed to hold the sky itself. No one could say when they first appeared. Some whispered they had been there since the world's first breath. Others believed they had walked among mortals once, long ago, before stepping beyond the reach of time. But no one doubted their presence. They were the 3 pure ones. It was said that in moments of great stillness, when the mountains held their breath, when the rivers calmed, and the stars seemed close enough to touch, their voices could be heard. Not as words, but as something softer, like the quiet hum of the earth beneath bare feet. The first among them was Yuancher Tianzuan, the celestial venerable of the primordial beginning. His gaze was steady, his hands resting lightly in his lap as if holding the weight of something fragile yet infinite. The story said he had witnessed the birth of all things, watching as the stars spilled into the sky and the mountains rose from the sea. He did not command the world. He simply watched, as one might watch the sun rise, knowing it would do so whether his eyes were upon it or not. Beside him sat Lingbao Tianzuan, the celestial venerable of the numinous treasure. His eyes flickered, reflecting the ever-shifting nature of life itself. Where Yuanzhi Tianzuan held the stillness of creation, Lingbao Tianzuan held its transformation, the quiet turning of the seasons, the rise and fall of empires, the silent growth of forests that stretched their roots deeper with each passing year. He carried the weight of change, but there was no fear in him. Only understanding. The last was Dao Tianzuan, the celestial venerable of the way and its virtue. His presence was quieter than the others, yet it filled the space around him. He was the breath between words, the pause between one step and the next. Some said he was Laozi himself, the old man who had crossed the western gate on the back of an ox, leaving behind a scroll of words that carried more weight than any army. His teachings were not written in ink but etched into the fabric of the world. Those who listened carefully could find them in the rustling of leaves, the ripple of water, the steady beat of a heart. Far below the temple, a traveler made his way up the mountain path. His steps were slow, his breath ragged from the climb, but he did not stop. The weight he carried was not on his back, but in his chest, a heavy knot of grief and longing that no words could untangle. He had heard stories of the three pure ones since he was a child, tales whispered by firelight and carried on the wind during festival nights. His grandmother once said that those who reached the temple could ask for guidance, and if their hearts were true, the three would answer. He did not know if he believed the stories. But belief did not matter. He climbed because there was nothing left to hold him below. By the time he reached the top, the sun had begun to sink, casting long shadows across the temple courtyard. He knelt before the altar, his hands trembling as he lit a stick of incense. For a long time, he said nothing. There were no grand words, no prayers that could mend the fractures that ran deep within him. But as the smoke curled upward, disappearing into the twilight, he felt something shift. It was not an answer. Not exactly. But the weight in his chest grew lighter, as if someone had lifted it, if only for a moment. And then he heard it. A voice, soft and low, like the distant roll of thunder across the horizon. The way is not found in answers. It is found in the space between them. He opened his eyes, but the courtyard was empty. Only the incense remained, burning quietly in the fading light. As he descended the mountain, the knot in his chest began to loosen. Far above, the three pure ones watched in silence, their forms flickering like shadows against the sky. They did not speak, for there was no need. The way had always been there. It simply waited for those who were ready to see it. The temple was quiet, save for the faint rustle of wind brushing through the red paper lanterns swaying at the entrance. A faint smell of incense lingered in the air, curling like unseen threads between earth and sky. At the heart of the hall, beneath a towering statue of gold, an old monk sat with his eyes closed, hands resting in his lap. From a distance, he seemed as still as the stone around him, yet there was a hum to his presence, something soft but steady, like distant thunder before rain. Before him, a small boy knelt, his head bowed low, face hidden behind a curtain of dark hair. His fingers twisted nervously in the folds of his robe. "You asked for guidance," the monk said, his voice gentle but clear. "But you look for it as if it will come from the heavens." The boy glanced up, startled. "Isn't that where the gods are?" The old monk smiled. He opened his eyes slowly, the deep lines on his face softening. "They are not as far away as you think." He rose to his feet, walking toward the statue that towered above them both. It was Avalokiteshvara, the bodhisattva of compassion, her 1,000 arms stretched outward as if ready to catch every tear, every sorrow that fell from the world below. She stood with serene grace, eyes half-lidded, gazing not down but across, as if she watched not from heaven, but beside those who called to her. The monk traced his fingers gently along the edge of the statue's base. "Long ago," he began softly, "the people of these lands looked to the sky for answers. They believed in dragons that stirred the clouds and gods who shaped the mountains. But one day, the wind brought with it something new, something that did not come from thunder or fire, but from the stillness within. The boy's eyes widened as he listened, leaning in closer. It began with a single figure, robed in white, crossing the mountains on foot. They carried no sword, no bow, only words that whispered of kindness and patience. Wherever they stepped, flowers seemed to grow, and their shadow left no mark upon the land. The monk's voice grew softer. Some say it was the Buddha himself, though none can say for sure. But from this single figure, others followed. They were not warriors, but teachers. They did not fight the spirits that already dwelled here. Instead, they listened. His gaze drifted to another statue, smaller but no less radiant, a fierce figure, with a blade in one hand and a lotus in the other. It was Ksitigarbha, the bodhisattva who descended to the underworld, vowing never to leave until every lost soul had been freed. People began to see their own gods reflected in these new faces, the monk continued. They saw the old mountain gods in the eyes of the bodhisattvas, the river spirits in the folds of their robes. There was no clash, no war between the old and the new. Only a quiet merging, like two rivers meeting beneath the same sky. The boy's brow furrowed. But, if they are different, how can they stand together? The monk's smile deepened. Are the stars not different from the moon? Yet they share the same night. The wind stirred again, gently rattling the lanterns outside. The temple seemed to breathe with it, the statues casting long shadows across the stone floor. The boy rose slowly to his feet, taking a few cautious steps forward. He stopped before the statue of Avalokiteshvara, tilting his head upward to meet her gaze. "Does she hear everything?" he asked quietly. The monk's hands folded behind his back as he watched the boy. Every voice. Even the ones that do not speak. For a long time, the boy stood there, his small form illuminated by the flickering light of the candles around him. When he turned back, the monk had returned to his seat, settling into the quiet once more. "Master," the boy began hesitantly, "what if I forget the prayers? Or say them the wrong way?" The monk's eyes crinkled at the corners, laughter twinkling softly within them. "Do you think Avalokiteshvara listens to words, or to hearts?" The boy glanced down at his chest, pressing a hand lightly against it as if testing for the quiet beat beneath his skin. "Words will fade," the monk said softly, his eyes closing once more. "But the heart remembers. And the gods, whether from the old mountains or the teachings brought by the wind, listen to that alone." The boy lingered a moment longer before stepping back toward the entrance. The wind tugged at his sleeves as he crossed the threshold, the fading light of evening stretching long across the temple steps. As the boy disappeared down the winding path that led into the valley below, the temple returned to stillness. The bodhisattvas stood silent, their eyes watching not the heavens, but the land they had chosen to stay near, among the people who called to them, whether in voice or in silence. The sky was ink black, but the stars shone fiercely, scattered like silver grains across a velvet canvas. In the quiet of the heavens, a voice rose, soft yet commanding. It was the Jade Emperor, his golden robes flickering like sunlight trapped within silk. He stood at the edge of his celestial palace, gazing down at the earth with thoughtful eyes. "The people need guidance," he said aloud to the silent night. "A measure of time, but not one that drifts with the seasons alone. Let them be led by creatures of both strength and wisdom." His words drifted beyond the palace walls, carried by the wind. Somewhere in the forests below, the animals stirred. Unseen hands seemed to tug at the threads of fate, weaving together something ancient and inevitable. The call was not heard with ears, but in the bones, an unshakable summons that roused each creature from their slumber. Far away, the rat's small, dark eyes flickered open. It twitched its whiskers, listening. In the next valley, the ox snorted, heavy hooves striking the ground. The tiger stretched, bearing fangs that glinted like blades in the moonlight. Across rivers and mountains, the message swept. 12 would answer. At dawn, they began to gather. The rat was the first to reach the riverbank, darting through shadows that bent and danced around its tiny frame. Behind it, the ox approached slowly, shoulders broad and steady. The other animals followed in their turn, the proud dragon, serpentine and regal, the horse, mane catching the breeze, the monkey, its eyes alight with mischief. They stood in a line, facing the Jade Emperor as he descended from the sky, his feet never quite touching the ground. He surveyed them with a calm, knowing gaze. "The order in which you arrive shall decide your place in the heavens," he declared. His voice, though soft, left no room for doubt. "Cross the great river, and when you reach the other side, your position shall be set for all eternity." The animals exchanged glances, tension rippling through the air. Some crouched low, muscles coiling. Others tilted their heads in silent contemplation. When the Jade Emperor lowered his arm, signaling the start, the ox moved first, hooves thundering against the earth. The river stretched wide and dark before them, its surface broken only by the moon's faint reflection. The ox's strong limbs cut through the water with ease. But the rat, ever clever, had not rushed ahead. Quietly, it leapt onto the ox's back, nestling into the thick fur without a sound. As the ox swam, unaware of its passenger, the rat watched the far bank grow closer. When the ox's hooves scraped against stone, just inches from the finish, the rat sprang forward, landing lightly on the shore. It crossed the line first, paused, barely leaving a mark in the damp earth. The ox, realizing too late, bowed its head in frustration but accepted its place as second. The tiger emerged next, droplets glistening like jewels on its striped coat. It shook itself once and stepped forward, third in line, its breath still ragged from the swim. Behind it, the rabbit bounded across stones jetting from the water's surface, skipping lightly over the waves. Fourth. A great gust of wind heralded the dragon's arrival. The Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly in surprise. "Why, dragon, did you not arrive sooner? Surely none could match your speed." The dragon bowed deeply. "There was a village below that suffered drought. I could not pass without calling forth the rain." A flicker of approval passed over the Emperor's face, and the dragon took its place as the fifth. The horse galloped onto the shore next, but as it reared to celebrate its arrival, a sharp hiss echoed beneath its hooves. The snake slid forward, having wrapped itself around the horse's leg unnoticed. It uncoiled gracefully, slithering into sixth place, leaving the horse to claim seventh. The goat, monkey, and rooster arrived together, having worked as one to cross the river by raft. The Emperor acknowledged their teamwork, granting them the 8th, 9th, and 10th positions, in the order they stepped onto the shore. The dog, despite its strong limbs and swimming prowess, came next, 11th. It wagged its tail sheepishly when questioned. The water was too pleasant, it admitted, shaking its fur dry. "I lingered to play." Finally, just as the sun began to slip beneath the horizon, the pig appeared. It trotted lazily toward the Emperor, snout wet from its brief detour. "I was hungry," the pig confessed with an unrepentant grin. "I stopped for a meal and, perhaps, a nap." The 12th spot was filled. The Jade Emperor gazed at the 12 animals before him, each marked by their own nature, cleverness, strength, loyalty, and even folly. Yet together, they formed a circle of balance, one that would turn endlessly with the passing years. "These 12 shall guide the people," the Emperor declared. "Each shall rule over a year, cycling through the heavens as time itself spins forward. Through you, mortals shall learn the wisdom of patience, the fire of ambition, and the quiet joy of contentment." The animals bowed as one, their shapes bathed in the light of the setting sun. In the ages that followed, their stories wove into the lives of men. Children were born beneath their signs, carrying the spirit of the animals that watched from the stars. Farmers prayed beneath the dragon's ear for rain, while families gathered in the ox's for strength and perseverance. But the rat's tale was whispered with a knowing smile, a reminder that sometimes, even the smallest and most unassuming could outwit the mighty, and that fortune often favored those who saw beyond strength to seize their moment when it came. The old willow tree at the edge of the village never lost its leaves, even in the dead of winter. Its branches stretched wide like open arms, and beneath its shade stood a small stone shrine, humble but strong. The villagers passed by it every day, heads bowed in quiet respect, leaving offerings of rice, fruit, and sometimes a red paper charm tucked carefully between the stones. They knew he was there. They could feel him in the rustle of the leaves, the coolness of the morning dew, and the warmth of the soil beneath their bare feet. Tutigong, the earth god, watched over them, not from a distant palace in the sky, but from the roots of the land itself. His eyes were soft, creased with age, and his long white beard tumbled down his chest like flowing silk. His robes were plain, the color of earth after rain, and his hands were as weathered as the hills. There was kindness in his face, but beneath it lay the weight of centuries, of lands guarded and lives gently guided. On the day the storm came, the village woke to skies as dark as ink. Wind tore through the rice fields, bending the stalks until they whispered against each other in panic. The stream that ran past the village swelled, and the sound of rushing water grew louder with every hour. The elders gathered beneath the willow, lanterns flickering in trembling hands. Their voices murmured prayers, hurried and low, as if the earth itself might split open if they spoke too loudly. A child, no more than 6, clutched his grandmother's hand and gazed up at the stone shrine. His small heart pounded with fear, and his eyes watered, though he didn't cry. The boy's grandmother knelt and whispered softly to the shrine. "Great Tutigong, keeper of this land, please watch over us." The wind howled in response, shaking the branches overhead. But as the storm pressed harder against the village, something shifted. The willow branches swayed, not with fear, but with purpose, stretching wide as if to shield the people gathered beneath it. In the heart of the storm, a figure emerged. The child blinked, unsure if he truly saw it or if his mind played tricks. But there he was, Tutigong, standing with his feet firmly planted in the soil. His staff pressed into the earth, and as he walked toward the villagers, the ground beneath him seemed to calm. Tie down the roof beams, his voice rumbled gently, though no words passed his lips. The elders nodded, their feet already moving before they realized it. "Bring the animals higher," he urged. Young men raced toward the fields, guiding sheep and oxen up the hillside. The villagers obeyed, for no one questioned the earth god. His presence was felt in every furrow they plowed and every harvest they reaped. Even the children understood. As the villagers worked, the child's eyes never left Tutigong. The old god knelt by the stream, pressing his hand to the ground. The water slowed, as if held back by unseen hands, just enough to stop it from spilling over the banks. By the time night fell, the storm had passed, leaving the village wet but standing. The roofs held, the crops swayed gently in the breeze, and the animals rested on dry ground. The shrine beneath the willow remained untouched. In the quiet that followed, the boy crept toward the stone shrine. His small fingers traced the edge of the offerings left there, dried persimmons and a handful of chestnuts. He glanced up at the branches, where the wind had once roared but now whispered only faintly. "Tutigong," the boy whispered. "Thank you." The leaves rustled above him, soft as a grandfather's chuckle. As the boy turned to leave, he thought he saw something. A figure, half hidden in the mist, standing by the stream's edge with a smile as warm as the sun. But when he looked again, there was nothing but the gentle swaying of the willow tree. Years passed, and the boy grew into a man. The village changed, but the shrine beneath the willow remained. New generations learned to leave their offerings and whisper their thanks. And on nights when storms threatened the land, the villagers gathered by the shrine once more, lanterns glowing softly in the dark. For they knew, beneath the roots and soil, Tutigong still walked among them, his presence as steady as the earth beneath their feet. The kitchen was quiet except for the soft crackle of the fire. A pot simmered gently, its warm, rich aroma filling the small room. In the corner, above the stove, hung a paper figure, his robe painted red and gold, his face worn but kind. His eyes, though drawn in simple brushstrokes, seemed to watch over every meal prepared, every grain of rice cooked with care. A woman stood by the hearth, stirring slowly, the ladle moving with a steady rhythm. Her hands, rough from years of work, paused for a brief moment as she glanced up at the paper figure. She smiled faintly and set a small plate of sweets on the counter. "Zao Jun," she whispered, bowing her head just slightly. It's almost time, isn't it? The kitchen god had seen everything. The silent arguments behind closed doors, the laughter of children running through the house, the quiet prayers whispered into bowls of soup. He remembered the times when there wasn't enough to eat, when the fire barely stayed lit, and he remembered the years when the family flourished, each meal filled with abundance and joy. Tonight, the family gathered. The table was modest but full, with bowls of rice, vegetables, and carefully made sweets placed in neat rows. The youngest child giggled as she tugged at her brother's sleeve, her tiny fingers sticky with syrup. Their father sat quietly, the creases around his eyes deeper than they had been the year before. A small brazier sat in the center of the room, its red embers glowing faintly. The woman carefully took the paper figure from the wall, her hands trembling slightly as if she were holding something fragile, something alive. The children hushed, sensing the weight of the moment. The man reached into his sleeve, pulling out a small brush dipped in honey. With gentle strokes, he painted the kitchen god's lips, layer by layer, until they shimmered in the firelight. "Sweet words for heaven," he murmured, handing the brush to his wife. She took it without a word and continued the task, her strokes slow and careful, as if each one carried a prayer. The old belief held strong: whatever the kitchen god reported to the Jade Emperor would shape the family's fortune for the coming year. But honey, sweet and thick, might seal his lips, softening any harsh words. It was a gentle plea for kindness, a quiet hope for forgiveness of the small missteps and troubles the family had faced. The paper figure was placed into the brazier. Flames licked at the edges, curling the corners and painting the air with tendrils of smoke. The children watched with wide eyes, the soft glow reflected in their gaze. For a moment, the room felt lighter, as if something unseen had risen with the smoke, carrying with it the stories of the year, the good, the bad, and everything in between. As the last flicker of flame died, the woman placed fresh paper on the wall, a new image of the kitchen god watching silently once again. And so, the cycle continued. The kitchen god would stay, his paper form fading as the year passed, his eyes witnessing every quiet moment in the heart of the home. In the heart of the heavens, there was a garden hidden beyond clouds of gold and rivers of light. Its gate stood tall, carved from jade and threaded with veins of silver. Few ever crossed this threshold. Only the immortals, those who had long since left the weight of the mortal world behind, could walk beneath the boughs that stretched endlessly toward the sky. The air here hummed softly, as if the wind itself whispered forgotten names. At the center of this garden grew a single tree. Its trunk twisted with age, roots deep enough to touch the bones of the world. Every branch shimmered, heavy with fruit so rare that their existence felt closer to myth than reality. These were the peaches of immortality, each one glowing faintly with the light of 10,000 suns. It was said that a single bite could rewrite the very fabric of time. Once every few thousand years, the Queen Mother of the West would host a grand banquet, inviting gods, spirits, and celestial beings from across the heavens. It was not the music or the lavish feasts that drew them. It was the fruit. Peaches that ripened only after centuries of waiting. The garden had been quiet for a long time, the peaches untouched, swelling in silence beneath leaves as soft as silk. But now the air felt different. The branches hung heavy, ready to surrender their weight. The time had come. One evening, as the sky turned soft with fading sunlight, the Queen Mother stepped beneath the tree. Her robes, woven from threads of starlight, brushed against the grass, leaving trails that glimmered and vanished. She stood still, gazing at the peaches, their skins blushing faintly with ripeness. It was at this moment that a shadow stirred behind the branches. It moved carefully, feet light against the earth. There was a rustle, the faintest sound, almost too quiet to hear. But the Queen Mother did not miss it. "Son Wukong," she said softly, without turning. From behind the tree stepped a figure with fur the color of molten bronze and eyes sharp as blades. The Monkey King grinned, his hands clasped behind his back, feigning innocence. "I was just passing by," he said, though his gaze never left the fruit hanging just above his head. The Queen Mother's lips curved into the smallest smile. She knew this trickster well, and his hunger for power was not subtle. The peaches had tempted greater beings than him. "They are not ready for you," she said, her voice light but firm. Sun Wukong tilted his head. "Not ready for me, or am I not ready for them?" A single peach hung low, almost within reach. It pulsed faintly, as if sensing the presence of the Monkey King. Would one bite be so dangerous? Wukong asked, his fingers brushing against the bark of the tree. His words were playful, but something else lingered beneath them. A desire, sharp and unyielding. The Queen Mother's gaze did not waver. "One bite can change the course of 1,000 lifetimes. Are you certain you know what you asked for?" Sun Wukong's smile faded, just for a breath of a moment. He stared at the peach, and in his silence, the garden seemed to hold its breath. There was no sound but the soft rustling of leaves, the distant hum of wind weaving through the branches. He stepped back, his hands lowering to his sides. "Perhaps not today," he said with a shrug, but the hunger in his eyes remained. As Wukong disappeared into the fading light, the Queen Mother remained beneath the tree. She touched one of the peaches gently, feeling the warmth that radiated from within. The peaches would wait, as they always did. Time, to them, meant little. But the Monkey King would return. They both knew it. The hall was silent, save for the faint flicker of torches lining the dark walls. The flames barely reached the ceiling, leaving the upper shadows untouched. In the center of the room stood a mirror, tall, narrow, and unnervingly still. Its surface gleamed coldly, though no light fell directly upon it. The mirror of truth. A man stood before it, his head bowed, fists clenched at his sides. His robes were worn, stained with the dirt of the life he had left behind. The weight of his deeds hung heavy in the air. He could feel the eyes of the underworld judge watching from somewhere in the shadows, but the presence that filled the room was not of the living or the dead. It was the mirror itself. It waited. "Look." The voice that came from the dark was neither cruel nor kind. It carried no trace of pity, no hint of anger. It simply was. The man raised his head slowly. At first, all he saw was his reflection, tired eyes, thin face, hair streaked with the quiet touch of years spent chasing things that no longer mattered. But as the seconds stretched, the image shifted. There he was, as a boy, standing in a marketplace. His small hands were clutching a loaf of bread that didn't belong to him. The baker's voice rose behind him, shouting for him to stop, but he never did. He had been hungry. It was just bread. The image rippled, folding into something else. He was older now, standing over a man in an alley. The dagger in his hand trembled, but he pressed it forward anyway. A debt. A threat. The excuses he had whispered to himself echoed faintly in his ears. His throat tightened. The mirror would not stop. It showed him the faces of the ones he had betrayed, the friend he had abandoned, the stranger he had cheated, the child he had ignored in the freezing cold because his own coat had been thin. There were small sins, strung together by years of choices that seemed easy at the time. But in the mirror, they were not small. He felt his knees weaken, but the mirror held him upright, dragging him deeper into the reflection. It forced him to watch, not as a memory, but as an outsider looking in. There was no turning away. And then he saw it. A woman. She was smiling, seated by a fire. Her hands rested on her lap, folding cloth that shimmered faintly in the light. Her face brought warmth into his chest, but it burned. He remembered her. The one good thing in his life. The one he had lost. He stepped forward, reaching toward the glass. The mirror shattered the image instantly. In its place, he saw the moment he had left her, walking away without looking back. The pain in her eyes as she called his name. He had told himself it was necessary. That the life he chased would one day bring him back to her. But the mirror did not care for justifications. His reflection now stared back at him, no longer a boy, no longer a man who could deny what he had seen. The weight of it pressed down, tightening around his heart. The judge's voice returned from the dark. The mirror does not lie. The man's breathing was shallow. He wanted to speak, to explain, to plead for more time. But no words came. The mirror had shown him everything, and the silence that followed asked the only question that mattered. Was this who he chose to be? The torches flickered, the flames rising for just a moment before settling back into the stillness. The man lowered his gaze. He did not cry. He did not break. But as he turned away from the mirror, his steps were heavier than before. The reflection of his sins lingered in his mind, long after he had left the hall. The sword hummed faintly, as if alive beneath the warrior's grip. Its blade, though untouched by time, bore the faintest flicker of blue fire along the edge. It wasn't ordinary steel. This was a weapon crafted not by mortal hands, but in the forge of gods, tempered in celestial flames and quenched in the tears of the stars. The warrior didn't speak. He didn't need to. The sword knew him. It had known his father before him, and his grandfather before that. Generations of hands had held this blade, but none had carried it for long. The sword did not belong to them. It chose them, just as it had chosen him now. The battlefield ahead lay quiet in the early light, but shadows lingered in the hills. They moved unnaturally, twisting and shifting as if the wind carried something heavier than mist. The warrior could feel it, an ancient presence curling at the edge of the world. Demons. The sword pulsed once, and his grip tightened. In the far distance, a horn sounded. The echoes trailed through the valley like a ghost's whisper. From behind the hills, figures emerged, clad in dark armor, their eyes burning like coals. They carried no banners, no symbols. They marched for destruction alone. The warrior stepped forward, the weight of the sword vanishing as if it understood the battle had already begun. The ground beneath him crackled softly with every step, the air around him sharpening until it felt thin, almost fragile. He raised the blade. It sliced the wind as easily as it would flesh. With a single swing, the sky above shivered, parting the clouds in a long, jagged scar. And the demons halted. They recognized the sword, even if they didn't recognize the man who carried it. Far away, in the heart of the heavens, a staff rested against the wall of a golden chamber. Its surface shimmered faintly, wrapped in strands of silk woven from the breath of dragons. No one dared to touch it. This was the staff that had once cracked the sky, the one that had shattered mountains when wielded by hands unworthy of its power. It had been sealed away for centuries, bound by chains only the gods could forge. But even in silence, it watched. There were stories whispered by mortals, tales of this staff rising again when the heavens trembled. Beneath the ocean, a trident lay buried beneath shifting sands. Coral grew around it, but the metal never rusted. Each of its 3 prongs held the strength to summon storms, to tear apart the sea with a flick of the wrist. Fishermen told their children to never disturb the ocean floor near the reef. They said the trident's master still watched from the depths, waiting for the day when his weapon would rise once more. But not all relics slept. In the mountains where the snow never melted, a bowstring thrummed softly in the wind. The bow itself lay against a slab of stone, carved with names long forgotten by mortals. When the stars aligned, the bowstring would tighten on its own, as if drawing back by unseen hands. Those who climbed the mountain said they felt watched by unseen eyes, and the lucky ones returned with stories. The unlucky ones did not return at all. Legend spoke of a jade seal, said to bear the weight of kingdoms. It was hidden within the palace walls, carried only by emperors, though even they feared it. It was said the seal whispered to its holder, testing their heart with every word. Those who answered with greed found their thrones crumbling beneath them. A lantern burned somewhere in the world, its flames dancing eternally without fuel. No matter where it was placed, it always lit the path for those in need, guiding lost souls through forests that stretched for miles. Some said it was carried by a wandering monk. Others claimed it appeared only in the hands of children who had yet to know fear. A fan, woven from the feathers of phoenixes, rested in the hands of a woman who never aged. When she waved it, winds capable of moving mountains stirred, and flowers bloomed in fields long barren. Few had ever seen her, but villages often woke to find crops flourishing overnight. Some tools were not weapons at all, but they carried a different kind of power. A cup carved from the shell of a qilin was said to heal any sickness. But it could not be used twice on the same person. Those who drank from it were warned, once was mercy, twice was greed. In the heart of a desert, a single bell hung from the arch of a crumbling temple. It did not ring for mortals. When it swayed, it called to forgotten spirits, summoning them to gather beneath the stars. On the rare nights when the wind carried the bell's distant chime, villagers locked their doors. The gods did not leave their tools unguarded. Each relic bore the weight of 1,000 stories, victories, betrayals, sacrifices etched into their surfaces. They were not gifts. They were responsibilities. The warrior on the battlefield knew this. As the demon surged forward, he swung the sword again. This time, flames followed the arc of the blade, sweeping across the field in blinding light. The ground split open beneath the weight of the weapon's will, and the darkness recoiled. But the sword was not finished. It whispered to him, asking for more. For the battle was not just his. It was a war that had begun long before his birth and would continue long after his death. The weapon simply waited for the next hand to hold it. And as long as it was needed, it would never sleep. The night was quiet, but the air felt heavy, as if the stars themselves were leaning closer to listen. The village slept, yet one man lay awake, staring at the wooden beams above his head. His breath slowed, and the faint crackling of the dying fire whispered through the small room. His eyes began to close, but the moment between waking and sleeping stretched too long. It was there, in that fragile space, that he first heard the voice. Soft at first, like wind shifting through distant trees. Then stronger, each word pressing against his chest, even though the room around him stood silent. You will not return by the same path you left. His eyes opened. The fire was gone, leaving nothing but faint trails of smoke curling toward the ceiling. The voice still lingered, not in the air, but inside him, as if it had been carved into his bones. Morning came without answers. The village square buzzed with life, but the man walked as if the world had dimmed around him. He didn't speak of the voice. Not at first. Dreams like his were not common, but they were not unheard of. The elders told stories of farmers who saw golden dragons in their sleep and awoke to find rain the next day. There were tales of women who dreamed of white cranes circling their homes, only to meet travelers at dawn who carried messages from distant lands. The gods spoke when the world was quiet. It was said they did not speak for the sake of speaking. When a voice from the heavens called out to mortals, it meant something stirred beyond what the eye could see. A fisherman once told of a night he dreamed of water rising above the mountains. He awoke sweating, clutching his chest. The next day, he refused to sail. Others mocked him, but that afternoon the winds changed, and the sea swallowed 2 boats whole. A girl tending the fields dreamed of a lotus flower blooming from stone. She shared the dream with no one, but she began walking to the same patch of land each morning, unable to explain why. Days later, she found an abandoned child wrapped in silk beneath the reeds. Dreams were not to be dismissed. The man, however, carried the weight of his message differently. His dream did not bring comfort or warning. It brought uncertainty, and that was the heaviest burden of all. He left the village soon after, unable to shake the feeling that the voice had called him toward something. He walked the winding road leading through valleys and forests, but no matter how far he traveled, the voice stayed with him. One evening, he stopped by a river. As he knelt to drink, the water shifted, and for a brief moment, he saw his reflection change. Another face stared back at him. Not his own. Eyes older, heavier. A face that had seen far more than he ever could. The gods were watching. There were those who believed dreams were nothing more than echoes of forgotten thoughts. But the man knew better. Some dreams left traces. It was said that the Jade Emperor himself sent messages through dreams wrapped in golden light. Those who received them often woke with the taste of honey on their tongues, as if the words themselves had been sweet enough to linger. But not all dreams were so gentle. A merchant's son once told of a figure wrapped in shadows who visited him in his sleep. The figure said nothing but placed a cold hand on the boy's chest. By morning, the boy had fallen ill. No doctor could cure him until his father climbed the mountain temple and burned incense for 3 days without rest. Dreams were bridges. Sometimes the gods crossed them. Sometimes darker things did. The man's path led him to a village tucked against the cliffs, where the sky opened wider than he had ever seen. That night, as he lay beneath the stars, the voice returned. "Go no further." He sat up, heart pounding. The night was clear. Nothing stirred. But in the distance, beyond the cliffs, storm clouds gathered, blacker than any he had witnessed before. He did not sleep again that night. By morning, the storm had crept closer. Others in the village whispered of strange sounds carried by the wind, but none could explain them. The man stayed. When the storm finally arrived, it struck with fury, bending trees and flooding fields. Yet the village was spared. The cliffs held, and the man understood. Had he not stayed, the village would have been lost. Sometimes the gods did not explain their reasons. They did not show visions of what could have been. They spoke in fragments, leaving mortals to trust the weight of a few simple words. The man left the village the next day, but the storm left him changed. Some believed that those who received divine messages carried a light within them, a mark the gods left behind. Strangers began to greet him with quiet respect, though he never spoke of his dreams. It was not the words that changed him, but the silence that followed. He walked paths few others chose to follow. Temples hidden beneath moss and stone welcomed him, their doors creaking open without a touch. In those places, he found statues of gods with unreadable faces, and sometimes he thought he heard their voices drifting through the halls. By the time he returned to his village years later, he found it unchanged. But he was not the same man who had left. The gods spoke rarely, and only to those who listened. The drumbeat shook the air, slow and steady, like a pulse too large for any human chest. Smoke curled around the temple courtyard, thick and fragrant, clinging to every surface. A crowd had gathered, eyes fixed on the figure kneeling at the center. Her hands pressed to the ground, trembling not from fear, but from something stirring just beneath her skin. She had not spoken for hours. The elders said the gods did not speak in soft voices. When they came, they arrived like fire rushing down the mountainside, fast, fierce, and unstoppable. The woman's breath hitched. Those closest to her stepped back, as if expecting the force within her to explode outward. No one knew which god would answer tonight. A single crack of the drum shattered the quiet, and the woman gasped, her head snapping back as if unseen hands had lifted her. Her eyes rolled, white swallowing the black. The villagers whispered prayers, clutching each other's sleeves. Then the voice spoke, but it was not hers. It came low and cold, threading through her lips like a snake winding through grass. The words twisted, ancient syllables that few recognized but all felt. Even those who could not understand knew one truth: the gods were listening. One man stepped forward, heart pounding so hard he feared it would betray him. His crops had withered without reason, and he had come seeking answers. His knees bent in reverence, and he lifted his face just enough to meet her gaze. "Great One, what have I done to offend you?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. The woman did not look at him, but the god did. "You have taken more than the earth has offered." His breath caught. He had pulled roots from land beyond his family's fields, thinking no one would notice. But the gods did. The crowd murmured, shifting nervously, but no one pitied him. They all knew the gods saw what mortals tried to hide. Possession was rare, and it was never gentle. The gods could enter a body without warning, leaving mortals dazed and shivering. Oracles were chosen carefully, but even the strongest risked shattering under the strain. A girl once channeled the river god during a winter drought. Her body glistened with frost when she awoke, as if the god's touch had frozen her from the inside out. Another time, a boy fell to the ground, convulsing as the thunder god's rage poured through him. His voice cracked like lightning, and for 3 days after, he could not speak without sparks dancing on his lips. The woman's chest rose and fell, but the god's grip did not loosen. Her voice dropped to a whisper, sharp as broken glass. The land must rest. The man bowed low, forehead touching the stone. He dared not look up. When the god spoke, mortals listened. But not all possession brought warnings. Some came with blessings. A mother knelt at the temple gates, cradling her sick child, praying until her lips bled. On the 7th day, the goddess of mercy slipped into the temple priest, and as he placed his hand on the child's head, the fever broke. The woman's breathing slowed. The god's presence began to lift, like shadows retreating from dawn. She slumped forward, catching herself with trembling hands. The villagers rushed to help, but no one spoke of what had just happened. They would not thank her, that honor belonged to the god. Later that night, as she lay wrapped in heavy blankets, her skin burned, but not from the cold. The fire of the god's presence lingered, and it always left marks. Some bore them as scars beneath their skin, invisible but unforgotten. Others carried visions that flickered behind their eyes when they closed them, as if the gods had left their fingerprints on their souls. She would not sleep that night. Those who became vessels for the divine often said the gods felt heavier than the sky itself. It was not something they chose. It was something that chose them. A boy once asked why the gods did not speak to everyone directly. The temple elder placed a stone in his hand and told him to hold it until morning. By dawn, his fingers were stiff and pale, and the boy understood. The gods did not burden mortals without reason. But there were dangers. Not every voice that entered the body came from the heavens. There were spirits that mimicked gods, wrapping their whispers in sweet lies, twisting hearts until they forgot who they were. A woman claimed to channel the god of the wind, promising wealth to those who followed her. She walked with the grace of someone who had seen beyond the mortal plane, but her eyes never met those of the elders. When the truth unraveled, it was not the god of wind she had carried, but something far darker. The temples were cleansed with fire, but the scars in the village remained long after the smoke had faded. Now, the rituals were performed with careful steps. The temple's incense had to burn in precise patterns. The drums had to beat in rhythms older than memory. One misstep, and the wrong doors could open. But the woman who knelt in the temple that night was not afraid. She knew the weight of the gods and bore it without flinching. In the morning, the villagers gathered at her doorstep with offerings of rice and fruit, though they said nothing. The gods had spoken, and the land would heal. She watched the fields from her window as the first light stretched over the horizon, wondering if the god's voice would ever return. If it did, she would answer. The old man lived alone on the mountain, wrapped in silence as thick as the mist that crept through the pine trees at dawn. Villagers whispered about him in low voices, afraid to speak too loud and disturb whatever forces lingered around his hut. Some said he had not aged in decades. Others swore they had seen him walk barefoot across the snow, leaving no footprints behind. No one dared to ask him the truth. At dusk, he would sit beneath the ancient cypress tree, his eyes half closed, as if he could see something no one else could. Children would sneak close, hoping to hear the stories that curled around him like smoke. But he rarely spoke, and when he did, his words felt heavier than stone. One evening, a boy sat beside him, braver than the rest. "Why do you live alone up here?" the boy asked, breaking the quiet. The old man smiled, the corners of his eyes crinkling like the bark of the trees. "To listen," he said. "To what?" The man tilted his head, as if the wind carried the answer. "The breath of the world." The boy frowned, confused, but he didn't press further. Instead, he stayed until the stars blinked to life, watching as the old man closed his eyes and drifted into stillness. In a quiet workshop tucked away behind the city's busy markets, an artist sat hunched over a slab of smooth jade. His hands were steady, but his eyes betrayed irreverence, a quiet awe for the task before him. With each careful movement, the dragon came to life beneath his tools. Its body coiled and uncoiled in an endless dance, its scales catching the light in rippling patterns. The artist paused, wiping his brow, and whispered a silent prayer. This was not just a carving, it was a conduit to something greater, a bridge between mortals and the heavens. The Han believed the dragon was a creature of transformation, a symbol of the boundless potential of the universe. In their art, dragons often danced among the clouds, their long whiskers trailing behind them like whispers of wind. They carried pearls of wisdom, their claws clutching the secrets of the cosmos. To carve or paint a dragon was to honor its spirit, to invite its energy into the mortal realm. In the imperial palace, the emperor's robes shimmered with dragon motifs, the golden thread woven into fabric as fine as a spider's web. Each dragon embroidered on his garments was a declaration of his divine right to rule, his connection to the heavens. It was said that the emperor himself was the living embodiment of the dragon, a being destined to maintain balance and harmony across the land. One winter, a drought gripped the empire. The rivers, usually teeming with life, shrank to mere trickles. Crops failed, and the people's pleas grew desperate. The emperor, dressed in his dragon robes, stood before a massive silk banner unfurled in the palace courtyard. Painted on the banner was a dragon ascending to the heavens, its jaws open in a silent roar. "We call upon you, great dragon," the emperor declared. "Bless us with rain. Restore life to the land." As if in answer, the skies darkened. Clouds gathered, heavy and gray, and soon the rain began to fall. The people cheered, their faith in the dragon and the emperor renewed. For days afterward, the streets buzzed with tales of how the dragon had heard their cries, how it had descended from the heavens to bring salvation. This story became immortalized in murals and pottery, the image of the rain-bringing dragon a reminder of their bond with the divine. In the tombs of the Han elite, dragons guarded the spirits of the dead. Vast burial chambers were adorned with elaborate frescoes, their walls alive with painted scenes of dragons entwined with phoenixes, their eternal rivals and companions. These creatures were more than decoration, they were guides, protectors on the journey to the afterlife. In the dim torchlight, the dragons seemed to move, their eyes glinting with an otherworldly light, as though watching over their charge. One such tomb, discovered centuries later, contained a jade burial suit intricately pieced together with gold wire. Etched into the jade plates were countless dragons, their forms so detailed that one could almost hear the rush of wind as they soared. It was said that this suit belonged to a prince who believed the dragons would carry his soul to the stars. Standing before it, even the most skeptical felt a shiver, as though the dragon's power lingered still. The artisans of the Han dynasty were relentless in their pursuit of perfection, driven by a shared understanding that dragons were not merely symbols but vessels of divine energy. In pottery, dragons danced across the surfaces of vases and bowls, their bodies winding around in endless loops. In bronze, they emerged in striking detail, their claws extended, their eyes fierce. Even in the simplest tools, the dragon's spirit was present, a constant reminder of its guardianship. One story told of a boy who found a small, dragon-engraved pendant while working in the fields. The pendant was simple, its jade worn smooth by time, but the moment he touched it, he felt a warmth spread through his chest. That night, he dreamed of a great dragon coiling around his home, its breath bringing rain to the parched earth. When he woke, the fields were glistening with morning dew, the drought broken. The boy's story spread quickly, and people came from far and wide to touch the pendant, hoping to feel the dragon's blessing. The dragon's presence extended beyond art and legend. It influenced the architecture of the Han dynasty, its form echoed in the curves of rooftops and the layout of palaces. The great halls were designed to mimic the flow of a dragon's body, their beams and arches creating the illusion of motion. Standing within them, one felt as though they were inside the belly of the beast, a humbling reminder of their place in the universe. But for all its grandeur, the dragon was also deeply personal. Families painted dragons on the walls of their homes, small and playful, their faces less fearsome and more kind. They told their children stories of how dragons protected those who were honest and hardworking, how they punished greed and deceit. These tales instilled a sense of morality, a belief that the dragons watched over them, not with indifference but with care. As the Han dynasty flourished, so too did the dragon's presence in their culture. coins bore its image, its body curling around the edges like a guardian of wealth. Music echoed its movements, flutes and drums mimicking the rise and fall of its flight. Poems sang its praises, each word a brushstroke painting the majesty of a creature that had no equal. And yet, even amidst this abundance, the dragon remained elusive, its essence impossible to capture fully. It was a paradox, a creature both tangible and ethereal, a symbol of power yet a reminder of humility. In every stroke of a brush, and every chisel mark on stone, the Han artisans sought to honor not just the dragon's form but its spirit, its connection to a world far beyond their own. Even now, centuries later, the dragons of the Han dynasty endure. Their images, preserved in museums and passed down in stories, continue to stir something deep within. For in their grace and power, their fierce protection and quiet wisdom, the dragons remind us of what it means to dream, to strive, and to believe. Beneath the golden glow of a Tang dynasty sunrise, the world seemed alive with a quiet magic. Clouds brushed the tops of distant mountains, their shapes shifting like liquid silk. Amid this ethereal landscape, poets sat under ancient pines, their brushes dipped in ink as black as midnight. The strokes they painted on parchment were swift and deliberate, each word invoking a dragon, a creature not of flesh and scales but of imagination, power, and flight. In the Tang dynasty, dragons were not confined to stone walls or carved statues. They soared through the verses of poets, their movements vivid and untamed. A dragon in a poem could be the rising wind, the rush of a river, or the burst of inspiration that seized a writer's heart. In one famous verse, a poet described the dragon as a bridge between heaven and earth, its body a road for dreams to travel. Readers felt the dragon's breath in every syllable, their own souls stirred as though touched by its wing. Days passed, then weeks, and the boy returned often. He watched the old man sip tea that smelled of strange herbs and heard him recite poems that no longer existed in any book. One night, as the moon hung low and full, the old man stood at the edge of the cliff. His silhouette cut sharply against the sky, his robes fluttering though there was no wind. The boy saw him raise his hands, slow and deliberate, tracing patterns in the air. It almost looked like he was gathering the stars. When the boy blinked, the man was gone. The villagers searched the mountain the next morning, but no trace of him remained. His hut stood empty, the door gently swaying open as if he had simply stepped away for a moment. Some said he had become an immortal, slipping into the heavens when no one was watching. Others believed he had walked so far along the path of the Tao that his body could no longer stay bound to the earth. But the boy remembered the way the man had smiled that night, soft, peaceful, as if he had known exactly where he was going. In the years that followed, the boy grew into a man, and he too walked the mountain paths alone. Villagers began to whisper about him in low voices, and children peeked through the trees to watch him sit beneath the cypress tree. Sometimes, they thought they saw him tracing patterns in the air. The streets of Beijing hummed softly beneath the glow of neon signs. Lanterns swayed gently from shop roofs, their red light brushing against the faces of the crowd that moved through narrow alleys. In the heart of the city, where old temples crouched behind glass skyscrapers, the line between ancient and new thinned, almost invisible to those who passed by too quickly. Li Wei wasn't one to rush. He walked slowly, his gaze trailing along the carvings on temple doors, worn smooth by centuries of hands pressing for luck. The air smelled faintly of incense, the kind his grandmother used to burn every morning. At the temple steps, a small crowd had gathered around a bronze statue of Nüwa. Children giggled as they tugged at their parents' sleeves, pointing at the warrior boy with his lotus wheels. A man dropped a coin into the offering box, bowing his head with a quiet murmur of thanks. Li Wei watched as an elderly woman adjusted a red string tied around Nüwa's wrist. For strength, she said when she noticed his gaze. Her voice was soft but steady. For my grandson. Li Wei nodded, though he said nothing. He had heard stories of Nüwa since he was a child, how the fiery boy god had battled demons, how he had carved his own destiny with a golden spear. His grandmother used to tell him that Nüwa never gave up, even when the heavens themselves tried to hold him down. As the woman shuffled away, Li Wei stepped closer. He traced the smooth, cold edge of Nez's hand with his fingertips. "You don't look much like a god," he muttered under his breath. And yet, something in Nez's stone eyes felt alive, as if watching, waiting. Li Wei left the temple that night, but he couldn't shake the weight of the statue's gaze. When he passed by the electronics store on his way home, his eyes flickered to the television screens in the window. A movie trailer flashed by, a sweeping scene of Sun Wukong leaping through the clouds, his golden staff splitting mountains in two. Crowds lined up beneath the marquee, buzzing with excitement for the latest retelling of the Monkey King's rebellion. The next morning, Li Wei found himself in front of a towering mural near the subway station. Guanyin's fierce expression glared down at him from the concrete wall, his long beard flowing like black ink. A lotus flower bloomed beneath his feet, and streaks of crimson paint wrapped around his blade. Li Wei pulled out his phone, snapping a quick photo. He thought about Guanyin often, even if he never said it aloud. His grandmother used to tell him that Guanyin watched over those who stood with honor. She had a small figure of him by the door, always polished and standing tall. Whenever Li Wei faced a hard decision, her voice would rise in his memory. "Be like Guanyin," she would say. Strong, but just. It wasn't just temples and statues. The gods seemed to linger everywhere, painted on city walls, printed on packaging, their names whispered before exams and business deals. Even the smallest shops had paper talismans tucked behind the cash register, faded gold characters pressed into red slips of paper. One evening, Li Wei met a friend for tea. The cafe was tucked between two office buildings, narrow and almost hidden. Inside, soft lanterns hung low from the ceiling, and on the far wall, a delicate tapestry of Bixia Yuanjun stretched across the silk. "She's the one my mother prays to," his friend said, following Li Wei's gaze. "For safe childbirth. She thinks Bixia Yuanjun will bless my sister when the baby comes." Li Wei smiled faintly, swirling his tea. "They always seem to stay with us," Li Wei murmured. His friend raised an eyebrow. "The gods?" Li Wei nodded. "It's strange. You think they're just stories, but they show up everywhere. Like they're part of the city now." His friend laughed. "They've always been part of the city." That night, Li Wei walked past the temple again, its doors closed, but flickering candlelight glowed softly through the cracks. In the courtyard, small shadows danced near the offering tables, silent, steady, as if they had been there long before the streetlights or the cars that rumbled by. And in that quiet moment, Li Wei thought that maybe the gods never left at all. The sun cast its golden light across the sprawling city of Chang'an, illuminating the grand halls and bustling streets of the Han dynasty's heart. Everywhere one looked, there were dragons. They were not the fearsome, fire-breathing beasts of other lands, but graceful, sinuous creatures that seemed to glide effortlessly between worlds, their forms captured in the delicate strokes of ink and the solid permanence of carved stone. The dragon was alive in the soul of the Han people, a constant presence woven into the very fabric of their existence. The Tang poets did not simply write about dragons, they lived with their essence. Li Bai, known as the immortal poet, often wove dragons into his work, their presence lending an otherworldly weight to his reflections on nature and longing. In one of his verses, he described a dragon coiling through the mists of a waterfall, its roar mingling with the thunderous cascade. The image was so vivid that listeners swore they could hear the dragon's cry echo through the hills. But it was not only poets who summoned dragons to life. Artists, too, found themselves drawn to their beauty and power. In the bustling city of Chang'an, artisans painted dragons onto silk scrolls, their colors vibrant and alive. These dragons were creatures of motion, their bodies twisting and turning in ways that defied logic yet felt utterly real. Each stroke of the brush captured their spirit, wild, free, and eternal. One of these paintings, housed in the emperor's palace, became a legend in its own right. It was said that the dragon depicted on the silk seemed to move when no one was looking, its eyes glowing faintly in the moonlight. Servants whispered that the artist had imbued it with a fragment of his own soul, a sacrifice to ensure the dragon's immortality. The grandeur of the Tang dynasty was reflected in its architecture, and dragons played a role here too. Temple roofs rose like waves, their ridges adorned with dragon sculptures that seemed ready to leap into the sky. These dragons were guardians, their fierce faces turned outward to ward off evil spirits. At night, when the lanterns cast flickering shadows, the dragons appeared to shift and breathe, their watchful presence felt by all who passed below. In the imperial gardens, a massive stone dragon coiled around a central fountain, its mouth open in a silent roar. Water poured from its jaws, cascading into a crystal-clear pool. Children often played near the fountain, their laughter mingling with the sound of rushing water. They believed that the dragon's presence brought luck and harmony to the gardens, its stone heart pulsing with unseen power. But perhaps the most striking use of dragons during the Tang dynasty was in the art of music. Performers wore robes embroidered with golden dragons, their movements mimicking the creature's sinuous grace. When they played the guqin or pipa, the melodies seemed to summon dragons from the air, their forms dancing in the imagination of the listeners. In one memorable performance, a musician claimed to have seen a dragon appear above the stage, its shimmering body dissolving into the stars as the final note faded. Dragons were not merely symbols of strength and majesty, they were also deeply tied to the people's emotions. For lovers separated by distance, a dragon might carry their messages across the sky, its wings cutting through clouds to deliver whispers of longing. In one tale, a young woman prayed to a dragon for her beloved's safe return from war. That night, she dreamed of a silver dragon spiraling above his ship, its scales gleaming like the moon. When her lover returned unharmed weeks later, he swore he had seen the same dragon guiding him through a fierce storm. Even in times of sorrow, dragons offered solace. One legend spoke of an elderly man who lost his family to illness. Alone and grief-stricken, he wandered into the mountains, where he encountered a dragon resting by a river. The creature, sensing his despair, dipped its tail into the water and created ripples that shimmered with colors unseen in the mortal world. The man wept, not from sadness but from a strange, overwhelming peace. When he returned to his village, he carried with him a renewed spirit, as though the dragon had breathed new life into his soul. As the Tang dynasty reached its zenith, dragons became an inextricable part of its identity. Coins bore their likeness, their forms coiling around the edges as if guarding the empire's wealth. In palaces, dragon motifs adorned every surface, their presence a constant reminder of the dynasty's divine mandate. And yet, for all their ubiquity, dragons never lost their mystery. They remained creatures of awe and wonder, their power both accessible and untouchable. One evening, as twilight fell over Chang'an, a poet stood on the banks of a river, watching as the water caught the fading light. He closed his eyes and imagined a dragon rising from the depths, its body luminous and infinite. Picking up his brush, he began to write, the words flowing like the river itself. When he finished, he looked up at the sky, now painted with stars, and felt a quiet certainty. The dragon was not just in his poem, it was in the world around him, in the wind, the water, and the endless expanse of the heavens. And so, the dragons of the Tang dynasty lived on, not only in stone and silk, but in the hearts of those who believed in their magic. They were creatures of flight and fire, guardians and guides, their presence as eternal as the stars. Even now, when one reads the poetry of the Tang or gazes upon its art, the dragons stir, their spirits ready to soar once more. The imperial throne room was cloaked in silence, broken only by the soft rustle of robes as the emperor rose. Every eye was drawn to him, not just to his commanding presence, but to the garment he wore. Threads of gold shimmered like sunlight on water, forming the image of a dragon so vivid it seemed ready to leap from the fabric. Its claws reached outward, poised to grasp the heavens, and its eyes burned with the intensity of a living creature. This was no ordinary robe. It was the dragon robe, a symbol of absolute power and divine right. The Ming dynasty's emperors were not merely rulers, they were the sons of heaven, chosen to bridge the mortal world and the celestial realms. The dragon robes they wore were a testament to this belief, their design steeped in layers of meaning. Each detail, from the number of claws on the dragon to the placement of its coiled body, spoke of authority, balance, and the mandate to rule. The artisans who crafted these robes worked in near-sacred silence, their hands guided by both skill and reverence. They understood the gravity of their task. To weave a dragon into silk was to breathe life into a creature of myth, to create a garment that carried the weight of an entire empire. Gold thread, spun so fine it seemed to defy touch, was embroidered alongside rich blues and reds, each color chosen for its symbolic power. In the dim light of their workshops, these craftsmen whispered stories of the dragons they stitched. Some spoke of dragons soaring through stormy skies, their roars calling forth rain for parched lands. Others told of dragons guarding treasures deep beneath the sea, their eyes glowing like lanterns in the dark. As their needles danced across the fabric, they imagined the emperor himself embodying these creatures' strength and wisdom. When the robe was finally complete, it was carried to the palace with great ceremony. The courtiers who unveiled it did so with trembling hands, their breath catching as the golden dragon came into view. To see it was to feel the presence of the heavens themselves, to stand in the shadow of something greater than mortal understanding. But the robe was not merely beautiful. It was also a source of fear. To wear the dragon was to carry its power, and to displease the wearer was to invite ruin. Tales abounded of ministers who failed in their duties or betrayed the emperor's trust, only to be struck down as though by the dragon's wrath itself. Some whispered that the robes held a piece of the dragon's soul, their power both protective and punitive. One particularly haunting story spoke of an emperor who wore his dragon robe into battle. As he rode into the fray, arrows seemed to veer away from him, as though repelled by an unseen force. His enemies claimed to see the dragon's eyes blaze with fire, its embroidered claws slashing through the air as though alive. Victory was swift and absolute, and the emperor's soldiers swore they had been led not by a man but by the dragon incarnate. Yet the robes also carried the weight of immense responsibility. On nights when the emperor sat alone in his chambers, he would run his fingers over the dragon's scales, feeling the raised threads beneath his touch. In the quiet, he would wonder whether he was worthy of the dragon's mantle, whether his choices honored the creature stitched into his very being. Even the common people, who would never glimpse the emperor's robes up close, felt their influence. Artists painted dragons on temple walls, their designs echoing the robe's intricate patterns. Storytellers wove tales of emperors who, draped in dragon silk, could summon storms or command rivers. Farmers, praying for a bountiful harvest, left offerings at shrines adorned with dragon motifs, believing the emperor's robes imbued the land with divine favor. There was one day, however, when the dragon robe took on a life of its own. During a grand ceremony, as the emperor stood before his court, a sudden gust of wind swept through the hall. The torches flickered, their light catching on the gold thread of the robe. For a moment, the dragon seemed to move, its body writhing as though ready to take flight. Gasps filled the room, and even the emperor paused, a flicker of awe crossing his face. Afterward, rumors spread like wildfire. Some claimed the dragon's spirit had awakened, a sign of the emperor's divine favor. Others whispered of an ancient curse, warning that the dragon would only stir in times of great upheaval. Whatever the truth, the moment became legend, immortalized in both song and ink. In the twilight of the Ming dynasty, when the empire faced internal strife and external threats, the dragon robes became a rallying cry. Emperors donned them not just as symbols of power but as reminders of their duty to protect their people. Soldiers marched into battle under banners bearing the dragon's likeness, their spirits bolstered by the belief that they fought under the dragon's watchful gaze. But the dragon robes were not only about grandeur and might. They were also about connection, to history, to myth, and to the unseen forces that shaped the world. For every emperor who wore the robe, there was an unspoken understanding that the dragon was both a privilege and a burden. It was a reminder that their power was not their own, but a gift from the heavens, to be used wisely and justly. And so, the dragon robe remained a fixture of the Ming dynasty, its golden threads weaving together the past, present, and future of the empire. In its shimmering folds lay the hopes and fears of a nation, a testament to the enduring power of the dragon's legend. The sound of drums echoed through the palace, a slow, deliberate beat that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Above the courtyard, fluttering against a sky heavy with gray clouds, the imperial dragon banner waved. Its silk shimmered in the dim light, the embroidered dragon coiling and twisting with the movement of the wind. Golden scales glinted, and the creature's fiery eyes seemed to pierce through the haze, commanding the heavens and the earth. This was no ordinary banner. It was the standard of the Qing dynasty, the last empire to rule China. It bore the image of the dragon, an ancient symbol that had evolved over centuries, now standing as a declaration of might and tradition in a world on the brink of transformation. The dragon of the Qing dynasty was unlike its predecessors. It was bold, fierce, and unmistakably imperial. Its 5 claws, a hallmark of supreme authority, marked it as the emblem of the emperor himself. No other figure dared use such an image. The mere act of possessing a banner adorned with a 5-clawed dragon was punishable by death, a stark reminder of the dragon's power and exclusivity. In the grand halls of the Forbidden City, artisans worked tirelessly to perfect the emperor's standards. Each thread of gold and silk was meticulously placed, forming not just a dragon but a story of sovereignty. The body of the dragon curled in dynamic motion, its sinewy form surrounded by swirling clouds and flaming pearls. Every element had meaning. The clouds symbolized the celestial realm, the dragon's true home, while the pearl represented wisdom, prosperity, and the essence of the cosmos. The Qing dragon wasn't just an emblem, it was a living force. Courtiers whispered of its presence as though it were a being watching over the dynasty, guarding its borders and its people. Some even claimed that during ceremonies, they could feel the dragon's gaze on them, a weight that demanded unwavering loyalty. During times of celebration, the imperial dragon standards were carried high, their colors vivid against the city's gray stone walls. The streets would fill with people, their faces turned upward as the procession passed. Children clutched their mothers' hands, wide-eyed as they caught glimpses of the dragon standards. It was as though they believed the dragon itself might descend from the banners and stride through the crowd, its breath igniting the air with life. Yet, the dragon's role was not limited to moments of joy. In times of war, the imperial standards became rallying cries. When the banners were raised on the battlefield, the soldiers beneath them fought with the belief that the dragon's spirit guided their blades. There is a tale of one such battle, when Qing forces faced overwhelming odds. The wind, wild and chaotic, tore through the enemy ranks, lifting their banners into disarray. Meanwhile, the Qing dragon standard stood firm, as if anchored by an unseen force. Witnesses later swore the dragon's embroidered eyes had glowed that day, its form seeming to writhe and roar in defiance of the chaos around it. But the dragon of the Qing was also a creature of contrasts. While it represented unity and power, it carried the weight of a changing world. Foreign envoys, arriving at court to pay homage or negotiate treaties, often marveled at the standards. They viewed the dragon as both a relic of a timeless empire and a symbol of a nation clinging to its identity amidst mounting pressures. Inside the Forbidden City, the dragon standards were not merely banners. They were treasures, locked away in ornate chests when not in use, guarded by those who understood their significance. To touch them without permission was unthinkable, to damage them, an unforgivable offense. Yet, with each passing year, the threads began to fray, the colors to fade. The dragon's image, so enduring in the minds of the people, began to show signs of wear. As the Qing dynasty faced internal rebellions and external invasions, the dragon standards took on an almost mournful tone. Some said that the dragons on the banners seemed less fierce, their eyes dimmer, their coils less lively. It was as though the spirit of the empire's dragon felt the struggles of its people and the weight of a dynasty in decline. One winter evening, as snow fell in thick, quiet sheets, the emperor stood alone before the dragon standard in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. The golden silk seemed dull in the flickering candlelight, the dragon's form muted against the darkened sky beyond the palace windows. The emperor reached out, his hand trembling slightly as he traced the outline of the dragon's head. "Do you still guard us?" he whispered, his voice barely audible over the crackling of the fire. "Or have we failed you?" The dragon remained silent, its embroidered eyes unblinking, yet in that stillness, there was an answer. The dragon was eternal, a symbol beyond one ruler or one dynasty. Though the standards might fall, though the empire might crumble, the spirit of the dragon would endure. The end of the Qing dynasty came with the collapse of imperial rule, and with it, the dragon standards were lowered for the last time. Yet, even as they were folded away, stored in museums or hidden in private collections, the dragon's image lived on. It remained in the hearts of the people, in the stories they told, and in the symbols they cherished. For the Qing dynasty, the dragon was more than a standard. It was a guardian, a witness to centuries of glory and struggle, and a reminder that even in the face of change, some symbols are too powerful to fade. The dragon's spirit lingered, waiting, watching, ready to rise once more when the world needed it most. Beneath the shadow of a towering mountain, an ancient monastery stood cloaked in mist, its red and gold banners swaying gently in the breeze. Inside, a lone monk knelt before a carved wooden dragon coiled around a lotus blossom. His hands were clasped in silent prayer, his breath steady. The air was thick with incense, curling like spectral clouds toward the statue's unblinking eyes. The dragon, both fierce and serene, seemed alive in the flickering candlelight, as though it could sense the weight of the monk's thoughts. The dragon wasn't merely a symbol here, it was a bridge between realms, a guardian of balance and wisdom, and a manifestation of the divine. Across centuries and philosophies, this mythical creature had woven itself into the deepest layers of belief and understanding, leaving its mark on the hearts and minds of those who sought its guidance. In the teachings of Confucianism, the dragon was an emblem of moral authority and virtuous leadership. Its presence evoked the image of an ideal ruler, one who governed with fairness and compassion, who wielded power not for personal gain but to nurture and uplift. Stories told of sage kings who dreamed of dragons before making decisions that would alter the course of their kingdoms. These dreams, they believed, were the spirits of dragons granting them wisdom. One such story spoke of a young prince who faced an impossible choice. His kingdom was ravaged by drought, the rivers reduced to mere trickles, their cracked beds littered with dying fish. The farmers begged for aid, but the prince's advisors warned that sharing the royal stores would leave the palace vulnerable to attack. Torn between his duty to his people and his responsibility to protect the throne, the prince sought refuge in the temple of a dragon. He knelt for hours, his voice hoarse from pleading. That night, he dreamed of a great azure dragon soaring through stormy skies, its scales glistening like sapphires. It descended to the parched earth, and with a single roar, rain poured from the heavens, reviving the land. When the prince awoke, he ordered the palace stores open to the people, declaring, "If the dragon does not fear to share the storm, then neither shall I." The rains returned the following week, and the prince was celebrated not just as a ruler, but as a living embodiment of the dragon's spirit. In Taoism, the dragon took on a more fluid and enigmatic role, representing the eternal dance of opposites and the flow of qi, the vital energy that binds all things. It was a creature of both water and sky, embodying the balance between yin and yang. Taoist sages often meditated on dragons, seeking to emulate their ability to adapt and harmonize with the forces of nature. There was a tale of a Taoist hermit who lived atop a mountain, surrounded by swirling clouds. Villagers often climbed the steep path to ask for his advice, marveling at the dragon motifs etched into the walls of his stone hut. One day, a boy came to him, his face pale with fear. "Master," he stammered, "I am haunted by a dragon in my dreams. It coils around me, its breath cold as ice. I cannot escape." The hermit smiled, his eyes bright and knowing. "Dragons do not haunt, they teach. Close your eyes and face it." That night, the boy returned to his dreams, trembling but determined. The dragon appeared, its silver scales gleaming under a moonlit sky. When it roared, the boy stood his ground. He reached out a hand and touched its snout. In that moment, the dragon bowed its head and dissolved into a mist that filled the boy with warmth and light. He awoke to find the world brighter, his fears replaced by a newfound calm. "You have embraced the flow of qi," the hermit said when the boy returned. "The dragon was never your enemy, it was your guide." In Buddhism, the dragon held a place of reverence as a protector of sacred teachings and a symbol of enlightenment. Monasteries often depicted dragons as guardians, their coiled forms etched into gates and roofs, their fierce visages a warning to those who sought to harm the Dharma. One revered tale told of a wandering monk who stumbled upon a secluded lake. At its center was a temple shrouded in mist, said to house a relic of great power. The monk approached, but as he stepped onto the temple's bridge, a massive black dragon emerged from the water, its golden eyes blazing. "Turn back," it thundered, "or face the wrath of the heavens." The monk did not falter. He bowed deeply and said, "I seek not power, but understanding. If you guard the truth, then I am here to learn." The dragon gazed at him for a long moment before retreating into the depths. As the monk entered the temple, he found a single scroll inscribed with a simple truth: the path to enlightenment is the courage to face oneself. From then on, the monk carried the dragon's image with him, a reminder of the trials one must endure to reach spiritual awakening. Dragons in these traditions were more than mythological creatures, they were embodiments of ideals and lessons. They demanded courage, humility, and a willingness to confront the unknown. Their presence in stories and teachings was not to inspire fear, but awe, a recognition of the boundless power within and around us. As the monk in the mountain temple finished his prayers, he rose and lit a final stick of incense. The smoke curled around the wooden dragon, its form both fearsome and serene. He placed his hand on its carved head and whispered, "Grant us wisdom, strength, and the grace to walk the path." Outside, the mist began to lift, revealing the mountain's sweeping valleys and endless sky. It was as if the dragon itself had exhaled, releasing the world from its hold and leaving behind a quiet, unshakable sense of wonder. The lantern-lit streets buzzed with energy as the villagers gathered for the spring festival. Red banners bearing golden dragons swayed gently in the evening breeze, and the rhythmic pounding of drums echoed through the air. Children with wide, eager eyes pointed at the enormous dragon dance puppet being prepared in the square, its shimmering scales catching the firelight. But amidst the celebration, a sense of wonder hung like a secret shared among the stars. This was no ordinary year, it was the year of the dragon. For centuries, the year of the dragon had been more than just a marker on the zodiac. It carried with it the weight of destiny, the promise of greatness, and the call for courage. Those born in the dragon year were said to carry the creature's energy within their souls, bold, fiery, and unrelenting. But such gifts came with challenges, as a young girl named Xiaolan would soon learn. Xiaolan was born during the last dragon year, her cries piercing the night as fireworks lit up the sky. The villagers whispered of her fate, their voices a mix of awe and apprehension. "She will be strong," an elder murmured, "but strength like a dragon's must be tempered." Her parents nodded solemnly, knowing the burden their child would bear. From a young age, Xiaolan felt the pull of something greater. While other children were content playing in the fields, she scaled the highest trees, daring the winds to knock her down. Her laughter echoed with defiance and joy, and her spirit was unyielding. But with her boldness came a temper that burned as fiercely as the dragon's breath. She struggled to find balance, her emotions surging like untamed storms. One day, as Xiaolan stood by the river's edge, she noticed an old man sketching in the dirt. His lines curved and twisted, forming the image of a dragon mid-flight. She watched in silence, mesmerized by his skill. Finally, unable to resist, she asked, "Why does the dragon's tail coil like that? Shouldn't it be straight if it's flying?" The old man chuckled, his eyes crinkling with wisdom. "Ah, child, a dragon's power is in its ability to bend and adapt. A straight path is not always the right one." Xiaolan frowned, not fully understanding. "But dragons are the strongest. Why would they need to bend?" "Strength without flexibility is like a river without a current," he replied. "It may seem mighty, but it cannot flow." The words stayed with her, their meaning unraveling slowly as the days passed. Her grandmother, too, spoke of dragons, weaving tales of their connection to the heavens and the earth. "Dragons are not just creatures of might," she said one night, her voice low and reverent. "They are bridges. They bring the rains and guide the stars. To be born in the year of the dragon is to carry the weight of creation and destruction alike." The stories became Xiaolan's guide as she grew older. She began to notice how the traits of the dragon shaped those around her. There was the blacksmith's son, born in a dragon year, who never gave up, even when his first dozen swords shattered in the forge. There was the baker's wife, whose fiery temper often led to quarrels, but whose passion made her the heart of every celebration. And then there was Xiaolan herself, grappling with the dragon within her. On the eve of her 12th birthday, the village gathered to watch the dragon dance. The puppet, towering and majestic, came to life with the synchronized movements of the dancers beneath it. Its body twisted and turned, the golden scales catching the light in a mesmerizing display. As Xiaolan watched, she felt her heart swell with pride and fear. Was she destined to be like that dragon, glorious yet controlled by others? The night took an unexpected turn when a sudden gust of wind knocked one of the dancers off balance, causing the puppet to collapse. Gasps rippled through the crowd as the dragon lay crumpled on the ground. Without thinking, Xiaolan rushed forward. She grabbed one end of the puppet and shouted for others to help. Her voice carried the authority of someone far older, and the villagers, startled but inspired, obeyed. Under her direction, the puppet was lifted, its body restored to its full splendor. The dancers resumed their positions, and the dragon soared once more. When the performance ended, the crowd erupted in applause, but Xiaolan's thoughts were elsewhere. For the first time, she felt the weight of her destiny not as a burden, but as a responsibility, a calling. The Year of the Dragon was more than a celebration of power and ambition. It was a reminder of the balance one must seek, the harmony between strength and wisdom. The old man by the river had been right. To be a dragon was to bend without breaking, to flow without losing form. Xiaolan vowed to honor that lesson. As the festival ended and the lanterns were extinguished, the villagers whispered of the girl who had saved the dragon dance. She was born for this, they said, their voices filled with awe. Xiaolan, hearing their words, felt the stirrings of something she couldn't yet name. It wasn't pride or relief, but a quiet understanding. She was not just a girl of the dragon year, she was its living spirit, its promise made flesh. But dragons were not confined to paintings. In the art of calligraphy, their spirit thrived in the fluid lines of ancient Chinese characters. The word for dragon, long, with its sweeping, angular form, was said to embody the dragon's essence. Calligraphy masters believed that writing the character was an act of summoning, a way to channel the dragon's strength and wisdom into the written word. One master, a frail but fiery man named Zhang, was famous for his dragon calligraphy. Crowds would gather to watch him work, his thin frame vibrating with an almost otherworldly energy as his brush moved in sharp, decisive strokes. Each line carried a weight, a force, that left viewers breathless. People claimed they could hear the dragon's roar in the swish of Zhang's brush, feel the wind of its wings in the sweep of his arm. Zhang's most famous piece was a single character, but it was no ordinary rendition. He had written it with ink mixed with powdered jade, the character alive with a shimmering green hue. When hung in the temple, it became a source of wonder. Pilgrims would bow before it, their prayers carried by the dragon's unseen breath. Yet, not all dragon art was grand and majestic. Some artists found beauty in the small and understated. Delicate ink scrolls depicted dragons playing among lotus flowers, their scales blending with the petals. Others showed dragons sleeping under the moon, their massive bodies curled like mountain ranges, their breathing so still that one could almost mistake them for part of the earth itself. Among these works was a humble scroll by a reclusive artist named Mei. Her dragon was unlike any other, small, almost childlike, with an air of mischief. It peeked out from behind bamboo leaves, its tongue flicking playfully at a passing butterfly. Critics dismissed her work as too whimsical, too lighthearted for the grandeur of dragons. But Mei paid them no mind. To her, dragons were not just symbols of power, they were guardians of joy, creatures that reminded humanity to find wonder in even the smallest things. One day, a young boy visited Mei's studio, his face solemn and his eyes shadowed by loss. Mei, sensing his sorrow, handed him her latest painting, a dragon curled around a lantern, its golden glow spilling out like sunlight. "This is for you," she said softly. "It will keep the darkness away." The boy took the painting home, and for the first time in months, he smiled. Years later, he would become an artist himself, his own works full of dragons that danced with light. Through centuries, dragons flowed through Chinese art like an unbroken thread, connecting generations. Each artist, whether painting on silk or carving into jade, added their voice to the dragon's song. In times of peace, the dragons soared joyfully, their forms a celebration of harmony. In times of turmoil, they roared defiantly, their claws gripping the edge of the world. And always, there was the question, what gave these works their power? Was it the skill of the artist, the quality of the materials, or something more? Some believed the dragon's spirit itself chose to inhabit the art, blessing it with a spark of divinity. Others said it was the belief of the people, their reverence, their love, that brought the dragon to life. One tale spoke of an artist named Han who spent years painting a dragon on the wall of a temple. It was a massive work, its scales glinting with flecks of gold, its eyes fierce and bright. But Han left one thing unfinished, the dragon's pupils. To paint them would bring it to life, he explained. The villagers laughed, dismissing his words as superstition. But one day, overcome by curiosity, Han dipped his brush into the ink and added the pupils. As the final stroke dried, a rumble shook the temple. The dragon's painted body shimmered, its scales rippling as if alive. And then, with a deafening roar, it broke free from the wall and flew into the heavens, leaving Han and the villagers awestruck. To this day, artists tell Han's story as a reminder of the dragon's power, its ability to bridge the gap between the mortal and the divine. And so, with each brushstroke, they continue to honor the dragon, their hands guided by the spirit of those who came before, their hearts beating in time with the dragon's eternal roar. In the heart of a bustling city, where neon lights painted the night with hues of red and gold, a massive dragon coiled its way across the LED screens of a high-rise building. Its scales shimmered like liquid fire, and its eyes blazed with a fierce intelligence. The creature moved with an otherworldly grace, its every twist and turn commanding the attention of thousands below. Children gasped, their faces lit by the vibrant glow. Elders nodded, a quiet reverence in their eyes. The dragon wasn't real, but in that moment, it might as well have been. Dragons, once the guardians of rivers and skies, had found their place in the steel and glass towers of modern China. They roared through cinema screens, danced in glowing parades, and even perched on the shoulders of fashion models, their forms stitched into elegant silk and couture. Yet, no matter how contemporary their manifestations, they carried with them the weight of centuries, their presence steeped in stories and meaning. In the world of film, dragons had become larger than life, their power amplified by digital artistry. Directors captured their majesty in sweeping aerial shots, their wings casting shadows over sprawling landscapes, their roars shaking theaters. These weren't just monsters or mythical creatures, they were symbols of strength, wisdom, and a connection to something greater. In one blockbuster, a dragon rose from the depths of the sea, its golden body arcing through the stormy sky as it defended a fragile island from destruction. The audience cheered as it triumphed, its victory not just over its foes, but over the human doubt that had threatened to forget its power. Parents whispered to their children, reminding them that the dragon wasn't just a story, it was part of who they were. Beyond the silver screen, dragons had claimed their place in the digital realm. Gamers spent hours battling alongside or against dragons, their virtual worlds filled with these majestic creatures. In one popular game, players could raise and train their own dragons, forming bonds with creatures that were as loyal as they were powerful. For some, these digital dragons became more than characters, they were companions, embodiments of courage and imagination. And yet, the dragon's presence wasn't confined to entertainment. It had woven itself into the fabric of everyday life. During the Lunar New Year, streets came alive with dragon dances, where performers wielded long, sinuous dragons crafted from silk and bamboo. The dragons moved in perfect rhythm to the beat of drums, their bodies rippling like rivers under the hands of the dancers. The sight was breathtaking, a blend of artistry and tradition that brought tears to the eyes of those watching. One boy, no older than 10, stood clutching his father's hand as a dragon dance unfolded before him. The boy's face was a mixture of awe and determination. "Someday, I'll hold the head of the dragon," he whispered, his voice filled with the conviction of youth. His father smiled, seeing in his son the same fire that had once burned in his own heart. For the boy, the dragon wasn't just a symbol, it was a dream, a goal to reach for. In fashion, dragons adorned modern streetwear as often as they graced traditional robes. Designers drew inspiration from ancient motifs, blending them with contemporary aesthetics. One striking jacket featured a black dragon embroidered in shimmering thread, its tail coiling around the wearer's arm, its eyes glinting with a metallic red hue. When the jacket appeared on a high-profile runway, the crowd erupted into applause. The dragon was no relic, it was alive, evolving with the times while never losing its essence. Even in technology, the dragon's influence was unmistakable. A tech company, renowned for its cutting-edge innovations, chose a dragon as its logo, a sleek, minimalist design that spoke of agility, power, and vision. The CEO, during the unveiling, had explained, "The dragon is a symbol of transformation and resilience, qualities we strive for in every product we create." The crowd had nodded in agreement, the dragon's image striking a chord even amidst the digital age. But perhaps the most touching sight of all was the dragon's role in education. In a small classroom, a teacher read aloud an ancient tale of a dragon who brought rain to a drought-stricken village. The children listened intently, their eyes wide with wonder. One girl raised her hand, her voice small but clear. "Do you think dragons still bring rain?" The teacher paused, a gentle smile on her face. "Perhaps they do," she said. "Maybe not as we see them in stories, but in the spirit of those who bring hope, who help others." In a way, the dragon lives in all of us. Later that day, the girl went home and drew her own dragon. It was a creature of her imagination, with rainbow-colored scales and wings that sparkled like starlight. She taped it to her bedroom wall, a reminder that magic was never far away, that the dragon was both ancient and eternal. Through every medium and in every moment, the dragon remained a bridge, a connection between past and present, myth and reality. It roared through speakers, danced across screens, and curled around the hearts of those who saw it. For all its modern interpretations, the dragon's spirit remained untouched, a timeless force that refused to be tamed. A quiet lake stretched out under a pale moon, its surface like molten silver. Mist curled at its edges, weaving through ancient trees and whispering over the stones. Then, almost imperceptibly, the water rippled. From the depths emerged a dragon, its long, serpentine body gliding through the air as if the laws of nature bowed to its grace. This was not the fierce, fire-breathing creature of Western tales, but something entirely different, something sacred. Its presence was peaceful yet powerful, a balance between earth and sky, chaos and calm. In the stories of Korea, dragons were guardians of water, often tied to rivers, lakes, and seas. They brought rain to parched lands, their appearances signaling abundance and life. Unlike the fiery dominance of their Western counterparts, Korean dragons exuded a quiet benevolence, their strength rooted in harmony. These dragons, often adorned with deer-like antlers and soft whiskers, seemed to embody the soul of the land itself. They didn't roar, they hummed with the pulse of nature. One tale spoke of a dragon king who ruled the underwater palace of the East Sea. He was a wise and just ruler, but his kingdom fell into turmoil when a sacred jade was stolen. A brave fisherman, upon learning of the Dragon King's plight, ventured into the palace to return the treasure. As a reward, the king gifted the man a magical pearl, said to grant wishes. The fisherman returned to his village, and with the pearl's help, he transformed the barren land into lush fields. To this day, people spoke of the Dragon King's generosity, the story etched into the hearts of those who relied on the sea for their livelihoods. While Korean dragons ruled the waters, Japanese dragons intertwined with the spiritual and mystical. They were creatures of the kami, divine spirits that inhabited the world. In Japan, a dragon's presence often marked a sacred site. Shrines built near rivers or hot springs featured carvings of these magnificent beings, their coils frozen in wood or stone as if mid-flight. Their elongated forms and piercing eyes were a reminder of their connection to the heavens and their role as messengers between gods and humans. One particular legend told of Ryujin, the dragon god of the sea. His undersea palace, Ryugujo, was a wonder of coral and pearls, a place where time flowed differently. Ryujin possessed the power to control the tides, and his favors were sought by fishermen and sailors. In one story, Ryujin's daughter fell in love with a mortal man and left the palace to live with him on land. But the pull of the ocean was too strong, and she eventually returned to the depths, leaving her husband heartbroken. This bittersweet tale captured the essence of Japanese dragons, mystical and otherworldly, forever straddling the line between human connection and divine detachment. While Korean and Japanese dragons shared similarities, their distinctions became clearer when placed beside the dragons of China. Chinese dragons, grand and imperial, were the embodiment of cosmic power. They represented the emperor, the heavens, and the unyielding strength of a nation. Their forms were adorned with elements of many creatures, the horns of a stag, the claws of an eagle, and the scales of a fish. They were not just beings of water, but rulers of the elements, controlling wind, rain, and thunder. Korean dragons, by contrast, were gentler, their energy flowing with the rhythms of nature. A story told of a young boy who discovered a dragon egg in the forest. Instead of keeping it for himself, he nurtured it in secret, ensuring its safety. When the egg finally hatched, the dragon emerged, its form sleek and graceful, its eyes filled with gratitude. The dragon grew strong and, in time, became the protector of the village, ensuring plentiful rains and guarding against floods. This bond between humans and dragons reflected Korea's emphasis on coexistence and respect. Japanese dragons, too, stood apart in their role as spiritual bridges. In one ancient myth, a monk meditated by a river, seeking enlightenment. After days of stillness, a dragon rose from the water, its scales shimmering like polished obsidian. The dragon spoke no words, yet the monk understood. It was a vision of transformation, a manifestation of his own spiritual awakening. Japanese dragons often carried such dual meanings, both protectors and symbols of change, their forms a reminder of life's fluidity. What tied these dragons together, despite their differences, was their shared presence in water and their role as guardians and guides. Unlike the solitary, treasure-hoarding dragons of Western lore, the dragons of Korea, Japan, and China were deeply intertwined with humanity. They brought rain to grow crops, offered wisdom to seekers, and inspired awe in their watchers. They were not feared but revered, their images woven into the very fabric of life. In a quiet village in Korea, a family gathered by a small shrine dedicated to their local river dragon. The head of the family poured rice wine into a shallow bowl, offering it to the spirit in thanks for the season's harvest. The children watched, wide-eyed, as their grandmother whispered a prayer. "The dragon watches over us," she said, her voice soft but firm. "It keeps our fields green and our hearts full." Across the sea in Japan, a similar scene unfolded. Pilgrims climbed the steps to a mountainside temple, the path lined with carvings of dragons winding their way toward the heavens. At the temple's peak, they left offerings of rice and incense, their prayers carried skyward by the curling smoke. The dragon, though unseen, was felt in every breath of wind that stirred the trees, and every rustle of leaves. And in China, beneath the shadow of a great dragon sculpture, an elder told stories to a circle of children. He spoke of dragons that danced through the clouds, their laughter echoing as thunder, their tears falling as life-giving rain. The children listened, their imaginations alight, as the elder described the dragons not as distant myths, but as forces still present in their world. The dragons of Korea, Japan, and China were as different as the lands they inhabited, yet they shared a bond that transcended borders. They were not just creatures of legend, but bearers of wisdom, protectors of balance, and reminders of the unseen connections that bound humanity to the world around them. And though their forms varied, some adorned with antlers, others with claws, all with a grace that defied explanation, they moved as one in the hearts of those who believed. The caravan moved like a slow river through the vast desert, its travelers wrapped in thick robes to shield them from the biting winds. The sands whispered beneath the camels' feet, the only sound apart from the occasional murmur of voices. As the caravan approached the next trading post, banners fluttered in the distance, adorned with symbols that seemed alive, a sinuous figure twisting and coiling, its form both fearsome and mesmerizing. The dragon's image was unmistakable, even here, far from the lands where its legend was born. The Silk Road was more than a network of trade routes, it was a thread that wove cultures together, carrying not only silk and spices but also stories, symbols, and beliefs. Among these, the dragon stood out, its image transcending borders and languages. It began in the East, where Chinese artisans crafted ceramics and textiles emblazoned with the majestic creature. But as traders carried these goods westward, the dragon took on new forms and meanings, adapting to the lands it touched. At one bustling marketplace, a Persian merchant held up a piece of silk to inspect its design. The fabric shimmered in the sunlight, its pattern depicting a Chinese dragon coiling among clouds. The merchant marveled at the intricate weaving, tracing the dragon's whiskers and claws with his fingers. "What manner of beast is this?" he asked the trader who had brought it from the east. The trader smiled knowingly. "A symbol of power and wisdom," he replied. "It brings rain and fortune to those it favors." The Persian merchant nodded thoughtfully, imagining how this tale might blend with his own people's myths of serpents guarding hidden treasures. As the dragon's image traveled west, it began to merge with local stories. In Central Asia, where traders paused at oasis towns, the dragon's serpentine body and celestial associations resonated with legends of winged creatures that ruled the skies. In these lands, the dragon became a bridge between worlds, linking the heavens and the earth. Artists began to depict the creature with slight variations, its scales more angular, its eyes sharper, yet the spirit of the dragon remained intact, a testament to its universal appeal. At another stop along the Silk Road, a young artisan from Samarkand examined a Chinese bronze artifact depicting a dragon spiraling around a pearl. He was captivated by its design, so different from anything he had seen. Inspired, he began to carve a similar creature onto a piece of local turquoise, its form adapting to the curves of the stone. When he finished, the dragon seemed to leap from the surface, a blend of Chinese elegance and Central Asian artistry. Word of his creation spread, and soon, travelers sought his work as a symbol of the crossroads where cultures met. Even in the grand courts of Persia and Byzantium, the dragon found its place. A nobleman in Isfahan proudly displayed a tapestry woven with threads of gold, its centerpiece a magnificent dragon intertwined with flowers. His guests whispered in awe, drawn to the creature's enigmatic gaze. To them, the dragon was both familiar and exotic, a creature that defied simple understanding. Some saw it as a guardian of secrets, others as a harbinger of transformation. The tapestry became a conversation piece, a symbol of the interconnected world they inhabited. The dragon's journey along the Silk Road was not one of domination but of adaptation. In India, its image blended with the Naga, the serpent deities revered for their connection to water and fertility. The Naga and the dragon shared a fluid grace, their bodies winding through rivers and clouds. Temples began to feature carvings where the two forms merged, their symbolism intertwining like the routes that connected their creators. In the Mediterranean, where myths of sea serpents and hydras already held sway, the dragon's arrival sparked new imaginings. Traders brought Chinese porcelain adorned with dragons to the bustling ports of Alexandria and Venice. The intricate designs fascinated local artisans, who began to incorporate dragon motifs into their mosaics and pottery. Though the dragons of these regions often retained their fearsome aspects, they also gained an air of mystery, a reflection of their distant origins. One evening, at a caravanserai nestled in the mountains, travelers from different lands gathered around a fire. A storyteller, his voice rich and melodic, began to weave a tale. He spoke of a dragon that guarded a spring, its waters said to cure any ailment. Many had tried to steal the water, he said, but the dragon saw into their hearts and allowed only the pure of spirit to pass. As he spoke, the listeners were entranced, their imaginations filling in the dragon's shape with details drawn from their own cultures. To the Chinese merchant, it was a benevolent rainbringer. To the Persian traveler, it was a fierce protector of wisdom. To the Greek sailor, it was a formidable foe to be outwitted. Yet in that moment, they all saw the dragon as one, its image transcending their differences. The Silk Road was not just a route of trade but of transformation. Goods and ideas flowed like rivers, carving new paths through the cultures they touched. The dragon, with its ability to shapeshift and adapt, became a perfect symbol of this exchange. It was a creature that belonged everywhere and nowhere, a guardian of the past and a herald of what was to come. In a quiet workshop on the western edge of the Silk Road, an artisan painted a vase destined for a faraway land. On its surface, he painted a dragon, its form winding through clouds and waves. He paused, considering the eyes, should they be fierce or kind? He decided on both, a reflection of the dragon's dual nature. As he worked, he felt a sense of connection, as though the dragon's spirit guided his hand. He knew that when the vase reached its destination, the dragon's image would once again find a new home, its story growing with every telling. Beneath the shadow of ancient banyan trees, where the air hung heavy with the scent of lotus flowers and damp earth, a fisherman cast his net into the tranquil waters of a Vietnamese lake. The ripples spread like whispers, carrying a sense of something more profound lurking below. He felt it, a stirring in the water, a presence that sent shivers along his spine. As he pulled the net, his hands trembled, for what emerged was not a fish, but a golden dragon, its eyes gleaming like molten suns. The dragon spoke, its voice deep and resonant, like the murmur of distant thunder. "Do not fear," it said. "I am Lac Long Quan, guardian of these lands." The fisherman fell to his knees, overwhelmed by the awe of the moment. For the people of Vietnam, dragons were not just mythical creatures, they were ancestors, protectors, and symbols of unity. Legends told of Lac Long Quan, the dragon lord, who married O Co, a fairy, and together they became the forebears of the Vietnamese people. This connection to dragons was woven into every fiber of Vietnamese culture. The dragon was not a destroyer, but a giver of life, its form often seen in the meandering rivers and rolling hills that shaped the land. Farmers prayed to the dragon for rain during droughts, believing its breath could summon the clouds. The serpent-like creature was a bridge between heaven and earth, embodying power, wisdom, and the essence of the natural world. Further west, in the vibrant markets of Thailand, the dragon took on a different hue. Known as Naga, these beings were revered as divine serpents, guardians of water, and keepers of wealth. In one corner of a temple courtyard, a monk knelt before a coiled statue of a Naga, its body glistening with emerald scales. He whispered prayers of gratitude for the Naga's protection, his voice steady despite the storm raging outside. To the Thai people, the Naga was a sacred force, capable of taming the chaotic energy of the monsoon rains. Legends told of Phaya Naga, a great serpent that lived in the Mekong River. Villagers along its banks spoke of nights when fireballs rose from the water, a spectacle they called Naga's breath. Scientists offered their explanations, but the locals knew better. It was the spirit of the Naga, reminding them of its presence. During festivals, they honored the Naga with offerings and dances, their movements mirroring the sinuous grace of the serpent. In those moments, the boundary between the physical and the spiritual dissolved, leaving only reverence and wonder. In Cambodia, beneath the towering spires of Angkor Wat, the dragon's influence could be seen in the carvings that adorned the temple walls. Nagas lined the balustrades, their bodies stretching like rivers, their heads rearing in fierce defiance. A young girl, visiting the temple for the first time, ran her fingers along the stone scales, marveling at the craftsmanship. Her grandmother told her the story of how the Khmer Empire was said to have been founded by a Naga princess. She spoke of a prince who fell in love with the serpent maiden, their union birthing a kingdom blessed by the dragon's grace. In Laos, the Mekong River was not just a lifeline but a sacred thread connecting the people to the spirit of the Naga. On moonlit nights, families gathered by the water's edge, releasing lanterns that drifted downstream like stars on a journey. Children whispered to each other about the Naga swimming below, its body undulating through the dark waters. Some claimed to have seen it, a flash of silver scales before it disappeared into the depths. Whether real or imagined, the Naga was alive in their hearts, a symbol of protection and prosperity. Southeast Asia's dragons, though varied in form and story, shared a common essence. They were beings of balance, straddling the line between chaos and order, human and divine. In the Philippines, stories spoke of Bakunawa, a sea dragon that tried to swallow the moon. Villagers would bang pots and pans to scare it away, their clamor a defiant act of unity against the encroaching darkness. This was not a tale of fear but of resilience, a reminder that even the mightiest dragon could be confronted by the strength of a community. In Myanmar, the dragon became the Chinlone, a mythical snake dragon believed to reside in the Irrawaddy River. Travelers on its waters often whispered prayers to the Chinlone, asking for safe passage. Its image adorned ceremonial boats, their prows carved with intricate detail. When these boats raced, slicing through the river's currents, it was as if the Chinlone itself guided them, a silent guardian watching over its people. As night fell over a temple in Thailand, a young novice monk sat cross-legged before a mural of the Naga. The flickering candlelight brought the painting to life, the serpent's eyes glowing with an otherworldly light. The boy closed his eyes, breathing deeply as his teacher had taught him. In his mind, he saw the Naga rising from the river, its body coiling around the temple, a silent protector. He felt a surge of peace, a connection to something far greater than himself. Dragons in Southeast Asia were not creatures to be slain or feared. They were guides, teachers, and allies, embodying the spirit of the land and the resilience of its people. From the dense jungles of Vietnam to the sprawling rivers of Thailand and Laos, their presence was felt in every story, every carving, every whispered prayer. They were as much a part of the region as the mountains and the seas, their essence flowing through the hearts of those who believed. And so, the dragon continued to glide through the dreams and lives of Southeast Asia, its form ever-changing but its spirit eternal. It was a creature of rain and river, of wisdom and wonder, forever entwined with the soul of the land. The wind howled through the dense forest, and the night tightened his grip on his sword. His breath formed clouds in the chill of the night as he approached the mouth of a cave, the faint glow of fire flickering within. Stories had warned of the beast, a western dragon, scales like iron, wings that blotted out the sun, and eyes that burned with malice. It guarded treasure, they said, but what it hoarded more fiercely was destruction. The knight had no choice, his village lay in ruins, and vengeance called him forward. Inside, the dragon stirred. Its wings unfurled like the opening of some dark, cursed flower, and its roar shook the earth. The air thickened with the acrid scent of sulfur as flames erupted from its jaws. This was the dragon of European lore, fierce, untamed, and relentless. It was the embodiment of chaos, a monster that men were destined to conquer. But the knight hesitated. Was it truly evil, or was it defending what little it had left? The stories only told of its savagery, never its sorrows. Half a world away, under a sky shimmering with stars, a young scholar knelt beside a riverbank in China. He had come to seek guidance, his heart heavy with uncertainty. The soft sound of rippling water was the only reply at first, but then, the surface began to stir. Rising gracefully from the depths came a dragon, not one of fire and fury, but one of wisdom and strength. Its sinuous body gleamed under the moonlight, adorned with colors that seemed to shift and dance like a living rainbow. The scholar's fears melted away as the dragon spoke in a voice as gentle as the wind through bamboo leaves. "What troubles you, child of the land?" it asked, its eyes filled not with malice but with an ancient, knowing kindness. The scholar poured out his worries, and the dragon listened patiently. This was not a beast to be slain, it was a guardian, a symbol of prosperity and balance. The Chinese dragon did not hoard gold or raise villages, it brought rain to thirsty fields, guided emperors, and connected the people to the heavens. To encounter such a dragon was a blessing, a moment when the mortal world brushed against the divine. The differences between the two dragons ran deeper than their forms or their actions. The Western dragon was a creature of conflict, often depicted as an antagonist, its fiery breath a symbol of untamed nature or the greed of men who sought its treasure. Its lairs were dark and forbidding, and its very existence challenged heroes to rise above their fear. To slay a dragon in Western mythology was not just an act of bravery but a triumph of order over chaos. In contrast, the Chinese dragon was a symbol of harmony, its presence a sign that the natural and spiritual worlds were aligned. It lived not in caves but in rivers, clouds, and the open sky. Its movements shaped the winds and waters, its breath brought the life-giving rains, and its roar awakened the vitality of the earth. To see a Chinese dragon was to witness a force of creation, not destruction. Back in the cave, the night's battle raged. The dragon's scales turned aside his blade, and its tail swept through the air with the force of a hurricane. Yet, as the knight fought, he began to see something more. The dragon's fury was not mindless, it was a desperate defense. This creature had once ruled the skies, free and untamed, until men had encroached upon its lands, stolen its treasures, and painted it as a villain. Was it truly a monster, or had it been made into one? Meanwhile, in the scholar's village, the rains came, soft and steady, nourishing the parched fields. The people rejoiced, their songs rising into the heavens like offerings. They credited the dragon, whose presence in their lives was as vital as the earth beneath their feet. The dragon was not just a creature to them, it was a teacher, a guide, and a symbol of their deepest values, wisdom, strength, and the delicate balance of nature. The stories of dragons, whether east or west, reflected the people who told them. In Europe, where the harsh winters and untamed wilderness often brought hardship, the dragon became a symbol of nature's indifference, a force to be tamed. The knights who fought these dragons were not just battling beasts, they were carving out a place for humanity in an unpredictable and often hostile world. In China, where the rhythm of life was intricately tied to the land and its cycles, the dragon represented the interconnectedness of all things. It was a creature of majesty, a protector that reminded people of their place within the greater whole. The emperor himself was likened to a dragon, his rule seen as a continuation of the cosmic order. The knight finally stood over the western dragon, its body battered but its spirit unbroken. He lowered his sword. The treasure could stay. He understood now that the dragon was not just a foe but a reflection of his own fears, his own need to conquer what he did not understand. He left the cave, carrying with him not gold but a new kind of courage, the courage to question, to see beyond the surface. The scholar, too, found his answers, not in words but in the presence of the dragon. As it disappeared back into the river, leaving only ripples behind, he felt a calmness settle over him. The dragon had not given him solutions, but had reminded him of his own strength, his own connection to the world around him. Both dragons, so different in their forms and meanings, spoke to universal truths. They were mirrors held up to humanity, reflecting our fears, hopes, and the stories we tell to make sense of the world. In their scales and their eyes, their fire and their grace, they carried the weight of centuries, whispering of a time when the line between myth and reality was not so easily drawn. The fire crackled against the night sky, shadows dancing across the storyteller's face as his words carried through the gathering. He spoke of a serpent so vast it coiled around the world, its scales glittering like emeralds. The Norse called it Jormungandr, the world serpent. His voice lowered, the crowd leaning in as he described how it would rise from the oceans one day to signal the end of all things. Across the vast seas, in a quiet Chinese village, an elder traced the shape of a dragon in the dirt with a bamboo stick. Her voice was steady, filled with reverence, as she spoke of a celestial being that shaped the rivers and guided the winds. It was neither a monster nor an omen of destruction, but a guardian, wise and benevolent. The children sat wide-eyed, imagining the dragon soaring among the stars. How could these creatures, born of lands so far apart, feel so connected? Their shapes, their power, their hold on human imagination, dragons, or beings like them, appeared in nearly every culture. It was as though the ancient world had whispered shared dreams into the ears of its people, leaving echoes that traveled across mountains and seas. In the deserts of Mesopotamia, the myth of Tiamat loomed large. She was a primordial goddess, a dragon-like being whose body was said to have formed the heavens and the earth. Her story was one of chaos and creation, of battles with gods who sought to bring order to the wild forces she represented. Thousands of miles away, Chinese dragons were celebrated as creators, their movements across the skies believed to shape the very contours of the land. Both cultures saw dragons not as mere creatures but as forces of transformation, capable of destruction yet essential for life to begin anew. On the African plains, tales of the rainbow serpent wound through the oral traditions of tribes. It slithered through the earth, carving rivers and bringing rain. Its form was fluid, shifting between serpent and dragon, and its presence was a promise of fertility and abundance. In this, it mirrored the dragons of China, who were said to govern the rains and bring prosperity to those who honored them. The skies may have been different, but the hopes and fears they inspired were not. In the ancient Americas, Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, was a god of wind, learning, and renewal. His shimmering form, adorned with vibrant feathers, was both beautiful and fearsome. He walked the line between the divine and the earthly, a bridge between humans and the gods. Like the Chinese dragon, Quetzalcoatl was a symbol of duality, embodying both power and wisdom. He was not merely a protector, but a teacher, guiding his people toward knowledge and harmony. The stories carried by the Silk Road wove these myths together, blending cultures in ways that transcended geography. Merchants and pilgrims shared tales as they traded silk, spices, and ideas. A trader from Persia might speak of Zahak, a serpent king whose shoulders bore two venomous snakes. His tale of corruption and tyranny would resonate with listeners who knew of dragons guarding treasures, warning against the perils of greed. In return, they might tell of the Chinese dragon, its pearl of wisdom shining like a beacon in the storm, reminding all who heard of the value of balance and enlightenment. Even in Europe, where dragons often embodied destruction, there were glimpses of a more nuanced view. In Slavic folklore, Zmaj Goranik was a dragon with 3 heads, breathing fire and terror. Yet some legends suggested he guarded the border between worlds, not out of malice but duty. His fiery wrath was not unlike the storms brought by Chinese dragons, a reminder of nature's power to both nurture and destroy. As the storyteller's fire burned low, his voice took on a softer tone. He described the dragon of India, the Naga. Serpent-like beings, Nagas were protectors of water, often depicted coiled around lakes or rivers. They were revered as guardians of life but feared for their anger if disrespected. Their tales carried the same weight as those of Chinese dragons, who watched over rivers and brought rain to quench the thirst of the earth. Both were beings of sacred balance, their moods dictating the fortunes of those who lived under their watchful eyes. The connections between these myths were not just coincidence. They were born of shared human experiences, the need to explain the unexplainable, to find meaning in the forces that shaped life. Dragons, whether they slithered, flew, or swam, became the symbols of these mysteries. They were the thunder that rolled across the mountains, the rivers that carved valleys, the storms that gave and took away. And yet, as similar as they were, these dragons were also mirrors, reflecting the values of the cultures that created them. Where Chinese dragons soared with grace, bringing wisdom and balance, European dragons roared with defiance, embodying chaos to be overcome. Where Quetzalcoatl's feathers shimmered with the promise of renewal, Tiamat's monstrous form warned of the dangers of unchecked power. Each dragon told its story, and each story was a thread in the tapestry of humanity's imagination. In a quiet moment, the storyteller paused. He looked at his audience, their faces lit by the dying flames, and said, "Perhaps dragons were never creatures of this world. Perhaps they were born from something far greater, from the dreams of those who came before us, from the whispers of the wind and the roar of the seas." And as the fire flickered out, leaving only embers and shadows, the echoes of those dreams lingered, as timeless and powerful as the dragons themselves. The air was still except for the rustle of silk as a master's hand arced gracefully through the space. His movements flowed like water, smooth yet purposeful, each step measured, each breath controlled. In his mind's eye, he wasn't merely practicing, he was embodying the spirit of the dragon. The weight of centuries rested lightly on his shoulders, and the energy of his ancestors coursed through every twist of his spine. A student watched from the shadows, captivated. The master's body seemed to defy nature, moving with a fluidity that felt otherworldly. But it wasn't just the elegance that drew the student's gaze, it was the power, coiled beneath the surface like a spring ready to unleash. It was as if the dragon itself had come to life, not as a beast, but as an idea, a force, a lesson waiting to be learned. Dragons have always been more than mythical creatures in martial arts. They are symbols of resilience, intelligence, and adaptability, embodying the balance of strength and grace. In Kung Fu, their essence isn't merely something to aspire to, it's something to channel, to feel coursing through your very bones. The dragon's presence is woven into the very fabric of the practice, its movements mirrored in the forms, its wisdom whispered in the philosophy. The master's voice cut through the silence. "The dragon teaches us to flow," he said, his tone even, calm. "It is not rigid. It does not break. It adapts, like water finding its way around the stones." He began again, his hands forming a shape like a dragon's claw, fingers splayed and curved, ready to strike or defend. His movements weren't violent, but they carried an unmistakable force, as if the air around him had thickened. The dragon in martial arts is not a creature of brute strength. It is a creature of cunning, patience, and precision. It waits, poised, watching for the moment to act. And when it moves, it is unstoppable. The student stepped forward, mimicking the master's stance. His fingers curled awkwardly, his balance wavered. The master placed a hand on the boy's shoulder, steadying him. "Feel the energy," he said softly. "Not here." He tapped the boy's head. "Here." He placed his palm over the boy's chest. Martial arts is not merely about the physical. The dragon reminds practitioners to connect their movements to something deeper, something internal. In Tai Chi, the dragon's spirit is seen in the flowing, circular motions that seem almost meditative. Each movement is deliberate yet effortless, like a dragon weaving through the clouds. Tai Chi teaches harmony, the balance of yin and yang, and the dragon becomes a guide in this pursuit, a symbol of how to merge the fierce with the gentle, the powerful with the calm. The master demonstrated again, this time slower, his body winding like a river, his arms unfurling as though they were wings. "The dragon's strength is not just in its claws or its fire," he said. "It is in its understanding. It knows when to strike and when to retreat. It knows when to soar and when to rest." Kung Fu, with its more explosive techniques, still carries this wisdom. The dragon style, or Lung Ying, is one of the most revered disciplines, blending fierce strikes with defensive maneuvers that seem almost like a dance. Practitioners train to move like a dragon, their bodies low and fluid, their strikes sharp and decisive. The style demands not only physical agility but also mental clarity. To embody the dragon is to master the mind as much as the body. In another time, long before cities grew tall and machines filled the skies, a group of nomads walked across a barren desert. Their path was treacherous, marked by shifting sands and jagged rocks. One day, they stumbled upon something extraordinary, a skeleton, massive and otherworldly. The skull was unlike anything they'd seen, its hollow eyes wide and sharp teeth curved like scythes. They whispered among themselves, their voices trembling. What kind of creature could this have been? Word spread, and soon the bones became a place of reverence. Some said it was a serpent that had once flown across the heavens, breathing fire and controlling the rain. Others thought it was a guardian of the earth, resting now after protecting the people for centuries. The bones might have belonged to an ancient, long-extinct creature, but in the minds of those who found them, it became something greater, a dragon. Centuries later, a farmer working in a remote Chinese field unearthed a strange tooth, impossibly large and curved like the crescent moon. As he held it in his calloused hands, he thought of the old stories his grandfather used to tell about dragons that lived in the rivers. Could this be proof? Could these creatures be more than myths? He brought the tooth to the village elder, who examined it with reverence and awe, confirming it must have come from one of the great water serpents that blessed their lands with rain. What the farmer didn't know was that this dragon tooth was likely the fossil of a prehistoric creature, perhaps a dinosaur that had roamed the earth millions of years ago. But without science to explain it, imagination filled the gaps. The curves of the tooth, the size of the bones, the mysterious patterns etched into stone, they all wove together into a tapestry of myth. It wasn't just fossils that inspired these stories. The natural world provided its own clues, feeding the human mind's hunger to make sense of the extraordinary. A volcanic eruption could send columns of fire and ash into the sky, as if a giant creature were roaring beneath the earth. Whirlpools in the sea, deadly and mysterious, became the lairs of water dragons. The cry of an unseen bird echoed through the forests, its pitch unearthly, and suddenly, the tales of flying serpents seemed plausible. In the mountains of Central Asia, ancient travelers spoke of encountering lizards so large they could swallow a man whole. They described their scales as tough as armor, their eyes gleaming like molten gold. While they may have been exaggerating stories of crocodiles or monitor lizards, these creatures took on a life of their own in the retelling, growing larger and more fearsome with every new narrator. Even the sky seemed to conspire in creating dragons. Thunderclouds, shaped by the wind, often rolled into serpent-like coils, illuminated by streaks of lightning. What else could they be but celestial dragons, their roars shaking the heavens? The shimmering colors of a rainbow became the bridge between worlds, perhaps created by a dragon as it flew between realms. The stars themselves, forming patterns in the night, were said to outline dragons watching over the earth. Then there was the matter of fire. Early humans, struck by the unpredictable and untamed nature of flames, must have wondered what kind of creature could command such power. A dragon, they thought, would breathe fire not out of malice but as an expression of its might. Fire was destruction, yes, but it was also warmth, protection, and life. The dragon became the embodiment of both creation and chaos, its fiery breath a symbol of the duality of existence. Not all dragons breathed fire, though. In the East, they were more often associated with water, controlling rain and rivers. Farmers prayed to these benevolent beings during droughts, offering sacrifices to appease them. Could their belief have sprung from the sight of great storms forming over the horizon, the clouds twisting and spiraling like serpents? Scholars today speculate that the early concept of dragons might have been a way to explain the unexplainable, a bridge between the known and the unknown. Yet, science only adds to the wonder. Fossils of pterosaurs, massive winged reptiles from the age of dinosaurs, match the descriptions of flying dragons in many myths. The Komodo dragon, a real-life creature with fearsome teeth and venomous saliva, may have inspired stories of fire-breathing beasts. As the girl sat listening to her grandmother, she couldn't help but imagine these creatures, real or not, roaming the skies and seas. "But why don't we see dragons anymore?" she asked. Her grandmother smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Maybe they're still here," she said. "In the bones beneath the earth, in the fire of a thunderstorm, in the currents of the sea. Or maybe they live in us now, in the stories we tell." The storm outside began to calm, the thunder fading into the distance. The girl clutched her wooden dragon tightly, her mind racing with images of fossils and fire, of shadows on the mountains and roars in the night. Her grandmother's words lingered, filling her with both wonder and a strange comfort. Perhaps dragons had once been real. Perhaps they had always been something more, an echo of the world's mysteries, a symbol of humanity's endless curiosity, and a reminder that some truths are meant to be felt, not understood. The night was still, the kind of silence that hummed with its own energy. A young woman stood on the edge of a cliff overlooking the Yangtze River, the moonlight painting her face in silver and shadow. In her hands was a small jade pendant, carved in the shape of a dragon. It had been her grandmother's, passed down through generations like a sacred promise. Tonight, as she held it, she felt a stirring, not in the pendant, but in her heart, as if the spirit of the dragon within it had awoken. Dragons were not creatures of flesh and bone, her grandmother had said, but something greater. They were guardians, symbols of life's unstoppable force, eternal and untamed. Their spirit ran through the rivers, the mountains, the winds that carried the seeds of spring. To think of them as mere beasts was to miss the truth entirely. They were power, transformation, and balance. This understanding wasn't hers alone, it had lived in her family for centuries. It lived in every farmer who gazed at the sky, praying for rain. It lived in every emperor who wore dragon robes, their golden threads shimmering like scales. It lived in every artist who dared to paint the impossible, a creature that was all things at once. She closed her eyes, breathing deeply, and let herself feel the weight of the dragon's legacy. It wasn't just history or myth, it was a presence, as real as the earth beneath her feet. And though she couldn't see it, she knew it was there. She imagined the jade dragon on a nightstand, its green surface catching the moonlight. It felt like more than an object now. It felt like a promise, a presence that reminded her of the mountains, the rivers, and the energy flowing all around her. It felt like a guardian. And as she drifted off to sleep, she dreamed of dragons, not the fiery, fearsome kind, but ones that glided through the skies with ease, their bodies shimmering with light, their eyes filled with wisdom. They didn't roar or conquer. They brought peace, their very presence a reminder of the beauty of balance. The flags waved high above Tiananmen Square, a sea of red shimmering under the morning sun. Amidst the crowd, a young boy held his father's hand tightly, his other hand clutching a small dragon kite. The wind tugged at it, making the dragon's long tail dance in the air. Its vibrant colors gleamed, scales outlined in gold, as if it were alive. The boy stared at it in awe, feeling an unshakable connection to the creature it represented. "Baba," he asked, his voice barely audible over the distant sound of drums, "why do we love dragons so much?" His father knelt down, his face filled with a quiet pride. "Because, my son," he said, "the dragon is us. It is China." The boy tilted his head, confused but eager to understand. His father gestured to the grand pavilion in the distance, its roof adorned with carvings of dragons, their claws extended, their eyes fierce yet noble. "Look closely," he said. "Everywhere you see the dragon, you see strength. You see wisdom. It has been with us for thousands of years, protecting us, guiding us." The boy's kite fluttered higher, almost as if it were reaching out to the dragons carved in stone. It was a symbol, his father explained, but more than that, it was a mirror of the people. The dragon's power lay not in brute force, but in its grace, its ability to adapt and endure. It was a creature of the heavens and the earth, as boundless as the sky, as deep as the rivers. Centuries ago, the dragon became the emblem of emperors, its image emblazoned on robes and banners, its spirit invoked in ceremonies to ensure prosperity and unity. But as the years passed and dynasties fell, the dragon didn't fade into history. It grew larger, more profound. It ceased to belong solely to the rulers and became part of every person who called China home. The boy's father told him about the farmers who believed the dragon brought rain to nourish their crops, about the poets who wrote of dragons to capture the beauty of the land, and the warriors who marched under dragon banners, their hearts filled with courage. The sound of gongs echoed across the square, pulling the boy from his thoughts. A parade had begun, led by a massive dragon puppet carried by dozens of people. Its sinuous body weaved through the crowd, golden scales catching the light, its head swaying with lifelike precision. The boy gasped as the dragon turned toward him, its eyes meeting his as if it could see into his soul. In that moment, he understood. The dragon wasn't just a creature of stories, it was alive in the pride of the people, in the pulse of the nation. It roared in the rivers that carved the land and whispered in the winds that swept across the mountains. It was fierce yet kind, a protector and a teacher. As the boy grew, the dragon's presence followed him. He saw it in the great wall, stretching like a dragon's spine across the hills, a testament to the strength and resilience of his ancestors. He felt it in the festivals where dragons danced through the streets, their movements a reminder of joy and unity. He learned about how the dragon connected the people, whether they lived in bustling cities or remote villages. When he became older, he traveled to other countries and realized the dragon wasn't always seen the same way. In some places, dragons were feared, portrayed as beasts to be slain. But in his heart, he carried a different image, a dragon that inspired awe, that brought rain to the parched earth, that symbolized harmony between humans and nature. It was on one of these trips that he met someone who questioned his beliefs. "Why a dragon?" they asked. "Why not a lion or an eagle?" He thought for a moment, then replied, "Because the dragon is not a conqueror. It doesn't rule with fear. It is a bridge between opposites, strength and wisdom, power and grace, heaven and earth. It doesn't belong to the land or the sky alone. It belongs to everything." He saw the doubt in their eyes, but he didn't mind. The dragon's truth didn't need to be proven. It was felt in the beating hearts of those who carried its spirit. Years later, as an old man, he found himself back in Tiananmen Square, holding the hand of his own grandchild. The child tugged at his sleeve, pointing to the kites in the sky. One of them was a dragon, its tail curling like smoke. "Grandfather," the child asked, "why do we love dragons so much?" He smiled, his heart swelling with the same pride his father had shown him decades ago. "Because the dragon is us," he said. "It is China." As they watched the kite soar, he saw the same wonder in his grandchild's eyes that he had once felt. The dragon, he realized, wasn't just a symbol of the past. It was alive in the present, its spirit carried forward by each new generation. It was a reminder of where they came from and who they were. And as the dragon rose higher, its silhouette stark against the blue sky, it seemed to whisper a promise of strength, unity, and the unbreakable bond between a people and their land. The storm raged across the mountains, lightning carving jagged veins of light into the dark sky. Beneath the thunder's roar, an ancient fear seemed to stir, something primal buried deep in human memory. Somewhere far below, a child huddled under the covers, gripping a small wooden carving of a dragon. "Why are they so big and scary?" she asked her grandmother, who sat nearby, knitting by the fire. The grandmother paused, her hand stilling as her eyes grew distant. "Because, my dear," she said, her voice a whisper that seemed to carry the weight of ages, "dragons are born from our dreams and our fears. But sometimes, they might have come from something real." Long ago, in the heart of a bustling city, an emperor knelt before an altar, incense curling into the air. He wasn't praying to a god but to the spirit of the dragon itself. To him, the dragon was not a mere symbol, it was his divine mandate, the proof that he was chosen to lead. The dragon gave him power, not to dominate but to nurture, to bring harmony between heaven and earth. The people believed this too, for how else could such an enormous responsibility be justified? The dragon wasn't just in palaces, though. It was in the rice fields, its image carved into the handles of plows, reminding farmers that their labor sustained the land. It was in the waters, where fishermen painted its likeness on their boats, believing it would guide them to safety. And it was in the stars, the dragon constellation marking the passage of time, its movements intertwined with the rhythms of life. As the woman stood there, clutching her jade pendant, she thought of those who had come before her. She thought of how the dragon had been a constant presence in their lives, not just in grand ceremonies, but in everyday moments. It was there in the lullabies sung to children, its spirit woven into their dreams. It was in the festivals, where dragon dances lit up the streets, the performers' movements bringing the creature to life. The drumbeats of those dances echoed in her mind. She remembered the first time she had seen one as a child, the towering figure of the dragon weaving through the crowd. Its eyes glinted like fire, its scales shimmering with every color of the rainbow. She had reached out, her tiny hand brushing against the fabric, and for a moment, she felt invincible. That was the dragon's gift, not just to inspire awe, but to ignite a fire within. Yet, the dragon was more than a symbol of power. It was a teacher, a reminder of balance and wisdom. It was the bringer of rain, yes, but also the wielder of storms. It was fierce and gentle, destructive and nurturing. Its spirit taught the people that strength lay not in dominance, but in harmony, and understanding the interconnectedness of all things. The woman opened her eyes, her breath steady now, and looked out over the river. The water moved with a quiet strength, reflecting the light of the stars. This, too, was the dragon's domain. It flowed endlessly, shaping the land, carrying life wherever it went. The river wasn't separate from the dragon, it was the dragon. In the distance, she saw lanterns glowing on the water, tiny flames floating on the surface like fireflies. It was a festival night, a celebration of the dragon's spirit. Families gathered, their laughter carried on the breeze. Children ran with paper dragons on sticks, their faces lit with joy. Somewhere, a storyteller's voice rose, spinning tales of ancient heroes and the dragons who guided them. She thought of those stories and how they had changed over time, each generation adding its voice. Yet, no matter the words, the essence remained. The dragon was eternal, not because it was unchanging, but because it adapted. It lived in every new story, every new image, every new act of reverence. Its spirit was in the resilience of the people, their ability to endure and transform. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of blossoms from the trees below. She smiled, feeling the pendant grow warm in her hand. The dragon wasn't just a relic of the past, it was alive in her family, in the land itself. It wasn't something to be found or understood, it was something to be felt, a reminder of the unbreakable thread that connected her to everything around her. As the lanterns floated farther downstream, their light mingling with the stars, the woman felt a quiet certainty settle within her. The dragon's spirit would never fade, because it wasn't confined to one place or one time. It was in the stories, yes, but also in the silence. It was in the festivals, but also in the quiet moments of reflection. The drumbeats from the festival grew louder, and for a moment, she could almost see the dragon itself, weaving through the night, its form shimmering like a dream. It was vast and unknowable, yet somehow, it felt close, like an old friend. She held the pendant to her chest, her heartbeat steady now, matching the rhythm of the drums. The dragon wasn't just a symbol, it was a promise. And as long as there were people to honor it, to carry its spirit forward, it would never truly disappear.